I floated a drone over the Wraith's camp.
Will you take a look, or would you rather keep mouthing off?
Let's see what we got here.
The Raffins can't see it. Active camo, but that practically inhales battery juice, so make it quick.
They found an abandoned cement plant to squat in, with a massive heavy gear. Locusts would be a better name for them. They fly into a place, strip it of all it's got, then move on. But this time... Do you see the wall? They've added some primitive security measures. It points to them aiming to stay longer. The question is why? Who knows for sure, but I would guess that Saul is part of the reason. If he's still there, we have to find a way inside. That guard post is probably connected to the rest of the camp.
Our way in?
Maybe, but there are also breaches in the wall. Lightly guarded sections. Do you see the tracks? Tire tracks. Their vehicles were moving heavy freight. It could have been equipment. Either that or Saul's not their only prisoner. The tracks lead to the truck. Can you scan it? That's probably the one they kept Saul in. The main building. There. Saul must be inside.
Quite a spread. Be like looking for a diamond in a hailstorm.
If they haven't scrapped and gutted the place for parts, you could access the local camnet. You would just need to find the control room. Skywalk. It connects the garage to the main structure.
Okay, got some stuff to work with now.
Is everything clear?
Yep. Let's go get Saul.
Perfect. Mitch, is the van primed?
I did what I could. Take a tour.
Solid job.
I mostly improvised, actually.
Either way, it'll have to do.
Hold on a minute, I got one more thing. If you find Saul hasn't flatlined, you'll probably need this. Spike Superjet, a Rhino dose. It should speed up Saul's central pump.
Hope so. Doubt I could carry him on my back.
So that should be everything. V, will you ride with me?
Yeah, of course I'm going with you.
Okay, you take the wheel.
Want me driving?
Yep, I need to fiddle with my scope a bit.
The parade will soon start. I will wait where we met before.
By the stalls. Just stay out of trouble, okay?
even have a radio in here. Take it for a spin if you like. I still can't believe he let himself get captured. Anyone else? But Saul?
Said yourself he's not at the top of his form.
Yes, but moving civilians across the border during a bombardment? Hijacking a petrochem tanker? Opening the valves? Cranking a few figure eights to set the desert ablaze and give the kids a fun show? That's the Saul I remember.
All had our idols.
I know. It's just... Do you see that? That is one hell of a storm!
Looking bad.
Oh, it's bad in more than its look. We have to move quickly. Okay, let's go over the plan again. You slip into the Wraith's camp, soft as a fox. But if things get noisy, I'll be your long-distance insurance policy. We'll be linked at all times. So as soon as you find Saul, I'll fire up the engine and we'll speed out of there. We need to hide the car. Park beside that outcrop. Okay, out. I'll find a place to roost and keep you in sight. You just watch yourself down there. All right, I'm in position. I have you in range. Okay, you're near the main structure. That has to be where they're holding Saul. it! Stay out of sight! Careful. There's a sniper perched in the tower. Okay, main building. Watch for vermin. Saul is somewhere inside. I feel it in my bones. Remember what I told you. Find the control room and you'll gain access to the security cams.
Nothing to be shy about! And nothing to be shy about! What are you... That's weird. I smell trouble. And nothing to be shy about! That's weird. What are you, fine? Out here! I'll find you, just like I found the others. That's weird. You wanna get eaten by rats? That's weird. I'll go easy on you, don't worry. I promise. I'm gonna find you, sooner or later. I'll find you, just like I found the others.
Panam. Found Saul, I think. Locked in the cellar.
How is he?
It's hard to say. Too dark.
Okay, get down there and get him. Maybe we made it in time.
I'm gonna find you, sooner or later. That's not trouble. Hey, I will find you, you know. And when I do, oh yeah. Don't worry, I promise. That's weird. You pissed off the wrong gang!
Damn it, Pete! So much for being sly.
Got a cream hit!
What the heck?
I think I got eyes on him.
Is he?
Breathing? Think so.
Good. Grab him and get out of there.
Saul?
Do you have my goddamn...
question. I guess Tuesday, welcome to a brand new video. Today's video, guys, I'm going to be talking about some fashion brands, some streetwear brands in general that I don't love. I
Easy,
hate
Saul.
in the title to
Here
get
with
more
Panam.
clicks, but in general, I just want to list a couple of brands with which I have a couple of pet peeves and some brands that I don't think would ever really fit into my style. Of course, this is always subject to change. You know, my style is always evolving, but for now, I feel like these are
pretty
not
badly
something I
beat.
really would wear. If you
Probably
want to
could
really
use
get into
this.
this video, I just want to give a disclaimer. If you guys like any of these brands, if you enjoy wearing any of these brands, I'm not calling you out. I'm not saying you're
Time to don
wrong,
my
you have
dancing
no
shoes.
taste, something like that.
He'll live.
Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. This is just the brands
The
that
shitstorm
I
down
personally
here.
don't like as much.
Brewing to
I
be a
don't
category
really see
5.
a place for them in my wardrobe and my style. So if you like these brands, there's nothing wrong with it. Please don't throw rocks at me, okay? Okay, so the first one I want to get into is probably the hottest take of this entire video. Probably the reason why some of you clicked on this video. I am not a huge fan of Off-White. In my closet, so I can said that I hate Off-White. I mean, I don't really hate it, but I don't like it either. You see, guys, with Off-White, I feel like a lot of the clothes are pretty cool, but the only Off-White clothes I like are the clothes that don't.
Alright, damn it, that's it.
But you know, that entire aesthetic of like the yellow industrial belt that was really popular in all these hoodies, like the crosses in the back and like the diagonal lines on the sleeves and stuff like that. All that crap. This is, I feel like, it's just an aesthetic that screams like 2016, like high-beast rice gum porn to me. You know what I mean? You know, it's the same level of fashion as a Supreme Hot logo hoodie is, right? Skinny stag jeans, off-white belts, off-white Nike sneakers, which I'm fine, by the way. I actually like the off-white Nike sneakers, but you understand the kind of vibe I'm talking about here. That sort of high-beast Fortnite gamer epic, high-beast 2016 YouTuber core. I hate that shit. Like, I hate it so much. It's such a tired aesthetic. The issue is that, like, most
Brace yourself.
like that was in 2016, I feel like. But Off-White does have some cool pieces. They have some more like grown-up pieces now. It's kind of appreciate. I like how Off-White is headed. I feel like it's a brand that's kind of growing up out of this, you know, high-beast look. So those items that which Off-White does have Off-White, I do like it. But everything else, like these side hoodies, like honestly, guys, me kind of feels like wearing an Off-White hoodie, like the crosses in the back, like these sleeves, like the diagonal sleeves and stuff. It feels like to me like it is the equivalent of wearing a Minecraft creeper hoodie in 2020. Okay, so that kind of thing around here from, you know, the Kanye creative directors around. Another brand I'm not crazy about is Heron Preston. I just don't really get it. Again, Heron Preston does have a lot of cool stuff. The majority of their sweaters and like stuff like that. I don't know. I feel like they style of Granado. Again, I'm not saying I will never have a Heron Preston item in my collection or something like that, but overall the designs are kind of not that interesting for the price you're paying.
I was born for this shit!
Styles, you know, what is clothing like cultural appropriation. I'm mad about that or something like that. No, I think that's fine. Although I do feel like he's just ripping off of Brzezinski now and he's trying to, you know, get some of that because he's not a brand anymore. But yeah, Heron Preston I'm not crazy about. The brand actually likes on beats this, you know, Kanye creative director space is A-Cold Wall. And also Aleeks. So Aleeks and A-Cold Wall, I feel like they have a more of a grown-up sort of, I think Aleeks and A-Cold Wall is what Off-White and Heron Preston would be in like 2 to 3 years. That makes a lot of sense. So you're not crazy about Off-White and Heron
Shitstorm
Preston.
down
Okay,
here.
so the next
Brewing to be a category 5.
is woman by rapists.
I know, get out of the
You know
building,
where
I'll
I'm
be
going
right
with this,
there.
probably if you're into fashion. I'm talking about Philone, Sicko, Revenge X Storm, everything that has to do with Ian Connor, A$AP Bari. I don't know about you guys, but I'm personally not super interested in wearing clothing by convicted rapists, where the design is a convicted rapist. Just saying. You know, and also it sucks ass. Like, I don't know, it's literally a meme. Like, Philone is a meme. The same type of people who wear Philone are the same type of people who I've just described, you know, skinny jeans, Supreme.
What are you, 5? Get out here!
Sicko and Philone, it just looks
That's
like
a mistake.
Right. You know, it's not even comes to the fact that I don't like Ian Connor, and Revenge X Storm is literally just an overpriced band. That's really it. So yeah, that's like people brand, Sicko, Philone.
I need me an angle!
Next brand I want to mention is Supreme. Again, it's one of these brands that I feel like actually does have some stuff. Again, I feel like I have the same kind of relationship.
Someone take their position!
I like some items that don't look like Supreme. I don't have the Supreme.
Now! Adam!
Anything that has to do like Supreme logo. I don't know, maybe it's because of like I'm trying so hard to like kind of put this kind of like hyping community, wear Off-White belts, Supreme logo hoodies or whatever. But I don't know.
Hold the cargo!
I was never a fan of it. It does feel like people that are only Villain Plane sucks. Alright, so the next bunch of brands I want to mention is, I could have mentioned them with Villain Plane as well, but I decided to kind of put them in a different, separate category as well. It's a category of brands that I would, I don't know how to describe them. I would describe them as, like, folded for corrupt Russian politicians. Alright, so what it is, the brands include this, Armani, Versace,
Hold the cold
yes, honest. Let's go in one by one. First of all, it's Armani. Armani, I feel like, it's just boring as shit. Like, and it's like, I understand the quality is probably decent. As far as I understand, like, Armani makes decent suits. So if you're like in the market for a decent suit, I guess you could look at that. But as far as fashion goes, Armani just sucks. Like, the only people who wear Armani in Russia are, like, once again, corrupt 40-year-old dudes, like corrupt politicians or something, and gopniks who try to look like they're rich, or people with no style, basically. Like, Armani, everything is just bad. Emporio Armani, Armani Exchange, that EA7 shit, it's all awful. When I hear of EA7 or Armani Exchange, I'm thinking of, like, Russian gopniks who, like to smoke hookah and ride around in models on their shitty rap. I don't know, Armani, I don't get it. I don't. Now, with Versace, I feel like it's as one-sided because, once again, I do think Versace has some decent stuff. I'm not a fan of the overall aesthetic of the brand. Like, it's
On the condo!
Flashy again.
Hurry,
Like, all
hop in
these
the back.
golden prints and everything, all these golden accents. Again, like, a lot of people who wear Versace, I just feel like Versace is a brand that doesn't style properly. And, of course, the brand, there is something to it, right? There's a reason why it's popular way it
Panam, you're making a mistake. Another one.
Furious right now?
Those devils wanted to know our location. If we drive to camp now, we'll just be setting the table for them.
You look outside lately? The storm will wipe our tracks.
Those are fucking fire. Like, actually, I hate them so much. It's like that.
And the scent of blood?
What?
We got more chomping at our tail.
Fuck.
But again, I do feel like Versace does have some decent clothing as well. So again, I guess I like Versace than Versace. And Dolce & Gabbana, again, I think it's kind of like very much similar to Armani or Versace. It's just rap. Like, I don't know, everything they make is like...
We need to shake them.
Wear this, have no style. Like, I've never seen any person...
That's one way to treat an engine.
Fuck off, Saul.
Style interesting. Wear Dolce
I can't squeeze any more out of it.
I like
Cut off that tail.
She has a lot of interesting...
Get ready.
There's a lot of people.
Now, Adam.
Expensive brands out there. Very expensive. I don't know. I like it, but I feel like he has the big aesthetic and one
On the condos.
aesthetic to it. You can look horrible if you dress in Gucci, if you just, putting everything on and trying to look rich. But if you, if you add some taste to it, if you style it right, it can look incredible. Dolce & Gabbana, though, I don't know. I don't get it. I think it sucks ass. Like, everything from their clothes, their shoes, their accessories. I don't know. It's like the same shit as Armani and Versace. I don't like it. I just don't like it. It's not my aesthetic, and I've never seen anybody rock Dolce & Gabbana that actually.
Ah! Fuck man! We got more! Decommission the bastards! Going off-road! This'll be rough! The storm! It's going to swallow us!
We need to find shelter.
I know, damn it! There's an abandoned farm nearby. I'll get us there.
Fuck! Ahead! Now, Adam!
Fuck me, that hurt!
On the condos!
We got hit! Big! I can't push it much
This
more!
ought to slow us down. All right, damn it. That's it. Now, Adam!
Beaut! Woo! We got him!
Atta-way, girl! Couldn't have done it better myself.
Thanks. You see those buildings? We'll wait it out there.
I remember this place. It should be safe, at least for now. inside, quick!
Thank you guys so much for watching it. If you guys did enjoy it, slap that motherfucking like button on it, and I will see you guys in the next one.
This episode of The Casual is brought to you in part by Squarespace. Websites, online
I need to
stores,
catch my
all the
breath.
marketing tools and analytics, Squarespace delivers it in an all-around package so you can build easy, streamlined, and beautiful online presence. Since launching The Casual, I've covered a ton of brands, particularly from Japan, but we never really broke down
Not
which
hungry.
Japanese brands you should absolutely know about before embarking on the Japanese street fashion journey. So let's do that. No time like the present. Everything. Now, fair warning, a lot of these are no-brainers for many of you, but that just sets us up for another list later on labels that don't get a lot of airtime. But for now, let's get going with the basics. I'm your boy Reggie Casual, and here are 10 Japanese streetwear labels you should know about. Let's get it. Alright, little disclaimer before we start though. This list ain't to cover strictly streetwear, so we're going to forego labels that are largely cut and sew offerings that could be streetwear. Some people consider streetwear but aren't necessarily, like brands like Bismarck or Mainline Undercover. Those are out. Now that we've established that criteria, now we can get it. Alright, so coming in at number 10, Babe. That's obvious, right? Like everyone knows at least the surface story of a bathing ape in lukewarm water, if they know anything about street fashion at all. Started by Nigo in '93, sold to IT in 2011, has a noticeable air of hip-hop inspiration, and is basically the Japanese streetwear mascot. Pretty much everybody knows that Babe comes from Japan. And while Babe's popularity ebbs and flows according to time, more options have become available in recent years, and it still maintains a healthy, sizable fan base. So that's it on Babe. No more. Probably more, but coming in at number 9, we got Neighborhood Japan, another option. Started in '94 by Suki Nakazawa and Tetsuya Nishiyama. Not many people know that. Neighborhood Japan combines fantastically made pieces with Americana function in mind while maintaining its core piece, the graphic tee.
Worst anti-BuzzFeed video I've ever seen in my entire life. Now, before we get into those guys, you know that I hate BuzzFeed. I dislike a very vast majority of their videos because they're pushing a very, very dumb, social justice warrior agenda. So, because things like BuzzFeed exist, there's a lot of quote-unquote anti-social justice warrior channels on YouTube. And today, guys, we're perhaps going to be looking at the worst anti-social justice warrior channel, which is almost a parody at this point of anti-social justice warrior and red pill and conservative channels, and that is No Bullshit. Now, No Bullshit is already pretty well known in the social commentary sort of community on YouTube. He's also very well known for being a very, very cringy, egoistical cunt.
Okay, well, I'm a fat ass, so I don't give a shit. I don't care about weight. I don't give a fuck about what people say about weight, and I do fine. I don't give a shit. I don't give a fuck. Destiny, you met a true red pill alpha motherfucker. Welcome to the gun show.
Yes, this guy literally unironically just called himself an alpha male red pill motherfucker. What do you guys think an alpha male red pill motherfucker looks like? Like this? Probably like this, right? Well, no. This is what the guy looks like, and I'm not doing this to make fun of his
Looks like we're in for the night.
He looks like
A little power might be useful. Could you help me look, B? I'll search in here.
I'm not making this point to bash on his looks. I just want you guys to keep in mind that this is what he looks like, because later in the video, this guy has a lot to say about men at BuzzFeed and their looks. So we're gonna give a
lot of
bit
useful
of a comparison
things.
between
Daniel's
this
left
guy
in a hurry.
and this guy. So the video is called BuzzFeed Strike Guys Are Low Testosterone Betas. No Bullshit, the alpha male is
Sell
calling
us
a
your
bunch
land.
of BuzzFeed guys betas, because we all know that a true alpha
Hey,
male
it
has to
worked.
call out
We have
himself
lights.
an alpha male and not his betas, otherwise he's not an alpha male. So let's just get into this, let's check it out and understand why this is the worst anti-BuzzFeed video I've seen in my fucking life.
Damn, it's getting cold.
Rather gay. Let's be real. I mean, no offense.
I tried to get
but
us some
come
heat
on,
in here.
they're way too
No
overdressed
luck.
and fashionable for straight
Can you
men.
check it?
They're all fair
Might have the
skinned,
magic
skinny,
touch.
weak, nerdy types.
Actually, you know what? Check the fuse outside. It might have come loose.
First of all, this entire video
If so,
sounds
just
like an
whack it back in
insecure
place and I'll
beta
get this
fuck.
junk burning.
Doesn't sound like an alpha male. This nonsense. Just sitting there, looking at a bunch of dudes and says like, They look gay. Like, that's an insult in 2018. Like, okay, even if all of them are
What's
gay,
gotten
you know,
into you?
like, gay men cannot be attractive. Like, what's the fucking point you're making here?
They're way too overdressed and fashionable for straight men.
I like this point as well. They're way too overdressed. Well, just because you dress like an average Target employee or some shit, just because you wear, you know, like fat-ass shirts, like, you know, like what Boogie 298 has to wear because he's so fat. It's like you wear the same shit. And because you don't groom for shit, you have a shitty-ass haircut. And, well, I'm not groomed right now as well, so I shouldn't be making this point, but whatever. It just sounds like an insecure fuck taking the piss out of other people's appearances.
And we wondered if that sexiness could be boiled down to a science.
Not really. Looks and attractiveness aren't an exact science. Only ugly, nerdy losers would think to test their attractiveness to the opposite sex with a science experiment.
No, it's because they work at BuzzFeed and they have to produce interesting videos so that millions of people
What's
will
gotten
watch
into
them.
you?
And this is what they came up with as a topic. It's just a fun little science experiment. It has nothing to do with them being betas. I'm just saying, but Eugene, the Asian guy, is constantly, you know, if you go down to any Try Guys video in the comments, the panties are fucking soaked for Eugene, okay? Every woman who watches BuzzFeed wants to fuck him, okay?
This is a little tough, but if it means anything to you, I would happily penetrate each and every single one of you guys.
Things just keep getting gayer and gayer here. Now you can see why I'm so confused at the beginning. They're presumably testing out their attractiveness to the opposite sex, since they're all straight. But then they have the gayest host of all time talking about butt-fucking them?
Once again, I'm getting a vision of an insecure fuck who's also very, very homophobic, because what the fuck is this, okay? Have you not ever
Great.
made a
Give me a sec.
with a friend? Are you
Thank
that
you.
type of
If
straight
Saul
guy
freezes
who
to
has
death,
show
it will have been a
up
wasted
to
day.
everybody's like, hey, I'm straight, not homo, bro, just sucked your dick, but no homo, dog.
We're talking about their appeal to women? Then I don't know so much. I mean, maybe if the girls like pretty boys, they like feminine looking guys. And maybe that one on the left, the discount Will Arnett looking guy, maybe girls would find him handsome and dapper, but the other guy's pretty fucked. They better be richer and hilarious on their dates. I'm willing to bet none of these Try Guys have slept with more than 3 or 4 girls, ever. This one on the right is very likely a virgin.
Ironically, that is one of the most virgin things you can, any man can say. I bet this guy's had sex with more than 3 girls in their lives. Yeah, like having sex with 3 women is an achievement. Like, I bet most men have had sex with more than 3 women by the age of 19 or 20. I mean, if you guys have looked at no bullshit, he probably had like 3 girlfriends in his, like, I don't know how old is it, 45? So now he's like, yeah, I'm an alpha male. I fucked 3 girls in my life, guys. And look at those BuzzFeed guys, they're so much more beta than me. So ugly, so fucking ugly, guys. So look at me, I'm a red pill alpha motherfucker. This video's fucking
See what I see?
I think that I'm gonna win.
Expiration date's from before the last war, so hopefully it hasn't turned to poison. Today's our lucky day.
Lucky. Interesting choice of words.
Do I hear a lecture coming on?
Why do all these guys talk like they're on children's TV
No.
shows?
No lecture. But we do need to talk. That raid's crap. It shouldn't have happened. They wanted everything. Our camp locations, routes, offloading points.
Not a good
If
look,
they knew
Hophead.
what state we're in,
Bald under that
1 or 2 more raids, and that'd be the end of us. And if you had mounted a raid of your own, well,
That looks like the head I had when I
that
was...
would have been the end of me.
I'll start talking.
See that? Clenched teeth, furrowed brow. It's his way of saying thanks.
We've had our spats.
A few, like any family.
They're not worth digging up.
Hello,
I
welcome
think so,
to the
too.
live stream.
If you'd like to come back, everyone will be waiting. Arms open wide.
How you doing, co-host today?
But there will have to be changes. No more jumping to the front of the line.
So it begins.
I'm actually not sure if it's...
You know what's coming.
right now.
Bigger fucking problems. Maybe a war.
I got a vibe on
You
your...
can't hope to handle the Raffens alone.
So you would sell us out to Biotechnica?
I can see on
Vade,
your
tell him it's a
channel,
damn rotten
on
idea.
my other screen, I see myself. I'm looking really dapper, amazing.
I like the headband. It's like...
Yeah, I'm trying to rep for America. I feel like this favors America.
You know what, sweetheart? We'll have plenty of time to tear at each other's throats later.
Yeah, get the
That
Russian
is my
flag
hope.
out. We're, like I was saying before, no bullshit, no
But
fuckers
right
here.
now,
We had a
I wouldn't
couple
mind
video
catching a few
responses to each
winks.
other. Today we're going to be talking
Need
about
help?
those, going over some things.
Fuck
We have
off.
some differences. I think we have some agreements too. But I hope. I
Do you know
hope
what they
we get
call
some
these
fun
storms
for
in
it.
North Africa?
Talking mad shit. I see 300
Our
people, I
boobs.
guess. That's awesome, guys.
Damn, I love that word.
On no fuckers. Just
Are you
great.
fucking kidding me?
Yeah,
3,000?
They love you.
Holy heck.
They love actually.
Oh, what was that about?
Of course, yes.
They're here.
I mean, we're both obese, so it's not really like...
not
yeah, we're both fans, so we're gonna start from there. But yeah, let's go ahead and jump into things.
To her boobs.
Let's see the discussion where this started. I
To her
actually heard
boobs.
about a video you made about my BuzzFeed video. It was called BuzzFeed Try Guys or Low Testosterone Betas. You made a vivid response video, just brutalizing. And I'll go ahead and let you take it from there. Your first thoughts.
And?
I
Think
guess
this is
my
any
main
better?
question is,
No,
where'd
just
you come
different.
up with the idea for that video? What
Yeah,
made you
this
wanna
would make
respond
for
to
a
this?
decent little motel, wouldn't it?
I felt like
Fireplace,
I
booze.
felt like
Grumpy guy at
we're,
reception is the one
going,
thing
like,
missing.
I know this sounds stupid coming from a commentary channel, but I
Have
felt like
everything
we were
you
going
need,
a bit
ma'am?
too harsh on people's looks. And not in the sense that I don't like
I couldn't ask for
like
more.
putting a gross or something like that, but you have this
Ma'am,
point
I'm
which
sure
is
you'd
like,
be cozier with
okay,
your
so
shoes
what we want
off.
to discuss is that
After
like,
a full
being
day in
yourself
them,
ugly,
I'd fear a
you
health
can
code
discuss, like,
violation.
people's
Nonsense.
attractiveness. First
After
of all,
a
I don't
day
think
as
you're that
full
ugly.
as
You
today,
just
you
maybe
deserve to
shed a few
kick back.
pounds.
Oh? And what did you have in mind?
What I'm saying is that
Got a few
you
ideas.
interpreted my points as if
Think you
I
know
said that
what kind.
ugly people cannot comment on other people's appearances. I think everybody can comment on people's appearances.
It's
like we
really
have
nice
freedom of
as
speech. The
is.
thing is that you
Let's not spoil it,
like,
okay?
handsome alpha red pill motherfucker, then
Right.
your point
So,
really is not
friends,
like that's he doesn't have that
I think
much
that would be
weight to
best.
it, you know?
And B,
That's what
Okay, I
I'm
get
glad
you
you
more,
came.
and that's actually a better.
it meant a lot
because
to me.
when I was making the video, I didn't have the points. I didn't have the idea that you cannot comment completely.
Do you hear that?
The idea was that your point doesn't really have that much
no.
to it when you yourself are, you know, not the most handsome dude in the world.
The wind is
That's
waning.
So does that mean?
I can't speak for her boobs, but when a Chinook rolls rough and rowdy across the plate,
commenting on my look.
I sure can't get any
Kind of
shit
implies you think you're good looking.
Not a wink.
I mean, I'm not a narcissist. I think I look okay. It's just that
You think you look better than me?
you really want to discuss that? I think everybody, first of all, thinks. I think every person thinks he's smarter and more beautiful than other people to begin with. Like,
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm just joking there. But it is kind of hard to not do that when I'm looking at your stream and I see both of these pasty white dudes just talking about attractiveness. No, that's let me just pivot there for a second because when I talk about my video, what I was doing with my video, responding to BuzzFeed, I felt like my arguments in my video was just more invited because they were having a literal contest about their looks. So I'm like, all right, I guess I have to chime in. I think there was a point in my video where I'm like, man, I didn't think I'd be doing this today.
Yeah, I get it.
I'm like
I get
rating
it.
these guys' looks.
I get it, but some of it was like, I felt like some of it was like, I don't know. It felt like school type of shit, like insults, like because I felt like you were trying to make people who are completely like normal looking.
Did you sleep
to
all right?
make them look more
Good
ugly
work,
than they
V.
are because you have
Old
this
style
point about
Ray.
like you know, Keith.
You
right?
gotta agree
that
now.
he had like
Next time I choose the motel.
Okay, his eyes are pretty big.
If there is
But
such a time.
You said like he has bug eyes and like you
Well,
implied
I
that he
slept
has,
like a puppy.
Like,
That's a
which
cozy
which
shoulder
eye
you
look
have
at?
there.
Which eye do I look at? So something like that.
It's too bad I better get
but-
rolling in a
and
minute.
about Eugene as well is that yes,
Hang on.
his haircut is
Thought you were headed back
but
to the
as
Aldecados.
well, I have the same
Staying
point
with
is
the clan.
That
you
remains
like,
so.
You don't look like you do much about your hair
Come on.
as well, right? So it's like your point
great
doesn't
hair.
have that oomph to it. If you,
Yeah.
if you know
Okay.
what I
Let
mean.
me.
Most
I
times,
think the main
Salisbury's
point
drivel
is, and this is why I
mongers
found this
fear.
funny.
But I
First
have
of
to
all,
grant him this.
It's kind of like
The raids,
attacking
the raid,
person instead of attacking
it's the
my
start of something
arguments.
we
Like,
need to
I don't feel
prepare
like you
for.
have any arguments against
Saul will get everything set up
the
in
stuff I
camp.
said. Besides
Whereas
saying,
I-
oh, look at you.
Whereas
look at
you-
This is what you look like.
I mean,
The Raffins wanted to know our roots, right? Well, it's the
I think
Aldecados'
that's
turn.
particularly
Some recon is in
dishonest
order.
a little bit in this situation.
One more
now
thing.
That we're getting into it, like,
Your
because
compensation.
I wasn't even in that
Please
video.
take care of
You had
her.
to pull
She served me
footage
well.
and like quotes from
well,
other
it's not
places.
that hard to find your face, you know. It's not like
Sure, but I'm saying it's like
But
you're
you're in
not-
good
at that
hands,
point,
Panam.
You're not really responding to my
I
BuzzFeed
know.
video. You're like responding. You're looking at
So,
a BuzzFeed video.
thank
okay,
you.
You're going to another video.
Once again.
And then this is the other
Glad
thing.
I could
this
help.
is the trick, and I wanted to get to this
Glad I
Destiny
did.
stuff eventually. And I
Take
want to
care of
ask you
yourself.
off the bat while
You
we're
too,
getting here
Panam.
because you use a lot of clips.
Can I respond to
Destiny.
And remember,
the fact that you said
I'm
that
indebted.
I didn't respond? The reason is that I didn't see the points because you're literally just rating the guy's appearance, and I think
okay, back to town,
attractiveness
V.
is subjective.
Had it up to
And
here
it's
with this
really
gusty
not
outback.
It's really not like a point that you had. It's more like, I think it's more of a joke, honestly. But I was just rambling about the fact how I think this joke is a bit out of place and too ridiculous or whatever. I mean, that's what I felt.
Well, I felt like you did. I feel like that was like the only part of the video you addressed too, which we could get back to because I had other points in my video.
Honestly, I did not rewatch it prior to this live stream, so you could bring up something if you want to. I forgot what I was saying.
I'm pretty sure you didn't watch it before you made the video.
No, I did. I didn't rewatch my video.
You just addressed the way I looked, which was from another video, and then you had these main quotes, which you started with from another channel, and that's why I want to bring it back to this. I want to ask you straight up, how long have you been a fan of Destiny?
Okay, first of all, I did watch the video before. I just had that sort of a reaction format, which it's not a reaction. Like, your video on BuzzFeed, I think it's like 3 months old, right? Something like that. Mm-hmm. So I watched it I think I watched
November
it like...
1st.
Oh, it's even older than that. Okay. I watched it, I think, way before. I watched it like 2 months ago or something. And I was like, well, this is strange. So then I was like thinking of... And then I kind of came across your channel again, and I decided to make the video. So I didn't watch it the first time. And second of all, to respond to your question, I am not a fan of Destiny. Like, I have not watched a single... I have not watched a single of your streams.
Everyone should be watching Destiny like on top of a rooftop, screaming off a mountain. But that's what the reason I bring that up is. It's just like I was saying before, where I think it's a little dishonest to bring up stuff from other videos. In this case, you brought up something from another channel, a stream that happened like almost a year ago. I think it was like last summer or something. So that's the next point I want to bring up is like, how long have you been watching Destiny? Like, where did you get that clip from? How do you bring that up in this situation? Where are you coming from?
Okay, so basically, I've seen that video like 2 months ago, your video, which was about BuzzFeed, and then I decided to I just basically thought it was like the video I thought was very cringy, so I think I sent it to one of my friends. He was like, "Oh yeah, watch this clip as well. Like, no bullshit, is a cringy guy." And so he sent me the clip of the Destiny stream, where you say you're a red pill alpha motherfucker and shit like that. So I was like, damn, this is pretty fucking cringy. So I was like, I'm just gonna use...
So you laughed. Did you get the joke, the red pill alpha joke?
Okay, here's the thing I want to discuss. You claim...
It seems like you presented that you were trying to insist like I was stone cold serious.
Well, first of all, I did think you were serious, and honestly... At this point, I cannot completely believe it's not serious, because the thing is that you claim that, the alpha male shit was a joke, right? But then you call people betas unironically in your videos. Like, you called me a beta.
Yeah. No, but that's...
Or is it a joke as well?
Like, if you say people are betas, they get super triggered. And then, like, there's so many people that try to deny alpha versus beta is existing too, and it's just
it doesn't exist. Like, I just don't think I'm a beta. That's what
you don't think you're beta?
I don't think so. I mean, I got my ass. Honestly, I don't know. I'm probably like in between, something like that.
Well, I think the fact that we're discussing it kind of is admitting that it's a thing. But
yeah, I think it is a thing. I think it is a thing. Yeah.
Okay. And then what I'm saying is, like, I felt like you presented that line. And that's where this quote was. You took a clip from Destiny stream, which I thought was also odd. And you say, like, I say red pill alpha, like I'm serious. So you think you can't tell if I'm not serious? I'm not sure if I'm getting a straight answer. Like, did you think I was serious or not?
When I first saw that, I thought it was dead serious, honestly, because. I mean, okay, first of all, I want to ask you this. You also, apart from that alpha red pill motherfucker, you had this thing prior to it, in which the reason why I think it's not a joke, and why I think it's serious, and you just kind of backtrack and saying it was a joke, is because Destiny unironically asked you, how do you challenge society's, like, shit, how do you challenge society? And you said, well, I'm a fat ass, I don't care about weight, I don't care about looks, I'm a red pill alpha male motherfucker, and
yeah.
Okay, I just want to clarify.
Wait, you left out a part because I also said welcome to the gun show.
Yeah, I know that.
Do you think that welcome to the gun show was serious?
No. But
do you think anyone's ever said welcome to the gun show in a serious way?
I mean, some right wing is probably good.
I guess aside from like someone that actually literally works at a gun show and they're opening the gates, like, besides that, I don't think anyone's ever said that seriously.
Maybe.
And that's why I think I actually understand, and I'll give some credit here because there is a lot of people, like it is suspect when people say they're joking all the time, and then, like you just explained, like a lot of people suspect it's like, oh, you're backtracking, like you felt bad. And I'm gonna admit that's like I can see that. That's not true. I promise that's not true. That's not the way it went down for me. But I admit, like you see so many people do that. It's like you're
remember that there's help available.
In this situation,
round the
like,
clock.
that's what I was trying to get at.
That is not funny.
But no, I want to clarify.
The parade will soon begin.
The parts where you said.
I adjusted the data from Okada-san. I advise you to examine it yourself.
Was that serious? Or no?
Oh, I mean, dude, honestly, if you want to ask about, like, every time I stream with Destiny, I'm fucking with them.
To begin with,
like, I think
the
you
malware
earlier in
works
pre-show, like,
truly much better than I anticipated. Our eyes and ears are in the guard room. I observe the CCTV and I know where the sniper positions are.
You're my first.
They are true. You must make each harmless before they do the same to me. There are many ways to reach them. The first is nearby. He should not be a problem. The second is worse. You will have to climb. As for the third, he hides on the footbridge over the street. We are here. Hanako-sama's platform will stop here, close to the emergency exit we will use when all is done. From these points, you will have a clear view of the parade, but the snipers will see things even better. If they notice you, bang! No more thing. If this sounds dangerous, consider that I must leap to the float, enter through a window and meet Hanako-sama face to face. The last is what I fear the most. Is all this clear? Are you ready?
Plan's fucked beyond all recognition. Yet here I am.
I know, and I thank you for this.
Thank me once it works. Now get in position.
Very well. Wait for my signal.
Not fully.
Stay safe, Goro.
Well, it's a little hard. I mean, he didn't do like a whole hour next to the day on me. So
it's like 14 minutes, I think.
Yeah.
I watched the parts that was. I watched it until we started like actually talking about the videos. I didn't really want to get into that. I watched him like discussing his vegan games.
The floats have started. Remember to be careful what you will face.
So that's the thing, and I'm glad you said that because I was trying to go there and I was trying to bring up the fact. This is another thing I wanted to say, just about your video, like saying how it's a parody. It felt like you're copying so many other videos that have been made before. And I could tell, and I think you just confirmed it. I was trying to get there and just show that, you know, when you pulled up those Destiny clips, I was just like, dude, this guy is just like, you
no, I'm not claiming, I'm not claiming.
Other ones that came against me. And it seemed kind of random too, like I was saying before, like you're bringing up stuff from other places, like, and I think a lot of people think like that's cool, but I think you can bring it up. I'm not saying you can't respond to it either. That's something I wanted to say at the beginning of the stream. Actually, like I think our differences are just points and arguments. I would never say someone can't respond, but I can't say.
I'm not trying to. With my response, I'm not claiming to be the original expose. I'm not claiming to be the guy who brings up the most original shit. I'm gonna bring up the like 10-year-old biz.
Won't know what hit him.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm not claiming to be the most. I'm not claiming that. You know, my point was not that this video is like the most original thing ever. Yes, while I'm talking about your character, why can't I bring up other people's videos? I think I can. I think I can do that. And
I think you can, but I wanted to point out that in some cases it's like an ad hominem when you just like bring up my old video to say, oh look, he's fat. Like that's just attacking the person, not the argument. That's a complete fallacy. That's like the base.
Yeah, but the thing is, why I did that is because your entire BuzzFeed video was a huge effort, which you basically attacking their looks and shit like that. You attacking the BuzzFeed guys. So I was like, I'm gonna give this guy a taste of his own medicine. So I just did that.
Collect the junkie. But I'm gonna say the next thing, and this is where it gets a little complex, so people are watching, well, it is a little tricky because this video can't ad hominem that video.
Gora, took out the one closer.
Now you must leave.
So you're not actually ad hominem because we're the whole thing is about the street. So I'm gonna talk about that's the topic. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I felt like it was overdone. You know, but I felt like it was way overboard. So I was like,
let's get to the point. Like, I feel like you said you watched it like a while ago, and then you kind of came back and did your thing. Like, I could tell you missed the actual coherent like lines I had in that video, like talking about male attractiveness, talking about what is actually attractive. Like I was talking about confidence. I talked about things like, you know.
No, I heard that. I did agree with that. So that's why I didn't mention it.
Yeah. Okay, so you know what I'm talking about. But recently, or like, I think you're just trying to say, like, I didn't have any other points. Like, you're trying to say all I did was make fun of the looks, but that's not true. That I had those points. I had other things I said. I had.
I remember you had the points about how BuzzFeed doesn't hire like masculine men. You had that thing, and you know, I just didn't really like. Okay, the thing is, I did agree with some of your points, but some of those I didn't. And I thought the way you, went at the BuzzFeed employees, I thought it was way too overboard, and I thought it was
Gora,
a bit cringy.
took out the one closer.
I felt like
Now you must leave to the balcony by the
videos
green
that you
arrow
had,
and
like
take the
people sent me
elevator.
those videos of you like
Take the foot.
alpha male red pill motherfucker. I thought it was just too fucking good to like miss out and
Cross the street.
not to mention it in the video. And I just felt like if that it would be like really funny if we take this guy who roasts the shit out of the BuzzFeed employees, but then we look at him and it's like, you know, he don't really look like a alpha male red pill motherfucker to me. Okay. So, and the clips themselves were funny. So
I come back to like that's fun, that's cool, and you can do that, but you gotta admit that it's basically ad hominem. It's like attacking the person. You're not actually combating by arguments. Like the points I made in the video.
Oda is speaking to
I think
someone.
your main point is.
I am
let's
linking
get back
you
to the
in.
title. You
We
said it was
both
the
can
worst
listen.
BuzzFeed response video of all time, but I think maybe it's more just like you think I'm ugly. So I can't comment on looks. And I thought that was the basic premise of like a lot of going
because I didn't want to.
ugly people can't.
It is just as we expected.
Well,
Oda
we
is
already
here.
discussed that.
I will contact you.
You can, but
with
the
any
point
news.
doesn't have that much weight to it. When you yourself are not the most.
Do you think that people that review movies?
I know that forged out
be able
ogre.
to make really good movies?
Adam
Yeah,
fucking
I knew you were gonna
smash her.
make that point, but I think.
Guy who killed you, right?
It's like
Try to reach
Similar.
the
I mean, you're
maintenance
basically
area.
saying
You can climb
Jeremy
up from
Jan,
there.
the movie reviewer on YouTube, he's got no credit because he doesn't make good movies, even though he has a 1 million subscriber channel and people like his reviews. You're saying it doesn't have as much weight because he doesn't make movies.
But no,
Catwalk
the thing is
don't
that
look too
you were
stable.
putting yourself on like a
Sure,
pedestal
Takamura
because
didn't
when
plan a
you
little
yourself
whoopsie
are
daisy
Fuck!
for you.
Almost
character
fell.
saying that I'm a red pill alpha
You must
motherfucker,
not draw attention.
it looked like you were saying that you are better looking than those people. You said that it made it look like you are better looking, you're more alpha than those BuzzFeed employees. When movie reviewers, they don't go out and review Suicide Squad and they say, I could have made a better movie than this.
I wanna go ahead.
And they could say that, but it's going to be ironic. But they're not going to be actually saying, I could do it better than this guy.
Catwalk don't look too stable.
Fuck!
Sure,
Almost
Takamura
fell.
didn't plan a little whoopsie daisy for you.
These are people that you said look masculine and are better looking than me.
Stay.
Yeah, I think so.
You stand by that.
Yeah, they look pretty masculine to me. Like, I don't know what your problem
I
is.
mean, I think we just have different ideas of like manly men. Like
People in the chat, you can say if these people are masculine or not.
Yeah, maybe the chat can chime in. And we are talking a lot here, but we can try and take questions later, guys. And
Catwalk
read
don't
those
look
super
too
chats I
stable.
saw.
Fuck!
Sure,
Almost
Takamura
fell.
didn't plan a little
This is
whoopsie
the pick.
daisy
And
for
this is
you.
why I'm just like, dude, you say that BuzzFeed guys are masculine. I'm like, dude,
Told
I
you
don't
so.
see it. Like, I think you're reaching. I think you're trying to come at me. But these guys are not.
No, I genuinely think they look like normal masculine dudes. They don't look feminine. They look normal.
They look beta as fuck to me, dude. I'm not gonna lie. These guys,
That's subjective.
like, the little stubble, like they can't grow facial hair. They're thin.
Well, if you can grow facial hair, that means that you're not an alpha. Like, I mean, you have...
Catwalk don't look too stable.
Fuck! Almost fell.
Well, that's my
whoopsie-daisy for you.
Yeah, dude, I think we just have different views. This
Told
is
you
where I was
so.
going with, okay, the idea is, can ugly people comment on appearances? You say it takes away some of that oomph. But I would say, you know, appearances are completely subjective. So, what one person says is ugly, like you say these guys are masculine, other people, I think Americans have a different view on things, maybe. This
Actually, no, dude. I think actually, like Russians have a really different view of that because, like some people in Russia think you're not masculine if you don't have like you have like completely fucking baldness, you know. So it's like in Russia we do have. In Russia, I think probably most people would think these are not masculine, but I don't know.
Russia, it's like
I think they look pretty masculine to me. So I don't know.
Okay. I'll take them off the screen because they're kind of making me cringe a little.
Why y'all tripping?
I just think it's a difference, and I think the main point here is, and I think it's gonna be hard for you to really combat this. I mean, you said your side, but you're saying ugly people. You're saying I'm ugly. I can't comment on appearances, or I'm allowed, but it doesn't have as much. But whenever appearances are so subjective, like how can you really rate that? Like it's like you're saying you're attractive, but
so
you're attractive. Like does that mean you don't have?
Well, I'm not gonna fuck you, so that's not a big problem. But
I thought we were fucking. I'm trying to wet the. What'd you say? Wet those panties?
She attacked me.
Wet them.
But no. So what I'm saying is that saying that you have like it's subjective. Yes, I do agree, but this is my channel, all right? This is my opinion. First of all, so I can have my opinion of who's more attractive, who's more masculine. And this dude, I think you look masculine, but I think you're not more attractive. I mean, those guys, I didn't even choose them because they're attractive. I just thought they looked normal, like normal dudes. And this is just my opinion. This is my channel, and I'm not trying to be the most objective guy, and my rating of your looks and these guys' looks is just my opinion. And it's on my channel, so I don't think there's any problem with that.
You will find the water staircase at the end of the
video. I just might disagree with some of the stuff in it, and I think the main point is just there's so much subjectivity in these appearances. Like, it's just hard to say. Like on your take, like you said, it's your video, it's your channel. From your take, that's a funny goof. I think my main point is just more about the argument and about we're talking about points here. Like you're not really attacking what I said in my video. Like you don't even remember half of it, but you're attacking me. What I look like. You're taking clips of Destiny from a year ago. Like it's very roundabout.
Arasaka is fully capable of
I'm saying my videos do not have
commentary channels. You know what I'm saying? Like if this is commentary, like we're talking about some very superficial stuff, and it might sound ironic or hypocritical coming from me because my video was about these appearances, but again I'll restate like their video was about who's the most attractive, so it invites the opinion.
No, like I touched on this points of these particular points in the video. You like most of their because that is the part I was the funniest because I feel like the greatest of the thing. So I took that part and made it out of it. I was able to make the most objective video exposing destroy careers. This is not a content comp. I'm just having a bit of fun and putting my like as a commentary channel, yes, no commentary channel is where they have a fun conversation. So like why even try at this point? I'm just putting out there my opinion. I got my opinion, and that's what it is.
Like I think what you're saying is your channel, your videos, you're gonna be on somewhere, and that's all fine. I think it's just end of the day, I'm trying to say, you know, I'm not trying to rhyme there either. I don't know why. Hit the hay. What do you say? But no, I'm trying to get at is, I was just let down that you're going after these ad hominem. Old stream clips, and I felt misrepresented. We went over a lot of it. I think we're getting somewhere. And I think people that are going to disagree or whatever, people listen. Go! They're probably made up their minds a lot of the way now. But yeah, what I was getting at, like I felt like it was an ad hominem fallacy. It's worse, and I hate bringing up that shit either. I hate all the debate, bro. Like I hate that shit.
was like 5%.
Try to reach the maintenance area. You can climb up from there. And if that doesn't work, you can use the footbridge to your right.
I'm not siding with him.
Watch out for the float jets, unless you intend to get cooked. I'll turn my head low.
Okay.
On the record, everyone should disagree. And that's why I worry when
I think somebody detonated. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I think we both got a super chat. If you could check yours, I got one over
I
here.
hate my last donated 250. Say no bullshit. Thank you, dude. That's great. Thank you.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I got one from Diesel Dave. Looks like a couple of soy boys to me. I think that's from the picture we were looking at.
Yeah. Maybe he's talking about us. Maybe he's talking about us. A couple of soy boys.
Maybe that's us. Maybe it's them. I would agree on the BuzzFeed part. And thank you also to Takasu saying, "Are you guys gonna high five and watch Yowie?" I think that's like that.
We're gonna watch Paul Joseph Watson have a huge circle joke going on.
Yeah, Paul Joseph Watson is my love coming up.
Best hero.
Thanks to that guy. Get back on track. I think the video now. What about your side? I've been asking all those questions. Do you have any other things you were trying to bring up?
Honestly, like, I don't know. I mean, we can talk about the response to you to you as well. Your response to me and my response to you. Because we discussed the original video. My response. We discussed your response to my response and my response to your response to my response.
Yeah, okay. Response section. So basically, for people trying to keep up, BuzzFeed made a video, and then I responded to that video, and then the fuckers responded to my response.
Yes.
And I responded to
my response.
You're only making it worse for yourself. Come out.
Fucking ridiculous.
The response to their response, and then I think Paul Joseph Watson had a response video in the chain there. I got lost in the confusion. But,
I wish I could be debating Paul Joseph Watson now. It would be fucking
Come on out. You're not in trouble.
In the British perspective, and
imagine my shock.
Soy boy.
Yeah.
Okay, so you saw my response. You made a video. I think yours was about a month ago now.
Yeah.
And I waited a while on my end where I was thinking about responding to it, and then eventually it came a few weeks later. What were your thoughts on that? How'd you hear about it? Are you a subscriber to No Bullshit?
No, I'm not subscribed, but I did watch a couple of your videos. No.
Cold-blooded. Okay.
I'm sorry.
But so you saw the response came out right away, right?
Yep, I've seen it when it had like 2K views. It just came out on my recommended because I guess YouTube knows this shit. The YouTube knows what's going on.
What were your initial reactions?
Okay, so my reaction was that you guys so much shit about me when you called me a liberal cuck. It's just like that. Well, of course, I mean, could I blame you for that? Maybe, but I don't know. Because when I had Twitter and stuff like that, and in my videos as well, I've said this a lot of times, that when this whole, U.S. election was going on, I was more siding with Trump, and I did like some of his ideas. I think he's not doing the best job right now, obviously, as a president.
We're being
Some
attacked!
of his ideas and the campaign I did like. What happened to you?
Oh, yeah, right.
Okay.
But yeah, no, I was cool here. Yeah, I hear you. But Trump's
Soup!
I thought it was particularly interesting. Like, you responded to mine right away.
Go, go, go!
Yeah, because
that's like long for you.
Well, honestly, your video didn't feel like you made it in a very long time as well. Your video didn't feel like you took so much time to do it. Did you make your response? You probably made your response to me like one day. So, I really...
No.
Heads down! Keep it together!
I was more just like surprised you had to get yours out right away. And I was just like, I felt like, okay.
Yeah, I thought it was good. It was a good meme to respond to it. It was like...
Yeah, no, and I don't think, I'm not saying you shouldn't, but I'm getting at it is like, I thought maybe you were pissed. I thought you were, I don't know, trying to drive traffic or maybe get your own views. That I'm sure you're trying to do that too, and that's cool. But I think another thing I wanted to add was like I felt like you're trying to send people over to dislike me.
No, not at all. Because actually, the thing is, your video got a shit ton of dislikes even before I made my response. Like, you gotta agree with that, because I was actually surprised to that, because when you made your video, I think before I made my video, your video had like 8,000 views or something like that. You already got like 8,000 by the time I released mine. Yes, your video got flooded with dislikes, and like I don't like the whole herd mentality like thing, mob mentality on YouTube. I don't encourage people to dislike other people's shit, only if they like genuinely disagree with other things. But I get it, people want to support me, and people want to support you. Like, some people probably came from your channel to dislike my video as well. It's understandable. But no, I wasn't trying to send people to dislike the video because, and although the video had, the video already had not the best dislike ratio before I made my video on you. So okay.
Try to reach the main message and climb up from there. And if that doesn't work, you can use the footbridge to your right. Watch out for the floor chairs unless you intend to get cooked. I'll keep my head low.
Not in the sense that I would like humiliate you, but in the sense that like I've seen some people saying that this is petty, like your own subscribers, so you got a lot of dislikes for that, I think, as well. Like, of course, the majority are my subscribers who came along, but I can't really do anything about it.
Honestly, I've had this happen a bunch of times. Like, I'm not like complaining or crying about that. I just thought I was bringing it up because it was like, okay, I made a response, and then you came out with yours like right away, like I don't know, it was like 6 hours later.
Contact!
Yeah, and I just thought, like, let's just get that out of the way. Like, were you pissed? Were you just trying to get in there quick? Or what made you respond right away? Like, you just thought it was so wrong?
I just thought there are some points that I could respond to which would be funny. Like, honestly, like the whole America versus Russia shit was funny, and I was like, I was just like, yeah, I felt like, yeah. Yeah, but as I was saying, I felt like some of the parts of the video were funny, and the fact that you got some people, first of all, you assumed that I decided to do that with Destiny and then become a manifest. It's not the case, right? And,
well, I was saying that, like I said before, in a way, it's kind of easier to say the least, and then you're bringing up Destiny, and until today, now that you've denounced Destiny, before that, it's like, I don't try to put words in the mouth that I hate this. I just have to. Yeah, I don't have what's going on for this. And I think like his argument against Corey says it's kind of stupid.
Well, that would be on.
It's not the reason to maybe hate him as a person. I don't know him. I don't know him.
You agree with my side of that argument that it's
and that is.
Yes, okay, good. So I'm not debating. I felt like okay, well, I felt like in that debate nobody has fucking won because it was like more of like a shit show. It was like, you were just telling himself how to debate, and he was like, I'm not gonna give you...
Okay, on my way.
He was like, I don't really remember it, but it felt like he was going nowhere. The entire debate was going fucking nowhere. So, I felt like you can't really say if anybody won because it was literally going nowhere. So...
Okay. Yeah, and I think,
and because you ended the debate on like, you were like being like saying some dumb shit, like you were like, you're Destiny, I'm a little bitch, and Destiny was like, yeah, I'm a little bitch, and that's like the end of the debate. So like it started with fucking nothing. Nobody's opinions were changed. Nothing went there. Nothing happened.
I love hearing someone else's like explanation of it. Like just get, like I don't know if you got a laugh out of it, but that's how I feel like on his show. It's like you're not really debating. He's just like playing games. You know?
Somebody in the chat is saying it's just like this debate.
Today's debate, yeah. Well, I didn't even want to call it a debate, actually. Like, I know your title says debate, but I don't think, like, I don't really do calls a debate shit anyway, like, regardless. I've jumped in, like, the times I jumped in with Destiny, I was just doing it mostly for fun and to get attention, and it worked. I mean, you're still quoting it, like, a year later, and I got so many, like, memes and,
it's
like,
a good meme. It's a good meme. Yeah, it's a good.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people, I think the main reason I was never pissed off about that, but I just think, like, before I thought, you know, it's like taking those lines seriously sometimes. People have done it way worse than you too. So I think I might have just been more salty because it's happened so many times. Because I think you get it now, but like there are other times where other people on Twitter, they're like, no, you are stone cold serious. Like, you meant this, and they like try to take your jokes seriously. You might have had that happen to you too. I don't know, on another joke or something, on another video.
Can't recall, but probably
yeah. They just like
I felt like you did get pretty triggered about me calling you ugly though. Even though I don't actually think so, I think I just did it so that actually, you know, in a sense, I did it to maybe provoke a response. I actually did not expect you to respond, and I didn't think you would. And actually, I would have not maybe responded to a response if it was just like critiquing most of my points. But the reason that you called me a liberal cuck and that you said the whole Russia versus U.S. shit, and because you assumed I like Destiny and I'm into incest, I was like, this is too good. So this is why I made the response to it. With what?
I think I got under your skin a little bit. You might have got under mine.
Yeah, I think that's why I think so, because the parts where like insult my looks, I felt like it was like I'm getting revenge. I'm gonna roast this guy. Like you called me an inbred something. I don't remember, but yeah, it was funny.
It's still possible, but no, I think I wasn't that triggered. I don't think.
Shit, not good.
I think you know, maybe I was just joking around or like acting more pissed. But another super chat, thanks just me. He says no fuckers is getting loads of super chats at no bullshit fans. Step it up. Asking our side to step it up.
Super chats. No fuckers banging super chats.
Been on a
while. If you wanna donate to the super chat.
Fuck!
Actually, my PayPal is fucked, so
of course you're here.
Super chat is better than PayPal. So I'm just saying. and you can get the message. I wish I could hack today's election in Russia, but I can't. You know, election? Yeah, today. Put in what? Yeah, pretty much. Like, he killed every opposition candidate. Not killed, but he didn't let them. I didn't even go to vote, because, like, couldn't get a vote. There's, like, a huge boycott in Russia right now. Like, a lot of people didn't go vote. So I was like, yeah, fuck Trump.
Hear about it.
You should watch my video about it.
That's kind of funny though, because I felt like another thing, and this is another thing I was trying to come at. The reason I did like the Russia versus America thing is kind of like, okay, this guy is fucking no fucker coming after me. I'm an American. I'm in America. You know, YouTube is America. And I was like, no man, this isn't gonna fly. So I just like threw that shit in your face, bro. I'm like, fuck Russia.
Yeah, I get it. But at that, it was like, I felt like, you know, you kind of do that, but, you know, I'm not like a super patriot that, like, shits on America in my video.
Here's where I want to go, because I feel like this is a good place to take the combo, too, I think. I feel like you like America a lot, dude. You're a fanboy. You're on the American website. You're speaking American English. What else?
Well, somewhat that's British English. Some words that mean, like my accent is mixed of British English.
You're like a Russian. You're like pyro Romanian. I don't know, something like that. But no. Okay, so I was getting at you. You're American. You're American file. We like America. Let's get on the same page there. You're already saying you didn't even vote Russia. Russia has, you know, I didn't even know there was Russian election. But like, I think if we look back, like in 2016, let me ask you, like, was there a lot of hype? Did you know about the American election? Was that like big?
Of course, yeah. Because first of all, I was spending a shit ton of time on Twitter. You know, the reason why I'm so into this is because I've put myself in this American English-speaking side of YouTube since I was a youngin'. You know, it's not because I always, it's not because I'm trying to be like, you called me want to be American. I don't know if that was a joke, but
yeah, dude, I believe that. I think you are, man, not in a bad way.
I don't want to immigrate. Though. I wish Russia could get better. That's what I want. I want this country to, because I think it has potential. but with our leaders, we get fucked in the ass 24/7. But what I'm saying is that yeah, it's because I was put in this like English speaking side of the internet because I've been pretty good at studying English since school and kind of got into it. But I was on Twitter a lot and I was watching. Of course, I was in this whole discussion of the election, and of course in the news we also have a shit ton of news about the election. And I mean, like I think probably if you turn on like I don't know whatever you watch, you probably don't like CNN, do you? But,
No,
yeah.
the worst, dude.
Yeah, but like Fox News.
You've done the same to me.
Fox News is also bad.
You
but,
saw it.
I will.
Yeah, but I mean, if you turn down the news now, you probably could hear about the Russian election.
We press forward.
Yeah. If I looked into it or something, I wasn't paying attention much, like either this weekend, just because the holiday yesterday.
Because like Russia is pretty shit at the moment, but like you gotta admit that it's still like one of the world powers that you need to like.
Oh, dude, Russia doesn't fuck around, and like that's why the competition here is so fierce. It's like we make each other stronger. We're like fighting. We're challenging each other. You're over there training in the snow, and I'm like out here on the beaches, like going up and down, like practicing my arguments, and editing footage, memes.
Yeah, I'm out there hacking elections.
You're hacking.
Shout out to my niggas hacking elections out there.
Picture you just like chopping wood. Like I feel like every Russian at some point is like a chopping wood, and just like.
I don't know what that analogy is. Yeah, driving a lot of.
Remember Rocky 4, like where Rocky's training in the snow? Like he's just like he's got those giant. Like he gets really.
I must break you.
Yeah, that's good, and I think the American stuff. It's a thing. It's just like there's a reason, and people. I want to address one point because I know some people are hating and they're like, oh, don't make fun of his English. He's English as a second language, and that's cool. But I think it's just I would just do that as a joke. It's like I'm not really gonna hate on someone's languages, like a lot of other things that I've joked about. And I'll admit something too. Like while we're on it, like I know it seems like I always say I'm joking, but I think it's just kind of because I
have a question. Joking. I have a question. Did you know my channel before I made the video on you? Like.
No, I never heard.
But how did you find out I'm Russian? From the accents, or did you read like a page about me or something? Or...
You have an accent?
No,
yeah, it was accent, dude. Like
okay,
you sound like
online and in the system.
Like you're a James Bond villain. Like,
well, I don't speak
inside.
like he is.
What is she doing?
Trying to call someone, I think.
Try to listen.
Most Russians have
Do not forget to disarm the alarm.
I don't speak like that.
This is the last time you cross me, Mr. Bond.
Yes. But a lot of people actually are.
危険だと警告された。小田とも連絡が取れないし、何か変だわ。
Recently I started making a lot of like Russian themed videos, but before that a lot of people were really confused because I never used to mention that much that I'm Russian. It's kind of people were like saying that they didn't know I was Russian. They were thinking I'm like from some Scandinavian region, like Finland or some shit like that. I mean, I could see that because the accent could be similar. But yeah,
like East European or like somewhere in the area.
Nico Bellic.
Yeah, I think I just picked up on it. I'm not really sure. It was just pretty obvious. Like, and I think your logo has the Russian flag too.
Yeah. Well, it used to. I think it still does.
Not the logo on this stream, bro.
Yeah. I know.
Goro. All systems jammed. It's now or never.
To the super chat too. A couple questions. Cam in Black says, "No BS. In a serious manner, are you alpha?" Yes, I'm alpha. Dave says, "I don't watch CNN for the same reason I don't watch Good follow.
サブロー様は父のことを口にしないで。
これが俺にできる最後のご奉仕なのです。サブロー様の死について真実を明かすことは、花子様、無礼を働きたくありません。しかし。
I fucked up my setup a little bit, so I can't do it without. I mean, I could do it. Wait a second.
He shot her.
Whatever he did, now we're really fucked.
Knew we couldn't trust him. What happened to keeping him on his leash? We best delta the fuck out of here.
I think this was enough.
How'd you just do it?
I think
a lot of people
Don't want to know, man.
misunderstand
Trust
alpha.
me.
Like they act like alpha has to be like beautiful or like hot and like its attractiveness, but it's really not. Like it's really hardly.
Yeah, I get it. It's about confidence and shit like that, but still, I don't like. Honestly, I can't believe that you can be an alpha if you're like morbidly obese,
for now.
or if you're like a
Lost your fucking mind?
You're like trying to take one. Oh, you think so?
First of all, I'm not morbidly obese.
No, I'm not saying you're morbidly obese, but you're pretty fat. Like I'm not the skinniest guy ever.
Yeah, I'm not the skinniest guy. I never denied that.
You actually commented on my Instagram that I'm fatter than you.
Yeah, dude, you're fat too. I mean, you're just skinny fat right now. Like you're one cheeseburger away from being fat again, dude. Let's just be real.
Yeah, it's because I've lost weight. I've been a bigger fat
I've been
ass.
skinny. I've run marathons. Like I've done the sports stuff. Like I'm not.
Yeah, you got the headband. You got the headband.
Yeah, I got a headband on.
You're gonna go and run 10 kilometers after this. Like,
they don't just give these headbands away to anyone. But no. What I'm getting at is just to clarify the alpha stuff. Like you can be fat and alpha. You could be like any person. Like alpha. Think about fat and alpha. Okay, Tony Soprano, The Godfather. All kinds of like gangsters and badasses. Like it doesn't matter.
It's because they have they have power, and they have a shit ton of money. Okay.
Yeah.
But
for sure.
I don't think you have I don't think you have power or a shit ton of money.
Okay. Well, you keep
Wait,
turning
no.
back on me.
Okay.
You're
Look.
not doing your video. Not doing your video. Quit trying to,
No. I need to ask. Do you actually Can you unironically say that you are an alpha? Do you think so? Unironically, or no?
That's what I'm saying. I said yes. Like I'm saying, like in like the basic sense. Like I'm not trying to say, oh, I'm alpha dog. Like I don't think I'm like this big cocky fighter, but I think I'm just like in the basic sense. Like when you're talking about confident or just like like the way that I was getting at alpha in general is it's just more about like confidence, independence, like not like always looking to other people and that kind of stuff. I mean, I could get more into it. I'm not trying to.
But no, you didn't give me a yes or no. Do you think so?
Almost got trapped.
I'm just curious.
I look okay to you? We're about to go live.
I said yes already a bunch of times.
Okay. So you are red pill.
3. Hey, stay out of the shot.
That's different. Dude, I didn't say that.
Let's do it again.
That was another thing.
It's not that different, honestly.
3, 2,
well, red pill
1.
is a whole other thing too.
This
like,
is Jillian Jordan of N54 News coming. Hey, stay out of the shot.
Yeah, well, I can see that. I would say I'm conservative, of course. But red pill isn't right. Like, there's like a bunch of sides to red pill. I just say that shit like that's a fucking meme, dude. Like anyone that says red pill or has red pill in their name, I actually called out Coach Red Pill on this a few times. But
I know it's pretty cringy. It's like you know red pill philosophy.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like the dude who said that net neutrality is bad and that it's good that it got repealed.
No, I know. Yeah, I saw that.
I made a video about
that's
that.
What I'm thinking. Like red pill. That's why I say it too. Like, okay, I know it still sounds like backtracking, but like it's like I was saying about the alpha stuff. Like, it's one of those topics. Now that I have a chance to explain more, like I wouldn't normally go into this in a video because it's like giving away the joke, But what it is like if you say alpha or beta, people get triggered and they get cringe and then they start coming at you for that. And I've had it happen so many times. I mean, I think that's a lot of part of the reason.
I just think that when a person calls himself an alpha, and ironically, it's cringy as fuck. Like I think real alpha males don't have to say that. They don't have to say, "Oh guys, I'm an alpha male. Suck my cock."
Of course. It's like the king doesn't have to say he's king. That kind of stuff.
So that's why I use that clip. Like first of all, I still think it's cringy that you really think you're an alpha male, and like I mean I'm not trying to give you a badge or anything, but I'm just saying that it's still cringy. Like I don't know. Like I'm not gonna call myself an alpha male because like I'm probably not. I'm like between alpha and beta, something like that. Just a normal regular dude.
I think
that's what it is.
Borderline you're on the deck. You could be a lesbian.
Oh yeah, you think so? Well, I should immigrate.
You seem to like them a lot. I mean, you defended them, and you said they're attractive and masculine.
Well,
I mean, do you think you would fit in there with BuzzFeed?
I didn't want to work at BuzzFeed. I don't know if you got that repeated.
But no, I think there's a difference. Like I was saying, this person simply asked if you think you're alpha. To me, it's almost just like saying you're confident or something like that. You're just like you're not.
Well, just say you're confident.
Well, I would.
Hey, do you
But
have a moment?
alpha,
Need to talk?
alpha shit, like saying
I'm
alpha
on
is
for a
cringy.
moment.
That's what I'm saying.
Can you come by the
I
camp?
never say that.
I have a problem.
You did. You did.
No.
On my way.
I know it's confusing.
Thanks. That's good to hear.
Are
Give
you
me a
alpha?
little more intel.
And then
What's
I
your grief?
responded to that.
Well,
and then you asked me again.
would be better
So
Let me
that's why I was
guess.
saying it. I'm not
Saul,
coming out and saying,
right?
Yeah, but I wasn't sure if your response to the super chat was ironic again, because you could just
No,
be
I'm
like,
not saying it like unprovoked. Like if people ask though, in the simplest terms, like I was saying, like it's just like a dude. It's like, are you the Rick
See you
from
soon.
The Walking Dead, like the leader type for the group, or are you that Asian dude who he hooks up with the hot chick?
I actually haven't watched The Walking Dead, but I get it. You could do a parallel Breaking Bad. I have watched that.
Yeah, and then what I was getting at before, like I was saying with Red Pill and with Alpha Beta stuff, like when you say that as a joke, it's so, I just think it's hilarious. Like first of all, and I think it's hilarious like when people like you or someone will bring it up and they'll be like, oh my god. And it's especially like a troll moment when you get like your haters clipping you, and then like that clip from Destiny from so long ago still gets like recycled out all over there. Like I think that's a win for me. Like I got people talking about it. I got people making responses. Like we got this response loop going here. I know like people still disagree or think I'm stupid or whatever, but at the same time, it's just like there's still people watching. And like for example, like
so
we were talking about.
You're saying you just throw out outrageous shit to provoke a response, like you're saying that the comments I'm an alpha male was made to like provoke a response or to troll Destiny, basically.
I mean, in that one, it was definitely, I was just fucking with Destiny, and then, I mean, I said, like you quoted, like I said I was a red-pilled alpha motherfucker, like, welcome to the gun show. You know, like, I was just going at him with just in my head, I was just like, what's the most over-the-top fucking, dumbest shit I could say?
Yeah, but still, the parts about challenging society was not ironic, right? Because you're saying your point is that you don't have to be skinny, athletic to be an alpha, and as well, you saying that you challenge society by being fat yet being an alpha. Is that not you do agree with that?
Say
it's not ironic, right? I just need to figure it out. It's not that it's points I'm trying to make. I'm interested.
I'm with you. I'm trying to explain it too, because there are layers to different things. But no, specifically, yeah, deep. My comedy is really deep. No, not that. But that other one, I just find that separate. Like that was a line, like because it wasn't really related to the alphabet. Like the other thing you're talking about. At one point, I was like, yeah, I buck society's doors. Right? Being a badass, and I don't give a shit about my weight. Like I said that over the top, like theatrically as a joke. Like I was fucking with Destiny.
Hey, do you have a moment?
Need to talk?
I mean, no longer moment. Can you come by the camp? I have a problem.
On my way.
Phew, thanks. That's good to hear. Give me a little more intel. What's your grief? Well, it would be better to...
Let me guess. Saul, right?
Know me well.
Like I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're saying
See you soon.
Well, I get it, yeah, but
You know what I mean? Like it comes from a place where
you're saying it doesn't like get under your skin. People call you fat.
No.
I mean, when you're a YouTuber, you really become like you really don't give a shit about insults anymore because you get them hundreds by the day. Like every single YouTuber gets shit on.
You probably
so
get more. You must get more. Like
because I'm ugly. Yeah.
You sound dumb.
Makes sense.
I meant that because you have a bigger channel. That's what I meant.
Yeah,
I
know.
More comments.
Yeah.
And but yeah, like it's like no, totally. Like that's the thing about YouTube too. Like a lot of people don't realize this. I've talked about this on a few other shows because I've done like debate stream stuff like this before. I'm actually sometimes I'm less serious than this. Like we're actually having a good conversation. We're talking, we're kind of explaining some of the jokes too. So this is, I think this is interesting insight for a lot of people that are watching. Thanks for tuning in.
How to be comedic geniuses like ourselves.
Yeah.
Take notes,
how to trick the world into thinking you're original. But no. I think
when you troll, it's Despacito style.
Trolling 101. No, but like you were saying, okay, now I remember. It was these insults and these like response videos and these Twitter comments. Like it's so many. There's hundreds of comments a day, thousands on your videos, and I'm just learning to get past that. Like I don't care about haters and all that bullshit. And you have to have that. There's like certain personalities that can actually do this kind of shit. I'm not gonna say I'm like the best or anything, but like there's like definitely people like that I've heard of that quit YouTube or they give up on it because of reasons like that. Like they just can't handle the comments. They just can't handle like maybe making fun of their their accent or something like that kind of shit. Certain people, and you have to have that kind of mentality, be a performer kind of mentality, like almost like an actor or a singer, where you kind of have that separation, things like that. I think it's true. So to wrap it around back to the other comment, like when I was saying that stuff, like I'm just saying that Destiny streams are always the fuck around. I just like to fuck with that guy. He's hilarious.
I mean, yeah, it's like I don't know if you know, but I've had a shit ton of like drama with Keemstar. You're familiar with Keemstar, right? And I used to always a while back. Yeah, because me and Keemstar, I made like quite a few videos on him, and he always took like, I didn't actually try to bait him. I was just giving actual criticism, but he always used to get so mad, and I used to call him like a wife beater and shit like that, and he would get so mad, it would be insane. So yeah, it does work. Like you and Destiny is like me and Keemstar, like the OTP, the perfect pairing for people to ship.
Yeah, and it's like way more toxic. It's like way more toxic than this for sure. Where you're just like you legitimately are like hating each other.
No, actually, I legit hate Keemstar. Like I'm not trying to say I'm ironic about it. I do not like him very much.
Yeah, that's
very. There's like not one person I really hate on YouTube except Keemstar, probably. Like I don't even hate like Jake Logan Paul. I think they're just memes. But Keemstar is genuinely a trash human being. Like he's probably gonna like make comments of this like this and shit.
Yeah, we can make the drama alert.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't been on drama alert like in fucking a year, and I'm scared as well. So.
I've never been, so maybe we could just.
Yeah, this stream is actually a ploy for me to get more of my name.
Yeah, I'm trying to piggyback on the no fuckers. I mean, no fuckers bullshit. It's kind of we're just like we're born in separate countries, but that was another thing too that I was gonna say. I don't want to kiss each other's asses because people don't like that, but there was like a lot of people commenting, and I think this is more. We've found more common ground now because people were saying like, oh, you agree with him more than you think. Like you and no bullshit, no fucker shouldn't be fighting. Like so many comments, and this was like
Judy,
before. Like I mean, I still haven't caught up on it.
Can you come over, Steph?
All your videos, but it was like I was just like, oh, we agree on stuff because at first it was just like focusing on the one video, and then people were like, oh yeah, he likes Trump. You're saying you like Trump, and then you're like I've made jokes.
Well, this is not a political debate, and so But at the same time, this is like way less hostile than if I were to like talk with, I don't know. I actually can't think of who I could debate on YouTube. I could probably debate Keemstar. I'd love to talk to Onision because he's just such a legend, like such a fucking meme. It's crazy. I don't know if you're familiar with Onision, but he's fucks.
Yeah, of course. I've seen
and like I think that's it. Probably
we should have him on. We can do another round of this Cold War commentary, Cold War Part 2 or something.
I don't really think you should be on Onision's team. He's from your country, but I don't really think you should be on his team. Not the best idea.
No, probably not.
Yeah.
I don't know about that or Keemstar, the other guys, but I do like having these streams, and like I'm glad that we tried it out. We're probably gonna start winding down. We're at about an hour now. I'm gonna read a few super chats. We'll bring up any final.
It's because the fact is that actually, actually, here's the thing I want to talk about is that Which also I find really funny is that you always, like, when I watch the Destiny debates, you always used to, like, make a point that Destiny didn't finish college and therefore he's intellectually less superior to you. Was that ironic or was it serious? Because you know, in your response to me, you also called me a college dropout, implying that even if I was, does that make me dumber than you? Like, I'm not a dropout. I'm on my 3rd year right now out of 5.
I know. Someone told me I missed that. I do. You're still in college, so that's something. I'll admit something was wrong there. But no, I think the reason I do that to Destiny, I'm glad you asked, and is because, dude, the reason I do that is because people bring this up too. They're always like, you brag about your college degrees. Like,
yes.
Why are you always
I feel like it's funny because you're like, you can't debate for shit, bro. You're dumb. You didn't even graduate college, bro.
No, but that's not it at all, dude. Like, that's the thing. Okay, I only brought those up in a specific situation. Mm-hmm. Like, I wasn't trying to brag about college. I was in this weird debate with Destiny, and I like saying debate with Destiny because it makes it sound more dramatic. Trust me, guys, it's not as cool as it sounds. He has a screen name of a black stripper I met one time in southern Mississippi, but let's not go there. Let's go back in the debate. You know, he sets these up as these like academic, like he acts like there's like a winner and a loser, and he thinks he's doing this like serious conversation, like that's his whole show. And that the reason I bring up the college stuff is because I have degrees from university. Like, I went to school. Like, I'm not trying to say I'm the smartest guy in the world, but in that situation, I'm gonna be like, dude, Destiny,
you're
you don't even
trying
know how
to say how Destiny is, like, he thinks too high of himself and he takes it too seriously.
Yes.
Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, exactly. And I'm trying to tell him.
Like, myself,
dude,
I don't think YouTube debates should be taken super seriously unless it's like life or death, and you've been like, unless you like actually hate the person you're talking to. Because if I was to debate with Keemstar, then I would like really prepare. Like, I would write down shit I have to talk about. I would think of points I could make, and I did think of a couple points I could make before, and we already discussed all of it. But I didn't really have any preparation because I just wanted to settle down and have this little talk. And it's not like, but yeah, the whole college comments, it was funny, and I thought it was cringy.
No, I think it's funny, and it's hard to suss it all out because you kind of have to watch that debate and see how the tenor's going and see what the tone is and that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. But the only reason I bring that up, and it is a common misconception. Like, people will bring up that college line I do all the time. They're like, "Why are you bragging about college? What's your degree? Blah blah blah." And I'm just like, no, okay. I specifically brought it up there because, dude, Destiny, I've done debates. Like, I've been to debates and watched them. Like, I've seen legitimate performances and stuff with like academics, and he pretends he's doing that, but he has no clue. I'm like, dude, you don't even know. Like, you didn't even go to college. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Destiny. Well, so that's the only instances I would bring that up.
Because like the whole thing with debates is that, like, at the end of the day, it's just YouTube, just a bunch of like retards who are just battling with each other. Like, when we're talking about debates, it's like, even like presidential debates on TV, it's just fucking ridiculous. Like, look at what Trump, like, look at the Trump and Hillary debates. Or if you actually take a look at what, here's a relevant thing, is that like the prior election debates in Russia, one of the candidates like splashed water on another candidate's face during the debate.
Wow.
So it's like, when we talk about that
so
shit,
Russian.
Yes.
Sounds super badass.
Yes.
That's a debate I would watch. Yeah, there's like different forms.
So like, I'm just saying that taking debates too seriously is dumb. Yeah. But I don't really think you should. I think, yes, if you want to just ridicule Destiny because he's your opponent and you want to make fun of him, that's valid. But at the end of the day, I don't think that having a college degree or not having it makes you better at debate. And it doesn't make you smarter.
Sure, it does. Of course it does. No, that's the thing. Like, okay, so first of all,
well, I'm in college and they don't teach us debate then. So like,
well, you're I don't know what your degree or what you're studying.
Linguistics, like I'm studying Chinese and translating, basically translating.
Yeah, no, it's not a typical topic. It would depend on like where you're at or what school you're at and all kinds of stuff. I think maybe the part you were getting wrong was I wasn't really saying it should be a serious debate. I saw that Destiny was doing that, and I've seen other channels do it too. Like, they try to act like they're doing these serious debates, and I see them presenting as that, and I'm calling them out. Like, I'm not trying to say it should be more college-like. I'm just saying, look, dude, you don't even know what the fuck's going on.
You were thinking?
You're not even, like, educated. You can't, like, conduct
She tried to enable her tracker.
So, in that situation, yeah, and I'll agree. It's another thing.
I mean, I think Destiny is not
you
bad at
kidnap
debating on
Hanako
the stage. I think his points,
and offer
like,
her
he
a
had
cup
no,
of fucking
he
tea?
didn't have. Okay,
yes,
so I think with
she
his debate with
respectfully
John Tron, for
declined.
example, he was not that bad. Destiny. I did watch that debate as well because it was like huge. You know, I'm not a fan of Destiny. I just watched that because the John Tron debate was like fucking huge.
Perhaps
and John Tron was like being called a Nazi or some shit. So,
well, dude, that's where I started with him too. Like, that's when I first saw that guy's channel, Destiny, was when he did JonTron, and then I did a video about it, and then he challenged me onto his stream. So that's like how I got wrapped into it. That was about a year ago now. I think it was like last.
Yeah. But I'm saying is that, well, I don't know. Like, maybe it depends on your major, but from my experience, like, I wouldn't have better skills at debating, because maybe they're just not what they would teach in Russia or in my major. Because I didn't really have. I did have a thing, which was I did have like a debate in my uni, but there was a debate about World War II. I think something that was being organized, and I think some people from my faculty they went there, but I didn't because I was like busy with schoolwork or some shit. But yeah,
right. It is super niche. Like, the only thing I just saw like a few things. I think I might have had it in one class.
My word means shit to you.
But mostly it would just be like there would be debates at school. Like, you hear about some discussion about.
Shut up, Goro.
I can't remember the
We're
ones I went
supposed
to,
to
but
be
I know
honest.
they have ones
Well,
about
that's what I'm being.
politics or religion conference or something, like just like regular university
Fine.
events.
Maybe I am just a
my main
two-bit
point
thief, but I'm the
was
two-bit
just
thief
to
that
shit
stole
on
that fucking relic
in
off
that
you.
situation that
Slaughtered
person
it
I
in,
was
took a
streaming
bullet
with,
to the
but
brain,
I
died.
would never like normally bring that up. Like, it's like I was saying, I'm not gonna bring that up right now.
Now I'm
not gonna
stuck with
say
Johnny
I'm alpha.
fucking
I'm not gonna say I'm
Silverhand in there, and I'll do anything to get him out.
Like, for most part.
So I got exactly nothing.
Technically, you're talking to not only college undergraduate, you're also talking to
your brother committed
currently as well. So
we can
red-pilled alpha male college graduate.
That's me. That's me.
Bucking society's trends. Super handsome. We're getting there. We're getting some good stuff. Let me catch up on my super chats while I got them. I got Johnny A says in Russia, Putin is the only alpha male. That's a good point. I think Putin's pretty alpha.
He's alpha.
Anyways, he's an evil alpha.
Yes.
It's like a Tony Soprano. Let's see. Diesel Dave says, hand out some wrenches, bro. I could do that next time. I guess they want wrenches in the chat. I think my chat's kind of like cancerous right now. Like,
my chat is ridiculous. Yeah, it's like
a lot of stuff.
Don't move. I could probably do like slow chat, but honestly, I don't want to like go into the settings right now and shit like that.
Yeah, and I think we're getting close to the end here, so I just want to get through the chats we have. If you guys do want to ask any more super chats or final thoughts or questions in the audience,
Can't leave him back there.
Forget a guy's toes. Unless you want to wind up like
I want to actually look at some questions. I need to open up my super chats separately, but I'm gonna do that.
I have
probably.
the window. I gotta view it. Last one I think is Chicken Bow. They donated. Appreciate that. They said, I don't know who Destiny is, but here's some money. Much appreciated. Thank you everyone for tuning in too. We'll do some final thoughts. We're just past an hour. Good stuff so far. I think we still have our maybe a few disagreements. Not as much bloody sports as we predicted. Not as hostile, but still good.
No, I didn't think it would be hostile because like I have the only reason I made the video was because I just seen some shit you said and I thought it was cringy and I was like, this guy, like you the way with a lot of those comments you make, like the college shit and the alpha shit and this whole thing, it makes you look like you're being very cocky and shit like that, and I was just thinking I could do that. A video on that making fun of it, and I didn't expect this to be hostile because, I mean, you're not Keemstar. I mean, you got the Keemstar beard going on, but
I'm trying to get my beard going, but Yeah, no, I think it was just like initial misunderstanding, and then my main point, like I was to reiterate a little bit more, is just that the stuff you're talking about, like the qualms, like they're not really from my channel or my videos. Like you're not really pulling quotes from the BuzzFeed video or another video I made. You're not disagreeing with my take on Dunkirk.
Let me take a second to. I got a super chat. I uploading this to YouTube. Sure. It's gonna be. I'm not uploading it. It's just gonna be up automatically, whole recording after the stream ends. So yeah.
You can rewatch these on either channel. It'll be up. On there. But the thing I was getting at is like you brought up those comments again, and it's all from this stream from like a year ago, and I think that was the main reason I wanted to respond to you too, because I had other people make these videos, and they always are quoting things that like aren't from my videos, and I'm just like, hey, like, okay, maybe if you want to be more honest with that, you could say I did some shitty debates a year ago, but you can't say, oh, I have like a terrible channel based off of that. Like there's
I have a super chat saying Alpha's room disproven by Adam ruins everything.
Oh yeah, I did that video. I reviewed that video. That was a really bad one.
I do like the Adam ruins everything series, but on that one, I don't know if I agree completely. Like college humor is not bad.
Like bullshit roundabout reasoning that. Like essentially, it's this common thing where they want to just like pretend alpha and beta like doesn't exist, and it's just like it's kind of complicated where they like go around and try to make it like, oh, there's not even really alphas or betas at all, but they kind of have to ignore the stuff like kind of the stuff we were talking about earlier where it's just more about like a confident person versus like a submissive person. Like it's not necessary. You can't say that's not true. There's obviously like confident people and follower people, but they try to do that because that actually comes back to the reason Adam ruins everything, and other people try to say those terms don't exist. It's just because they're so triggered by them. They're like, no, that's not even a real thing. Like, how dare you say that? And that's the kind of stuff that just makes me want to be like, I'm an alpha motherfucker. You fuck you beta. Like I just want to come at them harder because they go like that.
Classic.
That's how we got here.
Yes. Yeah, I get it. But yeah.
So last call, I see Anthony had a donation. That's awesome. We appreciate that. Anthony got $5. Diesel Day says a ton of spam.
I got people in the chat saying this is not a debate. Why are they so nice to each other? For fuck's sake.
I know. I think the
fuck you, Noble.
Yeah, man. Fuck Russia. America wins every time. God bless America. United States. Putin for president. Again and again and again.
Yeah, that's actually an insult for me. That Putin is good. That's an insult.
Yeah,
to myself.
I'm pro Putin.
Stay together. We stay alive.
Sad exclamation mark.
Sad emoji face. I think that's good. I think we were pretty close to ending there.
Yeah.
Thanks everybody for tuning in. I see your little Russian flag. Nice try. I'm wearing red, white, and blue. America's still winning this.
Oh, that's what it was. That's what it was. The red is for like the American flag color.
Yeah, I tried. I don't have an American
because
shirt
when I see this shit, it's like I assume that it's done to cover up with like a receding hairline. Like
my hair is really going back. I'm trying to cover it up, and I also want to look cool and young because I know your audience is a bunch of young hip. Go-getter 20-year-olds.
13-year-olds.
Yeah, so I want to look cool to them, and I hear headbands are cool, so that's where we are. That's what we did. If you guys want to discuss more about this in the comments after the videos, make sure you hammer it out. Let's say who win. End of the day, we still got no bullshit versus no fuckers. One commentator responding to another. Commentary, Cold War. Any final thoughts from you, buddy?
I think it was great. I'm glad at least I figured out the stuff that you said about the whole. Even though I still think that the whole alpha red pill shit, I'm still not fully convinced.
Don't you fucking dare float off!
Not now. Meant.
Come on, gotta get the fuck out of the city.
sort of backtrack it. But I mean,
you're not fully on board. I think you're coming around. I think we'll get you a subscriber, get a subscription to No Bullshit, and you'll see what we're working with over here. Give it a chance. Give peace a chance.
They make these motels especially for royal fuck-ups like us.
Your channel and my live stream.
AC's busted, dirty needles under the
Yeah, I
mattress,
owe you one.
clogged.
I'll send some of my people over too. Everybody check out No Fuckers, No Bullshit.
No, for real. Who fucking comes here to sleep?
Check out No Fuckers.
We're a couple miles
check
outside.
out the betas, the no
Someone
betas
leaving town
versus
just keeps
the
driving.
no bullshit
Somebody
alphas.
going there sleeps in the damn
yeah,
city.
it's alpha versus beta.
What good's a motel in the middle of
People
nowhere?
vote in comments or
I was being ironic.
Johnny.
Yeah, just kidding. But yeah, dude, let's do another one. Maybe we'll set up that Keemstar stream sometime. We'll do one with Rice Gum. We'll get some more.
I think we're too irrelevant for that one.
Dude, I could host it though. I have a college degree, so I know exactly how debates work.
I don't think Rice Gum has a college degree. Like, he can barely speak English. Like, he's actually worse than mine. So.
Yeah. We'll just hammer this out. We'll squash
your
the beat
gonk mouth.
one day next time. Thanks everybody for tuning in. Great show. Thanks for coming on. No Fuckers. Thanks for having me on.
Are you gonna actually end your stream now, or you're gonna keep streaming after we like? Or you wanna hang up and maybe because I want to read out some shits on my.
Okay.
Anyone knocks,
sure, I'll stop my stream if you want to keep going. Go ahead.
No, not really. I'm just saying it's because I have actually classes tomorrow and shit, so I can't stay there for like 3 hours. So,
Cool. I'm gonna sign off then. Cheers, everybody. Have a great day. See y'all next time.
Fuck. Just one.
Okay.
Finger on the trigger.
Okay, mine's ended. I was just trying to
Oh, you were saying okay. I thought you were saying bye to me. No, I'm still going. Yeah, but
okay.
I mean, I guess we could wrap it up if you want to.
Yeah.
Wrap it up, then.
Yeah. I swear, that sounds like a whole different voice when you get all close. But yeah, do your thing. I'll go ahead and hang up, but if you want to finish up or whatever, thanks again for having me on, coming on, and all that good stuff.
I said, who's there?
So, I actually don't know if I should hang up on you and read something, or if I should, because, like, I have not that much experience with live streaming, honestly. So.
Finally.
You got your super chats up?
That on the wall, is that
read those at the end.
Yeah.
You got the link.
Knock the last star off this stuff.
I'm getting super chats in, like, Finnish language for some
you were
reason.
saying, got a message?
Yeah, dude, I see one, like, what the
right
fuck
here.
You got, like, a rupee?
No, that's Russian. That's Russian rubles.
What'll
That's
start?
Russian. Okay. So 200. I can buy like 2 energy drinks for that.
I got one. Sir Criticos, $20 says, "Boy, Roman got here late. Are you uploading this on YouTube?" I think you read that one.
Yeah. I said so. Yeah, it's gonna be up once the stream is over.
I must make one thing clear.
But yeah, I guess we could
still
wrap it up.
think
I'm
you are
gonna
mad,
probably end my stream
Monaco?
as well because
That you?
But I can fool myself no longer.
I got shit to do tomorrow. We got dreams and stuff, you know, just like Hannibal Buress said on the Eric Andre show.
So now that you know and believe, what's
next?
next?
I guess we're gonna sign off. Shout outs to all the players who did join the live stream. Shout outs to everybody who donated. If you donate, we charge back. Fuck you. And
you are
thank you so much for joining. And I might stream in the future. Maybe play a video game or something.
Decided
crazy because I haven't played a video game in like 10 months.
You're in no position to set conditions.
Hopefully everybody enjoyed the show,
what if
the debates, and I'll see you in the next one.
Have to send a swarm across east to do that. This here, talking, is because you're alone. We don't have anyone else you can turn to.
This is true. So what are your terms?
Want to know everything you know about
nothing
Mikoshi?
about video games, I took it to be a cartoon that's guessing.
Mikoshi?
Sometimes
One of my father's flagship projects.
Tier moons that are now
A data fortress with servers situated on orbital stations all around Earth. Think of it as an archive of personality constructs, digitized psyches.
Try a prison.
A matter of perspective.
I wonder if any of
In
you
any
have a
case,
problem
that is not
just
where
for
you
that.
will
Let's
find
play it again.
salvation. Not without extensive knowledge of the relic and the construct creation procedure.
Frame by frame of the dragon preparing to do this.
Track down your runaway. Hellman was hiding under King Tao's way.
Wait, you can't. It's already happened.
We chatted. Think sooner or later the engram will completely consume me. Process can't be stopped.
A surprisingly deterministic conclusion for a man of science.
At the very least, got my hands on the relic schematics. Got detailed information about its inner workings, project tech documentation.
All useful. Even more so given that Hellman is still alive. I will contact him and explain that one does not leave Arasaka by the back door.
Managed to make contact with Alt Cunningham.
The Cunningham?
The very same who invented Soul Killer, using her own modified version now.
That should be more than useful.
That's about the extent of what we got. What now?
This is why visual fidelity, while not always that crucial to gameplay, still matters. It's also why the clarity of an art style is far superior to
Let us meet in person. At Embers, in the city center. It is discreet.
In a disruptive way for this information.
Just remember one thing. From now on, we both must exercise extreme caution.
The shoot button, the bullets just appear without X-raising his buster gun. Imagine if jumping used the same run animation and just slid the character model up and then down with the exact same momentum and arc of the original jump and just the
Well, that's my job done.
Imagine if the sword slash in Hollow Knight had its damage effect area disconnected from the slash animation and it was shifted far above or
I think I'd rather had a wave of sucker
from where the visual information was telling you that the attack should appear.
Got what we wanted. Don't tell me that proxy got to you.
Fuck you.
Come on, think about it. Yesterday, Hanukkah was living in a world that was completely safe for her. Know what she got on her hands now? Foreign city, a homicidal brother, and a fucking thief. That's why she sent a proxy. She's alone.
Most games have
and
this
she's
satisfying
shitting
period
herself
committing
more than
actions
we
to
are.
an extension of your muscle memory. Even games that are just menus, you can memorize that too, and you can just flip through them so much more naturally than you were at the beginning. Similar to how you
Sound of her attaching her leash.
Your real life body. You just do it. And some of the best parts and levels and boss fights in games can be that process shrunk down to a quick blast of that learning period to struggling, to recognition, to improvement, to mastery, to being able to do it without really thinking about it. Witcher 2 commits so many crimes against this idea. Animations don't match. Animations don't play. Effects are completely disconnected from them. When I watched back any fight I did in the game, I could find some of these problems and clip them out in Adobe Premiere. Any fight. Every fight. I could add a whole hour to this video from just letting all of these short clips play, but I won't do that. That wouldn't be worth the move. Fuck off. World of Warcraft is a game you're probably familiar with. Just in case you
What's
want,
up?
here's a
Got a few more words about
how
that
combat works in that
porcelain cunt.
Select targets and toward it to clear range to use your attacks. If you're a melee class, your models will have to be close to touching. If you're a range class, this could be anywhere within 40 yards, assuming you haven't kicked each again since I last played. We used to about 35 for the first two expansions.
You ain't dying yet.
Will also use an auto attack ability that you can typically start by right-clicking on the enemy or using a skill to turn range. And then you have a selection of those types of abilities you can add options to as you level up throughout the time of the game. For the sake of a clear example, and for a class that I used to play in the game,
that smells the sea breeze.
The job of this class and role is to keep enemies onto you by using
Pacific's
your abilities
beautiful
to make
this
yourself
time of
appear
day.
threatening to them, so the rest of your party can focus on dealing damage, and so your healer only has to really worry about healing you. Most abilities you have in the game do not need to be aimed, and even when they do, they will cover a wide area of effect.
Almost.
Aiming is done by having the enemy selected as your target. Then, if you're close enough, using the ability will cause it to happen just like that. An animation on your character will play.
Old hotel, the Pistis Sophia, where her sole guests right now.
Numbers will be checked to see if you missed or
wanted to show you something.
Or dodged or
Come on.
parried or dealt a critical hit, and so
Why?
The key
Why
difference
bring me
about
here?
this kind of combat, which is typically called
Give me a minute.
combat,
You'll
because
see.
of, well, all the bars involved with it, and selecting your abilities for multiples of them that stretch over the screen.
Couldn't
and how
just
it also
leave you
drives
there,
your
could
drinking.
I?
The key difference is that the animations are
Nice
only
to be
here for
behind the wheel
flavor,
again.
and this is
Honestly,
one of the
never
only
felt
systems
better.
I can think of
Like
where
in my
this
life.
is preferable. Because there's no aiming involved or actual clashing of character models and weapon models to determine the results of combat actions, this is the best choice for this system. A protection warrior might have multiple enemies aggroed onto them, and having the animation of blocking and parrying each
each individual hit as they come in, while also
Did you want to pop
play
the
out
pill?
attack animations too, which can interrupt each
Cool
other as
your
they
crone.
overlap.
If I'd wanted full control, I'd have taken it already.
I'm not here
Lots
to say that
earlier.
World of Warcraft has excellent combat or anything, but as massively multiplayer online games go, it does have its merits when it comes to cooperative play.
Derailed your plan in the nick of time.
Big raids.
And I think fear of death's got you spewing misdirected anger.
Are just being mined or paired separately to the effects of abilities and stat checks. Hopefully the pairing of the two are synchronized well, but usually when that happens, it's a happy accident.
Climb through the window. Can manage that,
In the same genre
I think.
that did this poorly. Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic that came out several years after World of Warcraft. At launch, some animations took priority over effects. So you would use a blaster volley ability and then try to do a grenade throw, for example.
You wanted to know why I brought you here. There's a hidey hole where I'm standing. Open it. Empty it.
I'm simulating that issue here in this footage, by the way, because when I dive back into the game to record this clip, it seems as though they fixed it all these years later, but I only played it for a few minutes, so I can't say for sure. Anyway, viewed this way, you can see the problem. The animations were adding extra on-use time to the effects that
belong to you now.
Say an ability that's meant to have a duration of 1 second up to a second.
Imagine we're deployed together, fighting in a war, side by side. Would you take a bullet for me?
I would. Yeah.
Tags belong to a man who sacrificed his life for mine in Mexico. Been thinking about our predicament. Want to be clear. I will do you no wrong. When the time comes, it'll be my life for yours. I'll agree to get wiped. Tags are proof of my promise.
Because the gameplay is always online and has so many people playing at once, but for the most part, it's simply the case that the game wasn't built for anything else in mind.
Thanks.
The players are used to it, the developers are too, it's considered normal, and this
You
is a
seriously considering Haneko's offer?
So take any fight, for example, that makes circles appear on the ground that will deal damage when a slow-moving projectile
Not yet,
lands in it.
but I got a request. Adam Smasher. Fucker who got the better of me. Whatever happens to me, I want him zero, gone, tossed into the wind as mulch.
Symbolize an incoming melee strike on some enemies.
That your dying wish? Revenge?
It's more than that, and I'll need you to take Rogue with you. It's important to me, and it's just as important for her.
Helpful effects that work in the same way in this game. Witcher 1 functioned just like this, and without a complete overhaul of the system, I think that's a good thing. Imagine how horrendous it would be to play if only
Not
this was
sure
changed
Rogue's
and
the
nothing else.
sentimental
Awkwardly moving Geralt into position to make sure his
Bitter
style
bitch
sword
these
spins
days,
are
said it
physically
yourself.
connecting with each
And it
target
has
and
been a
having your
while.
attack flows interrupted
So
every
I'll
time
jog
you
her
parry or
memory
dodge.
myself.
The whole game would need an overhaul or even
You'll drop the pills from Misty, and I'll steer the ship for a bit.
Not at all excited about this plan. Realize that, right?
It doesn't look like it, but
Just gonna
Witcher
have a
2
quick chat
is
with
mostly
Rogue
the
about
same
Smasher.
way, and the
Then I'm
problems
out,
here
I
are
promise.
extreme. The game doesn't make it clear what kind of combat system it
Need to
uses
know
because I don't
exactly what
think
you
even
plan to
CD
do.
Projekt fully knows.
I'll tell Rogue the truth. See if she's willing to help.
Just busted out of soul prison. Check out my new ass.
All I gotta do is mention Smasher. Serve him up on a platter. Muse over the old days. Easy.
Defensive options and direct enough input control, but underneath
I'll
all
do
that,
this for you.
it's hotbar
Appreciate
combat.
it, thanks.
Look at these
Take me to the
examples. I'm within melee
afterlife.
range of these
Promise,
enemies. Geralt
you
is so
won't
close,
regret
he's about
this.
to get a romance card
Feeling
from them.
better.
I'm using attacks
Should
and the
get
sword
going.
is
Still feel a sharp something near your heart.
Doubt that's
The
ever
damage
going
isn't
away.
being dealt. Why not? Because the hotbar system doesn't have a target selected, so these attacks have no effects tied to them because there's no target to send
The Hotel Pista Sophia.
The effects
That right?
can't exist without the reality of a target.
Good place to
Geralt is
die.
just fancily mining
Just
hits
not
here.
today.
He's playing through empty animations. I can also move much more freely than usual as I'm attacking here. I also need to point out that the lock-on icon isn't always necessary to be locked on. Geralt can sometimes pick a target and attack it without this visual aid. It's not clear if this is a display bug or not, but it's something that you can feel happen as you play. There's a strong magnetic tug toward the enemy when you hit attack if you're locked on, and it's noticeably absent if you're not. What I typically want out of an action game is that the animation itself is the attack. The weapon or the monster appendage has a collider shaped around it that roughly matches the shape of whatever will make contact with the target model. When these two collide, a hit is registered and damage is dealt. The attack and the animation are one. In some games, even some very, very good games, this collider can be poorly matched to the part of the enemy model that's meant to cause damage. So you can get hit even though the enemy technically missed you. It's very frustrating. We often call this a bad hitbox, but that might be a strained use of the term, even though I've said it many, many times on this channel. Still, it fits. I hope. Witcher 2 does not use this system, at least it doesn't for the majority of the attacks in the game. Instead, every attack causes an invisible area of effect to appear in front of whatever character starts the attack, and it becomes active to deal damage a moment later, synchronized as best as possible to when the moment of impact should occur between the attack animation and the target model. Usually in the midpoint of the swing. It is exactly like those AoE cones we just looked at in World of Warcraft, except in Witcher 2 we don't get to see where they are. So if you try to roll under an attack and have the sword pass harmlessly over you, it doesn't matter, you're taking damage. Try to be out of range of the weapon. If the cone area of effect is bigger than the sword swing, which as you can see it often is, then it doesn't matter, you're taking damage. Were you a good few feet away from the projectile? If the AoE is bigger than that difference, then the game doesn't care, and you're still going to get hit. What makes matters worse is that effects can become completely disconnected from animations. Sometimes this seems to happen due to glitches, other times it's from poor pairing like we just saw with the Dragon's Fire. But this isn't limited to just attacks. Enemy models can be visually facing one way on the screen, but the game thinks they're in a different position. They can block hits from their backs while their shield is at the front. You can hit their backs and not get a backstab bonus because the game thinks they're facing you and the model hasn't caught up to that yet. Enemies can parry attacks without having their swords drawn, or they're in the process of drawing them but are already in a parry state because most effects in this game happen independently of their animations. To be clear, this system could probably function just fine with enough testing and tweaking, but if you're going to all that trouble, it would probably be better to just have colliders around your animations. Here's an example of everything lining up just right for once, and it looks and feels fine. If the AoEs that these animations spawned were more conservatively sized, and those attack animations were faster so there were fewer dead frames, then I can already picture improvement. The parry in the first Dark Souls game probably functions just like this, even though most of the other attacks in that game use colliders. Rarely does your parry actually make contact with the enemy swing, and it's instead about matching your parry state with the correct frames of the enemy animation. Some weapons even have extra frames and a wider state of effect to cause a parry to happen. You can sometimes see this awkwardly resolve with swings being deflected before they're close to you or anywhere near the weapon, or so late that it should have dealt damage, but it doesn't. This is a mostly functional use of this system, but I have to admit the parries in that series have always felt a little off and looser than its other moves, and I have to wonder if this is why. For Witcher 2, it's not just enemies that do this. Geralt's attacks also spawn areas of effect when you have a target. You can see evidence of this early in the game when you can hit two enemies at once if the second one is standing directly behind the first. Your attacks don't cleave in this game even if your sword passes through more than one model until you unlock a talent that activates this functionality. These examples are from before I get that ability, and damage is being inflicted because the second enemy just so happens to be so close to the narrow area of effect that Geralt projects and then times his swing animation to when he doesn't attack. Then in the next group here, you can see that it doesn't happen because the enemies are side by side this time, so the AoE isn't hitting them even though the sword does. So again, you can think of this as being a spell-based melee system. First you need a valid target to cause the spell. When the spell happens, it projects that AoE and hits all the enemies that are in front of it, even though it's tuned to only hit one at a time. But sometimes it still hits more than one if the conditions are just right. By the way, that Cleave talent ability also supports this because it doesn't actually change how sword damage
Damn it to hell, Saul!
Instead, it radiates
Are you seriously considering letting that basilisk slip through our fingers?
I am.
But a chance like this...
A chance.
Get the sense this fight's grown stale. Come on, put some feeling into it.
No. This discussion ended long ago. The biotechnical people will be here in an hour. Try not to cock anything else up before then.
Things like this make me also
I can't
wonder
believe
if some attacks are sent out like
there he
spell
goes, off to
pulses
paint the
targets,
grass
just like
green.
other Cleave radiation functions. Here I
What's
clearly
this
roll under
basilisk
the enemy's attack
nonsense?
and still take a hit.
It's an armored
Because the
Militech
enemy goes
cargo
off
panzer.
camera, I lose my
Junk
lock on,
from
and
back
my
in
attacks are
2060
suddenly
or so.
not dealing damage,
They
even
want
though
to
the
pedal
sword
it off to a
passes through the
backwards
enemy
country,
model.
somewhere it can
Letho
still
hits
pass
me
as a
here when I'm
technological
probably
wonder.
what, a meteor away from
Militech
him?
convoy
Could
will
I
take the
be any
101
further away?
right
This
past
is
us.
damage frame. Witcher 2 uses
Shame
a lot
not
of
to say
tracking for
hello.
attacks, so the attack effect
This
might have followed me, but
basilisk
left
worth
those models
another
in
fight
naught.
with
This
Saul.
tracking can be so
Yes,
severe that
a craft
even
like that
during
would
a
finally
knockback
put us
stun
back on the
caused by
right path.
using Ard, the enemy
The
will
family is
turn to
falling
remain
apart. If we
facing
fall
you
into this
throughout the entire
biotechnica
effect.
rut, no one will ever
This is
take
how
us
poorly
seriously
the area of
again.
effect is
Okay,
paired on
so
golems.
you do
This
want
is
to
the
go
damage
behind
frame
Saul's
on the
back,
first punch.
dragging me here
This is the
specifically
damage
for
frame
that.
on the follow-up charge
Cassidy,
dust.
Ted, Carol, and
Also,
Bob
these
also
enemies
on
have
board.
such large collision boxes on their models that you usually can't get close enough to them for your sword to ever visibly connect when attacking, but they still receive damage. Here's another time the game locks me onto an enemy without the symbol showing up. You can see how the attacks are magnetically attracted to the target, and then this third one is off and doesn't do damage because the lock-on resets itself. Then it comes back and damage is fine again. Geralt does his twirly attack here, and this is the frame that somehow connects with the enemy's shield and
V,
causes a
remember,
stagger.
a while
Then I
back,
roll under his
told me to give you a
counterattack, and
solid
this is
kick
the
in the
frame that
pants if
deals
I saw you
damage.
diving in the stupid
Projectiles can
pool
miss you
again.
so clearly
They
that their
do,
models
yet
fly
that
through
was
the air
before
and
our
embed
tandem raid on
themselves
the
on
Raven
nearby
camp.
surface, but you
I
still
believe
take
you
damage.
lost your opportunity there.
Suppression will
Nope,
probably make
different
this hard
that.
to see, but the
Rescue
ball passes
mission.
over Geralt's left shoulder
Someone
and
from the
into
family.
wall while damaging
No,
him.
you're out to
This is
plain
the damage
tricking.
frame on this champion's ballerina
If you plan to
axe.
lecture me, you
This
can
one is
damn well
even
go
worse
right
and
now.
shows what can happen if Geralt moves into an AoE
And you plan to
after
grab
main
the
attack
basilisk
swing is
how?
over. This is
Thanks,
the damage
V.
frame.
Haven't said
I
I'd
take a
help
hit here
just
from
yet.
this far away.
Okay,
This is
let's
one
go
of the
talk to
clearest
the
examples
rest.
I found. Here's a third one like this because I can't help myself, and this one is really fun because it's exactly like my crazy sounding Hollow Knight example from earlier. The area of effect is so far ahead of the shield during this charge
So,
animation
just the
that
four
this
vets
is
on
when it
board with
deals
the plan.
damage.
Nobody
I
else.
think it's about 20
We didn't
frames
bother
after
asking the
this that
others.
shield
There was
finally
too great a
reaches
risk
everything.
someone would take it to
For the
Saul.
final and weirdest
Besides,
example,
only the
you
vets
pay close
understand what we
attention
have
the
to
game
gain by
deciding
having
to
a
lock me
basilisk.
onto a target really far away and then still doing damage to it.
Sounds
so much
pretty
that I
risky
killed
to me.
him from all
On
this
the
way away.
contrary,
You have to
easy
understand
as
that I made a
pie.
mistake in this
There
video
won't
by
even
not
be much
structuring it so I
security
could
on
show
the
the build
convoy.
montage before this combat section.
Plus,
so for now you just have
we'll
to
be
take my
doing
word
our
for it
part
that this game
towards
should have been
furthering
called
the
The
cause
Witcher
of
2.
world
This
peace.
makes it understandably
Why should
difficult
this
to
beast
nail down
wind
how
up being
things work
used
in
in
the
some
game,
little
because
third
every so
world
often there will
skirmish?
be exceptions like this that break the rules,
We'll
but they're
make
probably
better
glitches.
use of it
Imagine if I
right
hadn't turned
here
the
in
camera while
America.
recording this and didn't see the flash of the lock on. I'd be confused how this.
Did you try to get Saul on board
I still am,
again?
but, you know,
No
less.
luck, huh?
No. Okay,
Sadly, we're
everyone
not done with
listen.
combat because this isn't
Militech
enough
will
to
transport the
damn game.
basilisk
Todd
in
knows
parts
I've played
distributed
many a
across
series
2
with
trucks.
broken hit detection
Wait,
systems,
do
and
I
I've
sense a
enjoyed them.
quiver in
Now,
your
this is only
voice?
one
Fuck
part of
you.
the Triforce of
The
terribleness
convoy
that
will
ruins
halt at the
combat
railroad
in The
crossing
Witcher
on the
2.
101.
The others are the skill
We'll attack
system
from
and a
behind, then
collection
get the
of
hell out and
crude
away.
baffling design decisions
Questions?
that are entirely
Comments?
separate from
Motions?
the pseudo-action combat that's closer to a
Nice
hostile
job,
spell system.
Sunshine.
And look, I'm sorry to be harsh with my language here. It's part of the presentation of this channel and a way to be entertaining, but sometimes it comes across as a bit mean. I appreciate the attempt at this combat system because it really does have potential, but it's hard to remember that this game came from a fledgling company before the blazing success of Witcher 3, and probably shouldn't be held to that same high standard. Yet I also don't want to pull any punches and dilute my own criticism because this game's combat system is by far its weakest asset. This goes so far that the skill tree withholds information and lies to you. This is a problem unique to this game in my experience. I have never, ever played another game that is so burnt that it didn't get its skill tree explanations right. Witcher 2 uses the simple system of attack damage minus target armor equals damage dealt. This time there were no experiments needed to confirm this because the combat log outright tells you, assuming it's accurate, which it seems to be considering that minimal damage can show up if your attack damage is lower than the target's armor, which matches with the 1 damage hits you deal since no matter what, hitting absolute 0 damage isn't possible. Gear matters the most, far more than levels in Witcher 2 because of this.
Short,
Luckily,
sweet,
it's quite
and
easy to find gear upgrades, and this
pertinent.
subtraction system works just fine
Okay,
because numbers are
I'm in.
kept so low, especially enemy armor values.
Okay, thanks.
Starting weapons are around the 10
First, we'll
damage
ride to the
range,
station.
ending weapons are around
The
50,
train
60,
engine we need to
and
block
there's
the
no level
convoy's
of
way is there.
shenanigans to further weaken
Are you
the
riding with
strength
us,
of
or will we
the
meet you there?
war. It's just stats. In fact, leveling
Riding
is
with you.
mostly done by
Excellent.
main quest
Let's get
progression.
going.
Upon arrival to Chapter 3 in a playthrough playthrough where I did every side quest, I was level 28. In another playthrough in which I ignored every side quest,
I heard a
was
little
level
shake
25
in that
at
voice.
10 points.
You did
It's
not.
kind of weird, actually. Sometimes you get
Come
2
on.
or 3
Did you get
whole
your hands
levels for one main quest completion.
Screw you.
You also get more levels if you side with Yorvith than you do with Rogue.
Are you sure you didn't leave any tracks? Militech won't notice a thing.
Are you trying to insult me, Bobby?
Anyway, with that attack minus armor equals damage in mind, any talent that reduces your incoming damage as a percentage modifier sounds strong, right? Well, turns out they just add armor points onto that total. It's just adding to that armor rating upgrading. It has nothing to do with percentage reductions. Same goes for any sword damage bonuses too. There's no percentage increase, it's just adding to the attack damage number. It's like the wiki, it lies.
Nobody's gonna notice you gone back at camp?
Saul has no wish to see us there anyway. Be better to make a good second impression on the Biotechnica suits.
Your sour faces wouldn't help much.
Indeed, they would not.
Without the other talent that reduces how much vigor it's meant to cost.
And the Raffins, what about them? Expecting any trouble?
Zero vigor.
Saul is. He's posted sentries all around the camp.
How is that not right?
He's wrong in continuing to fight the symptoms rather than the disease.
Don't miss life in Night City?
At times, perhaps. I miss the feeling of having a new beginning, of freedom. But I also haven't forgotten the emptiness. The feeling of realizing it means nothing if you're alone.
Yeah, took adjustment on my part too. Though, never was completely alone.
You had someone?
A true friend. Jackie by name. You would have liked him, actually.
But the worst of all of these lies is in the swordsmanship tree. Having not put a single point in the alchemy tree, I am still confident enough to say there's nothing worse than this. Hold on, let me put my glasses on for this one. The talent footwork increases your dodge distance by 100% for the first skill point invested into the node, and 200% for the second skill points.
We have arrived.
It doesn't. It's more like 20% more for the first tier and another 25% for the second. The real upgrade here is that the roll moves you faster because it's about the same roll time over an increased distance. How does something like this end up being
like
wrong?
it so much, maybe we should just hijack the train. Let the basilisk go on its way.
Yeah, and just drive this beast to the 101.
What makes this dodge roll upgrade situation worse is that it's required in order to dodge some attacks in the game.
Are we ready?
There are some moves used by enemies in Witcher 2 that if you do not have the upgraded version of this
the Militech convoy will be traveling from Night City to the base where they're due to meet the buyer. We will stop it at the railroad crossing.
All we have to do is shove this beauty in its way.
Which you might not have,
Lee,
and can still
any
result
questions?
in received damage, whereas the
Plan to move this thing how exactly?
The thing is, Witcher
It's
2's
old
combat
tech.
system
Carol will have
is
to hack it.
improved by many
And
of
I'll
these
somehow
unlocks,
have to
but it
finagle
comes across
authorization
as a
from
full
the
game
control
that's had
tower to
portions
move it.
surgically removed
Tower
to
looks
upgrade
inactive to me
choices
too.
rather than additions
We'll
that
see to that.
complement and bring
You
variety
and Pan
to an
Am just get the
already fleshed out
authorization
system.
code.
The improved
Okay,
dodge roll
let's
doesn't
get to
just
work.
allow you to respond to otherwise unavoidable attacks. It's also necessary for moving around the battlefields quickly and getting into better positions proactively instead of always reacting to enemy swings. What's tragic is that if the game used colliders for registering damage and started you with this full suite of options, I think it would be a great foundation for a combat system. Vigor and signs are also dramatically improved by having more ammo when you get more points. For every point of vigor that you use, Geralt
Of course, but in your shoes, I would look for another way in first.
This caps out at 50% if you've used all of your vigor, which means that a larger point total makes each individual point cause a lower amount of the fatigue damage reduction. It's not just about having more vigor charges for sign casting and parrying.
What are you two doing?
Use a sign here and there.
I'm finding my inner peace before the storm. Well, Teddy is just being dead weight.
Than the other games in the trilogy.
Love to join you.
Need to use them, save for maybe Gwent to absorb
Respect your
the fire
efforts.
breath on dark mode, but
Self-respect
fights are much more
breeds
enjoyable and less
self-discipline.
about waiting for inconsistent
Once you
openings
have
and
both,
mixed signs
you
in
have
your
real
melee
power.
swings. Art is especially strong at creating safe openings.
Any
and
of
during
this
most
goes
of my
south.
playtime, I was either
You know
casting
Pan Am
hard
will be the
or
one
I
to
was
pay.
hardly casting.
Do you see us hanging
Playing
around to
isn't
dry?
nearly as broken
Do you
in
see
Witcher
Saul
2
letting
as
us
it is
off
in
the
Witcher
hook
3
while
because
Pan
it
Am takes the
prevents you
fall
from
for
regenerating
everything?
your vigor points
I'm
well
starting to
enough,
like
which
this
meant I
kid,
never
Ted.
used it except for that
She
dragon
thinks she
fight.
cares about Pan Am
It
more
was good
than
at
the
creating
girl's own
openings on
family.
some bigger enemies, but I didn't
Think
use
you
this
want to
much
use
either.
Pan
Same
Am
goes for
to get rid
Axii,
of
which,
Saul.
I don't know, felt kind of cruel
Listen,
and
V,
clunky when I tried it out in some
you
group
know
fights.
what
Meanwhile,
makes a
upgraded
good leader.
Igni felt absurdly
Not some
powerful and
cliched
capable of
adages,
clearing the
that's
whole
sure.
game on its own with the
The
vigor
ability to
regen
overcome
upgrades.
adversity,
See, this
solve
is the
conflicts
thing.
within the
Many
clan,
effective strategies
trounce
in the
efforts
game
to
feel like
undermine your
exploiting your
authority.
way through encounters,
Meaning you're
but I
putting
think the
Pan
game
Am
forces
through the
you onto
Nomad
this
School
path.
of Hard Knocks?
Remember how we spoke
Breeding a
about the
good
brick wall
clan
that is the
leader?
first fight in
Pan
this game,
Am?
and that even after
I was
beating
thinking of
Witcher 2
Saul.
multiple times, still
Pan
push out
Am
my
is a
things and
goddamn
use vigor
pain
to
in the
get through.
ass.
There are fights
It
way
just
worse
happens
than
that's
this, but
exactly
by that you
what
have
Saul
options
needs.
that break through the bullshit. I just wish most of these options had been rolled into the base version of the game and then built upon with enemies that can respond and fairly fight back. Geralt can't cancel any of his attacks once started. From the instant you click your mouse, you cannot guard or dodge roll out of the commitments. The same is not true for enemies. They can cancel any attacks to immediately enter a guard state. They can even make this switch in the middle of an attack, even on the damage train, even random charge moves with all of the momentum they were using just vanishing instantly, or immediately after an attack is finished. You can bait out attacks and then punish the enemy with the air, but this is always a risk if the game randomly decides that the enemy should parry you. And most parries mean Geralt is stunned into a counterattack. Although I was able to find some wiggle room in the system by learning that only the enemy you're locked onto can parry you. So if you get the AoE Bleed Talon, you can cheat out some save damage if your main target can deflect. This is why art is so powerful, but it doesn't stop there. Enemies can also turn 180 degrees in the space of one frame. And parry while having crossbows out because the switch to a sword happens right before the animation catches up, and risking an attack to any group when you can be randomly deflected into a stun.
Well done! Thanks, boys.
After a whip can lead you to instantly being killed in the multi-attack follow-up. What you learn is that enemies must be staggered first to safely attack them, whether that's through Ard or a parry of your own. But some groups are so relentlessly
I've always been fond of
also
trains.
putting up impenetrable
And the stations where so many tracks converge. Junctions.
Yes, those.
When you see them from above, you feel free. Like you could set off on 1,000 journeys all at once.
Perhaps more simply,
hopeful. But the enemies are also cheating with all this move canceling and instant deflections and animations not making sense, so it's like both sides are ignoring the semblance of a combat system in different ways, and whoever cheats the best wins. Geralt's dodge roll does not have any invincibility.
What are we looking for?
Enemies have avoidance moves that do. Initially, I thought this was an ability specific to Wraiths, who could do a phasing defensive ability, and that it makes sense because they're ghosts. But no, many other monsters like Necros can do the same thing. If you check out the combat log, you can see the attacks still register as hits, but say the target absorbed all damage while they were in their evasive maneuvers. It is incredibly frustrating because computer attacks go through enemy models and still have it not do anything because of iframes. Especially when your own avoidance move isn't given the same power. This type of discussion about how the rules for the player can and should be different than the rules for enemies is beyond the scope of even this video. For now, I just want to say that enemies having iframes at all is deeply questionable to me. It turns games into an RNG system of whether your hit will land or not. Imagine how frustrating a first-person shooter would be with that system. You aim an attack carefully at an enemy's head, you see the bullet leave the gun, collide with the enemy's skull, and see miss pop up because hits are determined by random chance skill checks, even if the visuals show otherwise. Geralt has long windups before attack animations deal damage. Some enemies have zero telegraph attacks that you must preemptively block or dodge away from, and some have attacks that land without any animation at all. Some encounters can also start after a cinematic or a conversation and deal damage to you before you've had a chance to move. But then sometimes enemies turn around for no reason and attack empty air, probably because attacks were queued and targets were lost. Something similar can happen to you too when the game randomly decides that, no, you're actually targeting this other enemy way far off the screen, not the one in front of you, so when you attack, you're ripped away from your actual target and unexpectedly flung far in the opposite direction with one of your gap closer moves. This leads us to the final point I have for this combat section. It's the last page for this, I promise, and it's one of the most important, almost as if I plan to leave it for last. Combat in this game shares a surprising trait with one of the minigames: dice rolling. Whenever you choose to attack after being properly locked on and playing by the rules, there's one last stumble that can end up being fatal. Geralt randomly selects what attack he does from a list. There are multiple versions of quick, basic hits, like a slash or a stab, but then there are rolls into thrusts, at least 2 different versions of spinny, spin, pirouettes of death, and a couple gap closer versions of each of these.
Got something.
Like a clogged toilet, this problem goes both ways. Are you too far from an enemy and hit an attack expecting Geralt to do the gap closer animation, jump, or spin, or roll?
We have a card!
Well, sometimes Geralt will just attack at the air in front of him instead, even if he's close enough for the gap closer to happen. Are you already at melee range and want to do a quick final slash that will knock off the enemy's last sliver of life? Well, sometimes Geralt will do the gap closer animation at point-blank range for no goddamn reason, meaning it takes twice or even thrice as long for the attack effect to be sent out. Meaning you can and will die because of random selections on what attack Geralt decides to use, entirely divorced from any consistency you can learn based on your position relative to your target. Sometimes you can roll up on a new enemy and attack expecting to do one single hit and end up doing 3 or 4 hits and kill it right away. I suspect the fundamental issue here is a desire for the gameplay to be visually impressive above all other things. These moves look great, and they're almost as flashy and varied as the animations in the first game, while providing much more player control. That's impressive, but combat systems need consistency to feel good, and this did not get enough development.
I know this may sound foolish, because I asked you to help
God of War 2018 received for its impressive-looking animations that still function with perfect consistency. And I'm well aware that it's not fair to compare a game that came out in 2011 to a game that came out in 2018. It's just an example to show
is that all?
Sorry,
that sounded worse than I intended. Any more questions? No, I know everything I need to, I believe.
Perhaps I should send Rogue flowers.
To thank her for introducing us.
Not really your style, don't think.
I would add a card. Thank you for giving me a true friend, you manipulative whore.
That's my girl.
Alright, let's rejoin the others.
Rules that players must abide to and encourage cheesy counterplay, and Geralt's main form of dealing damage having a dice roll attached to it for deciding the attack duration and animation. Most people hate Witcher 2's combat system, and I
got eyes and ears on it?
Yes, Carol checks their communication channels from time to time. Everything is proceeding as planned.
None of these glaring
for now.
problems, and its combat section will be much shorter than this, right? Circle back from this odyssey to our meeting with Letho because it's quite a cool moment for combat. Despite all the flaws I just pointed out, Witcher 2 does still have many options to use during fights, many of which most players likely haven't learned by now. So here comes Letho to change that in what's probably one of the most aggressively bullshit teaching seminars in any game. If you figured out already that you need to stun and then punish to defeat all enemies, then Letho is a pushover just like all the rest of them. If you haven't, then sans that knowledge, you're going to have a bad time. Have to kill you. It's a much more extreme version of the fight against Gascoigne in Bloodborne. Your hunter,
we could still check
your side aren't better. He's here to show you how, even if it means
everything's under control. The convoy is already heading on way.
That you might not have been using all this time, and that it's also okay to fight dirty. Witchers aren't honorable paladins, despite how much Geralt might think of himself as such from time to time.
Hurry up and
Monsters
wait.
already have a supernatural advantage, and fights are meant to be won using everything that's available. Claw and bite and scratch your way with all that's at your disposal, and every inch you give could be your last.
You're acting
combat is rarely like that,
as if you're the first person ever to stand up to Saul.
Save your breath. I don't need to be consoled.
I can't recommend that mode to anyone, nor will I ever seriously play it myself because of all the glitches
Was
in
it
the
someone
game,
I know?
I can't help but approve of the
No.
idea of it.
Scorpion.
He
came home from the war, head full of new ideas, and a host of new contacts. He tried to get Saul to lead us in joining Snake Nation. It would make us stronger, he said.
I don't think he peeped a word of it to me. What did Saul do?
Saul dressed the guy down head to toe for messing with the family. Hell, he didn't send him on any jobs for a year.
If I used a scoring system, then
really consoling. Thanks.
You said yourself you didn't need any.
What I fail to understand is why you're able to game over on this fight when you end up losing in the cinematic.
Try and get some sleep.
Okay, it'll be quite some time before the convoy comes through.
Wouldn't it make perfect sense to have the cinematic play?
Couldn't sleep if you tried, could you?
Very, very difficult, so you can actually lose it instead of the game just waving its hand and making you lose it after you win with a slightly different.
I'll just lie here a while,
win,
by your
so
side,
feel like a cheap shot
gazing at the
agency
star.
in a game built around player agency. Letho barely gives you any honest or useful information in your conversation before this fight, so it's doubly confusing when he lets Geralt live at the end of this because now they're even. Especially since he'll happily kill you earlier in the fight if he does enough damage to you soon enough, because apparently you have to hurt him enough for him to remember, oh, I owe him, and now I have to be even. That's kind of weird, huh? Shouldn't the cinematic
That another area of your expertise? Got maps of the heavens in your library, too?
Of course. That's the Big Dipper. And do you see the small flickering star to the right?
To end this conflict forever. And Letho is more than intelligent enough to know what those words would be, and to also know Geralt is one of the last people on the planet that he would want as an enemy. Sorry to have to bust out a slur here, but Geralt is an objectively better fighter and witcher than Letho, and Letho knows that.
Oh dear.
In fact, Letho
That
should
means
have
there's some
several
major
burning
leak.
questions and answers for Geralt given their history. They should be sitting down to have a drink.
Good night, B.
Fighting. This is such a jarring problem that it comes close to being a plot hole. It's the equivalent of a character in a book stabbing themselves in the thigh with some scissors just to see what would happen as forced dramatic tension, or not telling other characters incredibly important, vital information that could save everyone's lives, including
Is everyone
their
ready?
own, because, well, you never asked. But enough
Let's
talk,
ride, B.
Sorry. You have to continue with what has now become an exponentially more complex game. If you betray Yorvit, then Doritos men capture him while you're fighting Letho, and Roach finds you afterwards. If you give Yorvit back his sword, then he leads his elves to victory, and he finds you instead of Roach. Where's Roach? Killed him.
You're probably asking yourself,
Get her up to speed.
They're going faster than we thought. I don't know if we can catch them.
Uncouple one of the cars. It'll speed you up. V, no hemming and hawing. Take out that coupler.
We're getting close. They're too slow.
V, shoot out the damn coupler.
V, we have to stop that car. Okay,
chummy. The guy with the glasses, if he shaved his beard, would look exactly like Moby. Yes. So. Here it comes. Oh, right there. Pause it. Okay. Keep it there, right there. Yeah, so it starts with the lead left slap to the face. That was open palm. Very Russian. Very Russian. At the lead left.
All right, the train's leaving. You'd better move.
That's it. You are like gulag concubine. Yes. Who says I care about your feelings? I give mine. Now, so if this happens, you can continue playing. Like in most places, you can say that's the end of it. Right. Here in the States, like,
okay, let's go. Ready to roll.
That's not what happens here. We continue. All right? Continue. And the man responds with, look, he gets up, looks at him. Hey, look. Right there. Okay. So, what happens is he then leaves with sort of a modified jab.
Fuck! It worked! Woohoo! Of course it did! Just as I said it would.
So, listen, this isn't following along. In other words, if he is not, he's not left-handed, he's leading with his power hand. He decided, I want to do some, this is not a slap. He's sticking that, he's got some snap on that right there. You know, he's pulling a little bit of that Pernell Whitaker action. He's got his hand up. Okay. Now, we continue, and the fight continues to escalate. There's that bring in the southpaw, though, right there. Right there. Now a knockdown. Okay, so you would think this guy has the upper hand. This is the beauty of politics and civil disagreement.
How's it going there, V? Did you have fun?
Sure did.
Just be happy you won't be around to put the hunk of junk together. The real fun is just starting with Mitch and Kenny.
Reverses it with a modified body lock takedown. I don't know what you would call it. Sort of, yeah, it's just Miyagi-Do effectively at that point. And let's continue because the fight continues on. And of course, the most interesting part here is what this is hyperly technical, getting side control, knee on belly. And very important, this gentleman right here is just sitting right nothing. Sitting by a fireplace. Okay, it looks like he paid them to do it. Right, yes. Yes, exactly.
Just lost the Militech channel. Just finally realized someone was listening and changed the codes.
Perfect timing if you ask me.
He's holding on a modified scarf. They're all trying to separate them. Think about this. They cannot separate these men. This is how much these guys hate each other. This guy holds them in office. And you can take up the watch there, Tim, because what's really most impressive is this translator just never knowing. She's just like, I don't know what to do. And now she starts translating the cussing at each other like, you will be my bitch. Yes, sir. I will make you be my bitch. She's still translating. That lady is a trooper. And you know
Nothing. I'll take care of this myself.
he had the chokehold going, though. He was like, oh, yeah, this guy has some fight training. That translator, I tell you what, she's been in some of the best interviews for days. What I love about this...
Fuck! Panam!
So it begins.
Real fights are those who run on the ground like jackasses, and everyone's embarrassed, especially you. Right, yeah. That's all that happens. But there's still...
What's the meaning of this?
Exactly what you see. The Basilisk.
All I see is two trucks with giant Militech logos on them. Fuck, Panam! You can see them from miles away! You think we don't have problems enough on our hands? The Raffens could rear their heads at any moment. And now we have Militech to worry about, too.
Stop it! Fuck! Just shut up already! Do you want to serve corporations forever? Fine, go right ahead. In that case, we'll leave the Basilisk as a souvenir of what this family used to be. Or you know what? Maybe next time we're attacked, we'll be able to fight back!
As soon as I'm done with Biotechnica, we call a family meeting to discuss this. Discuss you.
Until that time, I want these trucks out of my sight.
And the Basilisk? Can we put it together?
Do what you want. Just get out of my sight.
Bob, Mitch, you two take the trucks around back. We need to unload.
Sure, but then what do we do with them?
Oh, I've got an idea.
after seeing this, do you honestly think Ukraine and Russia aren't going to fight one another?
Can you imagine having a civil conversation?
Yeah, no.
So mad.
This is not going to happen. I feel like if right now Tokunawa just front kicks Dave to the face, he just saw his foot come in, and then Dave jumps over and pummels him, and then afterwards have to sit here and joke about John Oliver.
I know, right? That guy's so silly.
Look, I promise we're not going to actually invade. We're just fighting on air. Like, all right.
They really hate each other. That's a good example of how this is.
Yeah, exactly. And here we call it an insurrection. Because they're invited into the White House. Can you imagine those people? Could you imagine those people? Capitol building. Picture this. I don't know the. I'm sorry. What did I say? White House. Yeah, White House. Sorry. Capitol building. When Canadians burn down the White House, we'll get to them in a second. Jerks. But the thing is, imagine those people. And I don't know what the provinces are or states are. Okay. Right. But imagine if, let's say, at 1 in the morning, those guys in Ukraine went to bed, or their state had been called for one guy, and then woke up at 3 a.m. And all of a sudden they're like, wait, 160,000 votes change in 1 hour? How do you think they would have approached their elected representatives? Well, guess the guy.
Should have pulled a clip from Eastern Promises.
Yes, exactly. It would have been so many magazines loading, they could have done a song like the Blue Man Group.
Yeah, it's just a barber shop.
Click, click, click. Oh, it's Jingle Bells. Yes, okay. We keep Prime Minister. I'm saying them in the Ukraine now. I'm just saying they should have a Prime Minister is what I'm saying. We are
Don't make me repeat myself.
Okay, let's go to John Oliver. He was on with Stephen Colbert. Oh boy. You have allergies. No, that's just my hate getting it climbs out of your throat. It climbs out.
Sorry, not sorry.
So over the weekend, John Oliver was on Stephen Colbert. First off, how much unfunny can you fit? Well, they try.
Apparently all of it.
Yes. You tell jokes like a girl. Unfunny seems to come. So they were talking about how comedians are no longer an active there. Now that Trump, this is something I don't understand. Now that Trump is out of office, because first off, I remember when conservatives thought, oh, when Trump is off, we're going to make fun of it and go like Barack Obama. But I never felt that way because I knew that the media, the entertainment industry, the establishment, they were really they were the enemy. They were the people, right? They were the establishment railing against that in the White House. And of course now, you can't stand for Vice President Joe Biden. I'm not in despair. So I don't understand how John Oliver and Stephen Colbert don't acknowledge that Trump was a gift for them comedically because they can't write without Trump in office. Every story was Trump. Right, and proof that they can't write. Watch their show today, and then notice the only place that get any kind of plays when they reference Trump.
They still only use Trump.
Right.
All they do,
because all they can do is put Trump again. So here's John Oliver saying he's no longer in absolute despair now that Trump's out of office.
How I feel that doing the show during this administration as opposed to the last one, certainly I feel a great difference in my daily focus. It's much more fun to do what is. It's more fun when it's away from absolute despair. And for us, it's been so even getting workshop, getting sucked into dealing with the fundamentals of what's coming out of that administration all the time. So it is nice to return to do what we do best, I think, which is stories about case laws.
Okay, hold on a second. I know they're English, so they don't pronounce their R's. Right. What did he just say? Can we rewind that and see what he just said in that last part?
It is nice to return to do what we do best, I think, which is stories about case laws. Stories about
do the goddamn
laws.
Hey, you know what? That smells like gratitude. Can we, control room? Can we figure out exactly...
女が来ました。武装しているよう
We
です。
haven't met. I'm Elizabeth. My husband and I, we need a somewhat delicate matter handled. We think you could help.
Tokunawa, what do you got? What do you say?
Why call me, of all people? Any particular reason?
You came recommended.
Yahoo, bye.
I'd rather not say. Not over the phone. Is there any way we could meet? Discuss some details?
Sure, let's do that.
I'll send you the address. See you.
Did you say pace loans? I don't know what that is. Pace loans? We
pronounce it properly. It's our alphabet, really. How do you say R? R. Are you hurt?
Yeah, it is rough. But one, you don't write comedy from absolute despair. You write it from looking back on it.
Right.
You know, tragedy plus time. Right now, I would call it the tragedy.
Yeah.
God, I feel sick. Don't like this at all. This porcelain bitch is the worst kind of news.
Can you chill for 2 secs? We go in, we talk, we leave. That's it. Of course. As soon as I hang up.
女が来ました。武装しているようです。
Yes. I'm just judging by, you know, banking job. You know, whatever.
Bank account, employment.
I mean, if you're looking at it that way,
Right.
You know, but
Unbelievable debt.
yes,
Fucking has a job in government.
right. There's a, you know, hashtag blackface Hitler.
Right.
But you know what?
No, I understand.
But that's not
You make a strong case.
No, and you know, there's
Mostly
a war about to break out, not only just between two guys on TV, but you know.
Right. Not too concerned. They'll just scratch each other like girls.
No, it's fine.
He has a critical race theory segment, John Oliver, that just went up. We're going to do a rebuttal to that tomorrow because everything this guy, and I think John Oliver can't be funny, but at what point, and please, you guys can comment, at what point does comedy become propaganda? Look, and it's not lost on me that I have a point of view, but I'm very open about it. And we try to let you know, all references are available at louderwithcutter.com. We'll provide those in the description. I think it's pretty easy show. We reached out to him. Is he coming on the show? We haven't gotten the message back yet. He said like his management would be his people would be in touch with our people. Okay. So we got he said yes. Yeah, he said why don't you let me on? So we said yes, and now I'm going. Well, somebody who was watching the last time, tell him this time. Yeah, let's go, Mr. Noah. If you're drunk texting, we welcome you. No, it's pretty early.
Twitter is getting fired.
Right.
I don't know what it is.
I don't know what it is.
I don't know.
Everything about him is just. I mean, it's kind of. I don't even know how to do a typical impression. I don't think about it. I don't know how to do an impression of this next guy, Jordan Klepper. So Jordan Klepper is, I guess, a correspondent to the Daily Show. And don't you love how with the Daily Show, the worst correspondents got their own shows, like Samantha Bee and Trevor Noah? They were never the standout correspondents. No, they're great. They were great. I mean, you think they had Steve Carell was a correspondent. I think Rob Riggle was a correspondent. Stephen Colbert was a correspondent. Ed Helms was a correspondent. Josh Gad was a correspondent. What's his name? The other guy. Roy Wood Jr. was a correspondent. I think Roy Wood Jr. is funny. But he didn't get a show. Now he's another correspondent.
He should have gotten the Daily Show.
Rob Corddry was a correspondent. It was a feeder league for talent, and then the only show to come out of the previous Daily Show was Jon Stewart, Trevor Noah, and Samantha Bee. Now, this is a good example. What talents have they created? What A-list talents have they? Where's Trevor Noah's Steve Carell? Where's Samantha Bee's Rob Riggle? Right? Where's their Rob Corddry? Where's their Ed Helms? Jon Stewart created stars because he looked for people who were funny. For crying out loud, Rob Riggle is probably at the very, at worst he's a moderate. He was a Marine. He would look for funny first. He's being condemned for that now. Trevor Noah and Samantha Bee, they have to look for propagandists first. And so they literally can't even get a guy like this, Jordan Klepper, to have a show that's a once-a-week, half-hour weekend show to work on Comedy Central because they're not actually looking for talent. They're not actually looking for the funniest people. That should be what matters most. Instead,
in the bathroom.
Bird offers herself to express her undying gratitude to you for saving her life.
Stop talking. I was only gone an hour.
Gotta do something with her. Don't want any trouble. I'm calling the badges. Can you carry her to the bed?
As if that'll change anything.
Yeah, I need to report an accidental death.
Right, yeah, exactly.
North side, Jackson Street. No. No imminent danger. Suicide. Tomorrow. No! Today! What part of dead don't you understand? No, she was not pronounced.
Okay, so Jordan Klepper went down to the Canadian Freedom Convoy, and you would think, speak out against authorities, speak out against the police who are abusing protesters, right? Because this is a guy, who supports the black. Instead, he went down to the Freedom Convoy to crap. Remember, people say don't punch down. They say we're punching down when we go after LGBTQAIP, or Dave Chappelle does, right? I can't think of anything more punching down than literally going to a protest where people have had their rights infringed upon, have been locked down, have their businesses shut down, and mocking them.
Dead by trauma team. If she'd have had coverage, we wouldn't be talking. Fuck you. You don't want to move your asses. Why don't I come down to the precinct and trash it into bits? Now will you come and arrest me, you pussies?
Expecting to find some Canada nice, but their messaging was a bit
Fine. I don't give a fuck what you write me up for.
Why did you blur that out when the Maple Leaf was already blurring up that word?
Well, I want to make sure that you...
They'll be here soon.
Oh, yeah, because it seems painfully obvious they were doing that.
Right, because unlike Black Lives Matter, who just go like...
He told me to keep her on ice until tomorrow. Can you believe the balls?
You
know,
just like, let's go brand
to you, she's your best friend, so it's a terrible tragedy. They must get dozens of calls like this every day. What are you? Their fucking PR rep? No, just saying.
By the way, you scratch like a girl would. I'm not your buddy. So he there complains.
Put something on her.
Shut down business.
I'd rather she look like a person than a body.
They shut down business. Do you mean like?
Did you wait outside?
Trudeau locked down, shut down business, which by the way resulted in 3 million.
Close the door, V.
Another 200,000
Please.
in January. And Canada, oh my gosh, what is it? We got it's like 30-something million people. 30-something million. That's almost 10% of Canada lost their job. But you're mad because of a few trucks on a highway overpass?
Bum a cig.
Okay, so
Didn't know you smoked.
this is just right. Black Lives Matter. They sit there. They
Quit. Been years. But right now I need something besides air in my lungs. Please, V, just one.
You'll see we've covered it many times. They were supportive of it.
Fine, here.
I mean, we're talking about Trudeau now just burn or shut down. I believe there was
That was her smoke case.
well, or they just ransacked.
She smoked some strange boutique brand. That's Evie. Whenever she pulled on a new face, it was down to the details. A lot of people know the real Evelyn? Who she really was? No. Nobody.
Just like when you go to the T-shirt rack and you get last year's political, it's like, oh, Mitt happened with a picture of Mitt Romney. The same thing, only you burned down a Walgreens and you take $900 worth of clothing.
You know how bad I want a Mitt Happen shirt, man?
I'm gonna sell it at Private.com. So then he moves on to interview, and this is
Fuck, Evie.
Find one person in a crowd.
I let her down.
And the funny thing is, this guy
I thought if I gave her some space and time, she'd get back on her feet. I can't wrap my head around it. Never saw Evelyn as the type to give up. Come on. What she went through? I wouldn't call it giving up. Remember Fingers? How he said Evie was with him for 4 days? Uh-huh. Did say so. She disappeared from clouds a week before you turned up. Tom told me later. Couldn't sleep at night knowing that. Kept thinking, what the hell happened to those other 3 days? So I did some more digging in her virtues. Found Woodman. He kept her. And had his way with her. The things he did. And once he got bored, he pawned her off. I had no idea that guy was such a monster. Saw him as your average tricksy sleazebag. He puts on a convincing facade. I knew him, but I never thought him that sick in the brain. Gotta be something I can do about it. Like what? Don't know yet. Think I'll call Suze. Thanks, V. Sorry. I'd rather be alone now. Promise to keep in touch. Anything comes up, holler on the hollow.
And you know, Jordan Klepper segments on Trevor Noah as their comment. You know what they're referred to? They're referred to as piss break. So the Jordan Klepper segment, I guess the viewers maybe didn't actually track down this clip of the crazy Ottawa police chief saying that even if protesters go home after this, in other words, not just right now, if protesters go home, or anyone who's been involved with these protests at all, and I hope it's as terrifying to you as this is happening in the Western world. He says afterwards they will be tracked down and punished. No Mr. Due process.
If the protesters at this point, retreat and go home, are they going to be getting sort of repercussions down the road, or are you going to be sort of actively pursuing the people that you've been sort of documenting and filming who are still out there protesting? What are your plans after this, after the protest is over?
I think it's a great question, and the simple answer is yes. If you are involved in this protest, we will actively look to identify you and follow up with financial sanctions and criminal charges. Absolutely. This investigation will go on for months to come. It has many, many different streams, both from a federal financial level, from a provincial licensing level, from a criminal code level, municipal breach of court order, breach of court injunction.
Right, Marty McFly's Playboy.
Yes. That is, by the way, going to harm you once you leave. The only one that they're trying to...
You got no right. You hear? No right.
If you want to give somebody an out. And by the way, the out would have just been, okay, you don't have to show up for vaccine passport. Go arrest them. That would have been a nice out. But at least at this point, give them an out where if you go home, we're not going to freeze your bank account and harm you. Something else that but again, it's just crazy paranoia. Crying out loud, Alex Jones is seeming more and more like an oracle. If Alex Jones were to tell you this not long ago, listen, here's what's going to happen. You're going to show up. And if you even so much as protest at the Capitol, they will freeze your bank accounts. Yeah. Freeze your bank accounts, go after your family, and they will follow you to the ends of the earth. Trust me, I have seen the camps. Or in Canada. I have seen the camps, you know. Hey. I've been around. I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about. And this is also something where, a lot of conservatives abandon public schools. They abandon public office. So the police chief, before this guy left, resigned before this. Now, I understand probably, I don't know why, I'm inferring here, okay? Just to be clear, I don't want to do propaganda. I'm letting you know that I'm making, this is conjecture. Probably didn't want to be involved with complete destruction of basic human rights in Canada. But the problem is if you abandon your post as a conservative, they concede that territory. Guess what? Trudeau, or whoever is in charge of that office, whatever patsy for the higher ups, can plant whoever they want there, and now you've got a guy who's going to do the bidding for that government and follow people after the protests to punish them.
Yeah. Well, and just think about this for a second, because they're saying, like you said in Alex Jones' voice, freezing your bank accounts. Like, seriously, that is happening to people right now who are doing nothing more than protesting. And by protesting, I mean parking a truck in downtown Ottawa and dancing. Right. That's it.
Well, they're pretty white.
Protest.
I will say the Black Lives Matter protests,
they were better.
They were much better for that. Also, the style points in front of the giant fires.
But just imagine right now, if you're a small business owner and you have no access to capital. Let's say you're expanding. Let's say you're trying to run your small business. Let's say you're trying to pay your frickin' rent. And they are like, oh, hey, by the way, your account's frozen. Well, when will I get it back? When we get around?
And by the way, this is how you affect protesters who are employed or want to be employed. Whereas with other protesters in the Summer of Love, guess what? There was a rent moratorium. It's like, we're going to freeze your money. I don't give a shit.
Oh, yeah, and if you've ever dealt with any government agency like the DMV, you definitely want to take care of your bank account.
Yes, I'm waiting on a tax refund that is over a year and a half late.
Yes. Well,
I'm waiting on an audit final that's been taken 2 years.
Yeah.
Because I didn't do anything wrong.
Well, you know what? They'll find something.
It's awesome. Well, but to go back to the trucker, even part of that when you said, when is it propaganda? You go into a place that's freezing cold, you find a guy who's scared. He's never been on camera before. Clearly, he's a little bit twitchy. He's a little bit nervous. He's never been interviewed like that in that situation. You find the exact guy who you're mocking because you know you can. That's when it stops being comedy and begins to be propaganda.
And by the way,
because it's punching down.
Yes, and it doesn't even work because the guy is right. Oh, wait, you mean he's paranoid that the government might come after him? I wonder where he could have seen that within a 5-block radius of where you interviewed him.
Oh, you're saying there's more and more police. What a crazy guy.
I know. What a loon.
Really makes sense. This is all over.
It's for your health, Dave.
Ride horses on people, everybody.
I'm sure there were Clydesdales by accident.
Well, that's totally. Was that exactly 4 horsemen?
Yes. And Trudeau followed with it.
What is wrong with this world?
Now here's the thing. I understand that horses, this happens sometimes. It's an accident. You guys should clear. But what were they? They were clearing a path for what?
No reason.
All that happened was the horses went by, and you go, okay, who are they? What is it? An ambulance behind them? Because you know when Black Lives Matter, some people died because they were in houses and
it was
fire
ambulances.
Yeah, the fire trucks couldn't get there.
Yeah.
I thought, oh, we're gonna see a fire truck. Those horses just went through just for a good old-fashioned trip.
Hey!
Hey, Mitch. You doing okay?
Yeah, I'm doing all right, but, meh.
It's raining horseshoes.
So many dead. So many of them good friends, too. Do you know what it's like to lose your best friend?
Mm-hmm. Name was Jackie.
How'd he go?
Like everyone goes in Night City.
Anyway, come on. Help me out with something.
What?
Some loose ends. Final goodbye. I don't much want to do it alone.
Okay, I'll help.
Come on, then.
Is this what you do? Creatures? Yeah, Black Ops. Now I've seen everything. And Canada.
Took it home. No better than the Nazis.
By the way, that cop and the police chief in Canada should be stripped of their badges like officer and lieutenant. Oh,
Yeah.
they were just doing their job.
Well, yeah, that man should be carried out like so.
Yes. Just where we belong.
Oh boy.
Where the horses stone. And the syrup. And the syrup flows. Canada, where we belong. I hate both of them. Yes. Okay, we get it. We'll do more on month one. Now, also, I don't know, maybe the government could force quarantine. The point is, it's not paranoia if it's happening. It's like somebody hearing me and me saying, I don't know, I'm paranoid that there's tepid tea in that boat. Yeah. He's like, oh, really? You just think there's going to be? Yeah, because it appears almost every morning.
Yeah. Have a horse stomp your rib cage in and go, are you paranoid?
Yeah. Paranoid?
Does that feel a little paranoid?
I think you collapsed my lung. No, that's just that paranoia. It's that phantom lung paranoia.
You were in the way. They were trying to get over there for no reason.
Yeah. You were in the way of what? They're stomping.
Yeah, because that's how
they're stomping ground.
That's how you calm down a crowd, by trampling some of the peaceful protesters who weren't doing anything in the first place.
And kneeing them. For crying out loud, there's rules in the UFC. You can't knee the head of a downed opponent.
Stop resisting.
Just ask Aljamain Sterling and Peter Yan.
He's bleeding on me. Knee him again.
People who watch the language.
The best way to clear a group of people is to come out of nowhere and say, excuse me, move, and then just immediately go in and not care.
Right. Exactly. Although, you know what, that being said, what I would like to see is someone just march on in with a Budweiser Clydesdale into a Walgreens while someone's having a little 5-finger discount. Are you sure? These razor bump lotions happen to be my stomping grounds. And then you have them do the Arabian horse.
Yeah.
They're very well trained horses.
Just roll a Magnum on it and be like, you sure you want to do that?
Yes. All right.
My horse wants to get to know you.
Now, I think this is pretty telling. Watch, Jordan Clever, because this is the language of a Canadian, right? An anti-authoritarian. Man, come on, just think about this. They called Donald Trump a fascist. They said, oh, it could be under an authoritarian regime. You are talking about there has never been a more clear example, maybe Australia, in the Western world of a tyrant than Trudeau. This man is not going to stop. He's not going to stop. He doesn't care about your freedom. And they don't have the same constitution that we have here in the United States. Remember when you all mocked Jordan Peterson about the compulsion of language? Well, guess what? Here's where we are now. You don't think that this guy who can arrest people and freeze their bank accounts for parking their truck can arrest you for using the wrong pronouns? Of course he will. This is getting absolutely terrifying, and I'll explain to you exactly why the left is now covering this, because they ignored it for a long time. I'll explain to you exactly why Jordan Clever feels being punched down. He really is a patsy for the higher-ups. I bet you this came to him as orders from Viacom. He uses this word here, finally, and just hear when he says finally, and understand why it sends shivers up my spine.
And while Canadian authorities have finally enacted emergency measures to try to clear the convoy, so far the trucks are still there.
Finally. While he's finally enacted emergency orders. That's a finally of support. Yeah. And of course, taken in context, I recommend that you will watch this entire thing until the sense of jail. They finally enacted emergency orders. Remember Bill Hicks? Remember Lenny Bruce? Remember George Crone? Remember them talking about how the government wasn't equipped to do anything? And now this Canadian, right, is demanding not only fewer rights for himself, unless it's having sex with a dude. That's what they consider rights. Right? Having sex with a dude, killing an unborn baby, all the way up until including birth. But when you're talking about things like basic rights, finally the Prime Minister has made sure that he can ban travel in the country of Canada to and from specific areas. people and steal property. Force private companies like tow trucks to comply. Loss of personal, commercial licenses, he'll just strip you of them. And loss of right to travel internationally at all, let alone within the borders. Fines of up to $100,000, by the way, from the government to the truckers. And then fines of $5,000 to people who don't move the trucks. Jail up to 5 years. Jail up to 5 years for parking a truck. You know what people say? Insurrection, January 6th. I'll tell you what. This is a far greater tragedy than January 6th. And it's what the government is doing to its own people. Because guess what? Even when there is no January 6th, you stop them. Sure, Babbitt was shot. Was the only person shot, by the way, January 6th. One woman, unarmed, shot, completely unnecessary. Let's be clear, as far as I know, they're having the same charges of insurrection against those people. Here, we have protesters in Canada who've been entirely peaceful. Contrast billions of dollars in damages to Black Lives Matter, right? Antifa. How many people were shot in Chaz? At least 3. Would have been 5 if our producers were shot when we were filming there live. And the government still beats the shit out of them. Hits them with nightsticks, stomps them with horses, let alone freezing their bank accounts and letting them know that they will continue to ruin their livelihood for the rest of time should they deem fit. This is far worse than January 6th. You want to blame January 6th insurrectionists for destroying faith in our institutions? Hey, you know what destroys faith in your institutions? When your institutions act like and use animals to harm your own citizens. Well, is that what's happening? Oh, look at what's happening. Oh, the Americans, their Boston Tea Party, they're losing faith in their institutions. Yeah, well, it's not really losing faith if your institution sucks.
Yeah. Well, you have a weak tyrant in Justin Trudeau, and that's the problem. If somebody is tyrannical and they're weak, they're going to do things like this to prove that they're not weak. Hitler was a weak tyrant in the initial beginning of his phase, right?
Yeah.
He was weak. He was not a strong
Or
person.
Mussolini was always
a
Way
weak
better
tyrant. I'm telling you.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
But it's you talk about it with the kind of weak men, right? If they're put in this situation, they have to violently react. Whereas strong men know that they can handle the situation and they're good to go. They don't have to show that force until later. With guys like Trudeau, nobody's shaking his hands. Nobody thinks he's a part of the cool club. Nobody likes Justin Trudeau, and he's a weak tyrant who's like, okay, I've got to do something strong.
scared dogs fight. Exactly. Scared dogs fight. People often look, they're afraid, they're terrified of Joe Louis. Joe Louis is never even come close to anybody because he's confident. Little dogs are afraid. They've got to bite. They've got to put you on your toes right away. I've got a scar on my Achilles that proves that little Bichon prick. Now, the rest of this segment, he goes on there basically just selectively edits a little thing with like Cujo. It's like a 4-pound Cujo. Bit my Achilles. Snap.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I hate him. I would have killed him.
Well, yeah.
So, but I mean, I didn't kill it.
It was your tiger blood.
I just had at the time, my Great Dane just needed a clear path.
I ride around Joe Louis like that.
Yes. Yeah, I know.
And I can just we go through parades.
You don't even touch the ground. So then he goes on this Jordan Klepper. He goes on to just basically selectively edit to try and make people on the street look crazy. And he continues with this general, I guess, sort of malfeasance and degradation of Canadian truckers. But again, it's still pretty telling. Let me show you the interview.
And a well-funded, never-ending street party infused with misinformation and nationalism feels remarkably possible in our own country. Where does this movement go from here?
Always do theirs at
Worldwide. Gonna come to America?
Yes, definitely.
You think this is inspiring the heads in America?
Pardon me?
This is inspiring the heads in America?
It's inspiring people. People of America.
See, you're a piece of shit, and they're polite.
To stand for freedom.
Okay. If they do come to America, then maybe I'll finally get my fucking education.
Okay, so two things.
Almost say what it.
Yes, exactly.
Sorry.
No, exactly. It's opposite day
That's what he
sarcasm.
did, though.
It's the opposite. It's the absence of. Here's something. Notice when we did the riots, they started. We streamed that night. Over 150,000 people watched when the riots started. All we did was show you what was happening across the country, right? It didn't even require that much commentary. We showed you CNN where it said mostly peaceful. This happened live on our show, and now it's sort of become a meme because everyone else saw what was going on. It said fiery but mostly peaceful protest. We just exactly what was going on. Okay. In this case, you don't think for a second if this guy could find an example of violence or insurrection or something on fire or a crime being committed that he would include it? He can't, so he has to say, dickheads in America, and he's corrected by the nice people being interviewed, mothers who aren't used to being on yes, the supply chain has been disrupted.
So Spotify dropped the new Wrapped for 2021 this morning. I'm going to go over my results, show you guys what I listened to the most. I honestly have a feeling I know what's going to be on here, and I'm a little bit embarrassed. I think it's going to be kind of cringy, just how much of one genre I listen to. So let's get into it. Let's see how I listened in 2020. Okay, Pink Pantheress is the first song for the title screen here. I think they're probably really trying to appeal to Gen Z here with if 2021 was a movie, you were the main character. And what's a movie without a soundtrack? The opening credits theme, Dusty Locane, Rolando, Caught in the Rain. I did listen to this song a lot, not gonna lie. I probably did listen to that song a little bit too much. He's a Brooklyn rapper from Canarsie. He's got a couple songs out. I don't know, they go hard. 2021, you did what you had to do. Playing box fan sounds every night, completely normal for me. Good. What is this? Talking Geopolitics, Jordan Peterson podcast, DC4, Pop Smoke and Drake. He spent 91,000 minutes listening. That's more than 98% of the listeners. I would guess like 30% of that is me being asleep. While everyone was trying to figure out what NFTs were, you had one song on repeat. That's embarrassing, bro. That's cringe. That's cringe. It's More Time by Pop Smoke. 183 times. Yeah, you know what? I'm not gonna lie. I'm not surprised. I think this is one of the best intro tracks I've heard in a while. I really did listen to that a lot. Top songs: number 1, More Time; number 2, PTSD, Pop Smoke; number 3, Russian, Pop Smoke; number 4, Something Special, Pop Smoke; number 5, How It Feels, Lil Baby. I really have a soft spot for Pop Smoke. His music honestly inspires me a lot, like the story of him as a person, his career. It's something I honestly have an attachment to. So yeah, I probably did listen to these songs more than anything else. Probably think something like Pink Pantheress is going to be right below these on the list because I kept listening to her nonstop as well. Your Audio Aura, their top music movement this year. I am not surprised. Indie folk probably is my number 1. Alternative hip hop, I'm not sure exactly what that means, like Tyler the Creator or something. Brooklyn drill, Chicago rap. I don't know if Chicago rap means Chicago drill. You guys are gonna tell me who I am. Have the false statement. News was your number 1 podcast topic of the year. That's probably true. I listen to a lot of news podcasts. Most binge listen to? Wait, I don't know what that means. Okay, that's the lie. The song I most binge listened to was Something Special. Wait a second. Something Special, I did binge listen to in like June or July. I remember me and Sneeko had filmed a collab about dating, and I didn't put it up because I had to remove like basically the entire video because of how much just out of pocket shit we kept saying.
Women are the worst.
Yeah, I hate them. And I remember Something Special was part of the soundtrack. I put Pop Smoke Something Special in the soundtrack of that video, but the video it never came out. I mean, we were just being fucking ridiculous. But yeah, I did listen to that song a lot on repeat. One podcast I do listen to. I listen to podcasts every morning. The Economist is a great podcast. I listen to this all the time. Yeah, 91 episodes. Honestly, I feel like every time I listen to it, I learn something new about like politics, economics, history, technology.
Style and outspoken personality. Sneako's content is like no other. His content is just different from every other video you find him posting on YouTube. Sneako's videos are quality-based commentary, and the main point of his videos is to make you understand what opinion he has on this, whether he is right or wrong. There are times where he is all out, controversy. He wants you to really think and have an honest discussion about what is wrong with today's generation. He explains topics to viewers as if you're there having an actual conversation with him. That's what I think people mainly like about him, how he delivers his message to people. He keeps it real with them. Sneeko is not your everyday YouTuber that posts 2 to 5 times. The man's content is quite interesting, whether you like it or not. You can't deny it. But let's put that aside for now and look into Sneako's rise to YouTube fame and how he nearly lost the opportunity to become a big YouTuber. I also look into what's going on with his channel currently. Now I know somebody already made a video about Rise of Sneeko, but that was 2 years ago. And a lot has happened in 2 years. Plus this video is better. Okay, that was a little disrespectful. But hey, his channel name is self-explanatory. I didn't come up with that conclusion. Nah, but shout out to him though. I'm using some of the research he did in this video. So yeah, shout out to him. Anyway, with all that out of the way, let's look at how Sneako's pushing the boundaries of what YouTube content is, and how he has risen to YouTube stardom. But to understand all of that, we need to go back to the beginning of his YouTube career.
Hey, what is going on, guys? I am Sneeko, or the Sneeko, the only one. Hey, what's going on, guys? I am Sneeko. You can call me Nico, you can call me Sneeko, or you can call me Faggot, because I'm sure some of you will.
Sneeko came into the
He started off as a gaming channel posting Black Ops 2 commentary. Nothing really spectacular stood out from his first videos except for the fact of how much his voice changed over the years.
And props to you, Icon Boy. Thanks a lot.
Sneeko continued to post gaming content until he slowly started switching to full-on commentary and ranting. Here you can see early glimpses of the Sneeko we now know today, like his very bold takes about religious beliefs, social issues, racial problems, you name it. This is where it started. He took it a step further and started posting rants about trendy things on the internet. Those videos were doing so well it became a series. The internet rant videos are what helped Sneeko's publicity increase on YouTube, and it's what ultimately led him to get to about 100 subscribers to 10,000 subscribers in 1 year. He even had a fan who so happened to be a pretty popular YouTuber who goes by Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast of all people. You can't make this stuff up. Mr. Beast was a loyal subscriber back in the day, and obviously this was way before Mr. Beast became the most successful YouTuber arguably ever. 7 years ago, Mr. Beast even made a video about what 5 YouTubers he thinks will be famous. And no surprise, Sneeko was on that list.
And if you've ever seen Sneeko's videos, you realize that they're kind of addicting. Once you start watching them, it's kind of hard to stop. But I don't know what it is about him. It's just, he's so straightforward with things, and he's not biased on anything. He'll let you know anything that's on his mind. And I'd never miss an upload from Sneeko. I don't really know how to explain it.
Everything was in line for Sneeko to make it huge in 2015, and there really wasn't anything in his way to stop him. He had the likes of Keemstar, Mr. Beast. He had people telling him he would be next up. Everything was perfect for Sneeko heading into 2015. Going into 2015, Sneeko was bound to have his breakout year. His internet rants were doing great in terms of views for the then small YouTuber. He was steadily gaining a fan base, and he was starting to shift away from gaming content and primarily started to focus on social commentary videos since those were doing well. Sneeko started off the year strong, posting content regularly. He had videos like how to be smart, appearance and beauty standards, and how people view you. These types of videos were a turning point for his YouTube career, and it was a look into the future of what Sneeko's content would premiere.
I'm copying PewDiePie.
I agree.
You stankin', nigga. What the fuck you stankin', nigga? Okay, so I'm here with my brother. This is Vincent. Wait, no, start over. I wasn't ready. You weren't saying anything.
Oh, hey. Didn't see it. Fame is kind of like... You want to be famous. No, I know you tell people, I make you social. People are fake. But you just sent me the link to your new song and said, rush that, gang. You just added model to your bio, and we know you're not. Let's be honest here. It's not for spreading awareness. You're posting TikToks one time to go viral with it. But you can't admit that because we both know that being clout hungry is pathetic. Talk. Which created this weird trend where people in their 30s will publicly tweet their relationship with covering his face because of privacy. Who is it? You're 30. You're not famous. Start a family. I can't meet one more unbothered girl who's clearly bothered. Only people who care a lot have to show and tell how much they don't care. But don't blame Gen Z for the corniness, because people have always craved validation from strangers. We all do it so no one calls it out, but pay attention, and people desperately seek your approval in every conversation. Alright, so boom, so I was with this girl, right? Yeah, and we had sex. Like, I had sex with her. Yeah. Is that the whole story? Yeah. Pretty much any statement someone makes in a conversation that isn't to make you laugh or cry is them compensating. No, I'm a Sag, so that's why I'm moody. You're boring and want to be unique. Yeah, I got the booster shot. You want to sound smart? It's giving. You, I just don't like. But I've been lying to myself about cloud chasing since the Obama years. In my opinion, nothing should come out of your mouth except for facts, jokes, and my dick. Come on. And still, I hear myself talking and internally cringe because I say so much bullshit trying to sound cool. Classic case of being ignored in middle school, so you start plotting your revenge main character arc in high school. I'm not weird. I'm not now. They just don't understand me. Like if Hitler's paintings were rejected today, it wouldn't have fueled the incel rage for world dominance. He would have just started a podcast. Every cloud chaser was just once a forgotten nerd.
I gotta ask you a question for the video. What's the question? Can white people say the N-word? People say the N-word. Say the N-word. Say the N-word? Say the N-word. Can white people say the N-word? Yeah. Hell no. I'm if they want
White
to,
people
get
can
the
say the
fuck.
N-word.
No, they can't.
No.
No.
Why not?
Because they can't buy it. No. No.
Yeah, yeah.
No.
It's certain types, you know what I'm saying?
It's just a word.
Depends on how they say it.
As if you, my friend and you white.
It's a choice.
If they want to.
Close it, okay?
You want him to say nigga. Say nigga. Say it. Say it. Want him to say
What is the N-word?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Can white people say the N-word?
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation. Well, it all started when I thought it'd be funny if I paid white people $1 to say the N-word on camera.
For $1, would you say the N-word? No. What's the N-word?
Most of discrimination?
Who?
The N-word? The blacks themselves. The blacks themselves, as they say, hey, my nigga.
But that part will come later.
Promote that nowadays.
They don't promote it, they promote it between themselves.
Wrong. They're still promoting it. Don't be so
Between themselves.
This is the part where black people share their opinion on the word that once meant slave, but today doesn't really seem to mean anything at all. So you're 21 now, and you clearly haven't lived up to what you wanted to when you were 14. For that, so I was going to talk to myself when I'm 21. Going to take some advice from 16-year-old me.
I thought you didn't turn 21 until at least a couple more months, though.
September, October, July, Wednesday. Who cares? Okay, let's watch some videos. Just be a different guy. Don't be that guy. I've changed a lot since then. I mean, it's funny that these older videos start blowing up. I've been doing YouTube for a long time. There's tons of content of me just blah, blah, blah.
So did you catch the new Avengers movie?
Yeah, well, I was actually thinking about maybe...
Yeah, well, I saw it. It wasn't even close to the way it was in the first one. The first one blew my mind. I mean, it had new characters, but it didn't really just add to the way that
It's gonna be cringy. It's gonna be cringy, but it's Nico, so it wouldn't be without a little dash of cringy. It wouldn't be. What did I say in this video? Wow, he's so deep. For real, I like Sneeko. And that was 1 month ago. Beyonce gifs, a hint of sheltered college kids who want to be activists, and a fuck ton of stupid. Take it to my DMs if you're really about it and aren't just a J. Bilzerian cosplay. Have you seen Big Mouth? You know the Mexican dude who fucks the pillow? That she's saying I look like that. I said, you built like a minivan. Get the fuck out of my mentions, you Honda Pilot looking ass. She's got a shape like a minivan. Okay, you joke about me, I can joke about you. But the funniest thing about this is now I'm the fat shamer. He's fat shaming a black woman. Like, get the fuck out of here. You roasted me, I roast you back. Communication has changed completely, and normal human interaction doesn't happen anymore. It's all become a spectacle now. So your Twitter bio, your IG aesthetic, even your Snapchat story makes up more of our perception of a person than our actual face. So anything you say online can or will be taken out of context. This one girl...
Now to the coronavirus pandemic. Will a fourth COVID vaccine dose be needed to fight the virus? U.S. health regulators are looking closely at this and hinted that a second booster shot might be recommended later this year. Joining us is our chief health editor, Dr. Partha Nandi. Dr. Nandi, with our COVID-19 numbers continuing to drop, why is a fourth dose being discussed?
And there's still a lot of uncertainty when it comes to the coronavirus right now. COVID numbers are still looking much better here in the U.S. There are a couple of key things that health officials need to keep a close eye on. First, are the new variants that could pop up, right? Like Omicron subvariant BA2. Now, BA2 may be spreading slowly in the U.S. compared to the original Omicron, but it's become the dominant variant in countries like Denmark. So we can't ignore the fact that hospitalizations and death rates
when a fourth dose might be available for the rest of the general public, I'm hearing that it could be offered in the fall if approved. Right now, I feel our vaccines are working well. Booster shots are still offering high protection. So once again, I stress the importance of getting vaccinated and then boosted if you've not already done so. And if you haven't been vaccinated, please make sure that you're following all the precautions necessary to save yourself and your people.
Dr. Nandi, as always, grateful for you lending us your expertise. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. And if you have a question for the good doctor, you can email him, Dr. Nandi at askdrnandy.com, or send it to us on Facebook or Twitter.
Now, the eyes of the world are on Ottawa tonight as Freedom Convoy protesters prepare for major police action in the coming hours. So you got tow trucks, they're already on standby, and earlier today, police began a mass ticketing campaign, warning protesters, you must leave the area now. Anyone blocking the streets are committing a criminal offense, and you may be arrested. Police liaisons even told protesters they would be pushed out by tomorrow. Now, meanwhile, Trudeau's authoritarian tactics have sparked a massive backlash abroad and in home. In fact, today, Trudeau was taken to task on the floor of Parliament, where he led his troops to war.
Canadians are to trust their government. Their government needs to trust Canadians. Those are the words of the Prime Minister in 2015. These people, very often misogynistic, racist, women haters, science deniers, the fringe. Same Prime Minister 6 years later as he fans the flames of an unjustified national emergency.
Conservative Party members can stand with people who wave swastikas. They can stand with people who wave anti-patriotic flags. We choose to stand with Canadians who deserve to be protected to the
Now, the courageous member of Parliament you just saw, Melissa Landsman, joins me now. MP Landsman, thank you for joining us tonight. Now, tell us what was going through your mind when you heard his reference to swastikas.
Look, this is not a surprise to me. You just said it. These are two colors. Divide and wedge and stigmatize Canadians every single day. And today, the rest of Canada saw a G7 Prime Minister go after a Jewish member of Parliament and then walk away and not apologize.
Do you think there is an anti-Semitic element to this, or was it just a slip, a verbal slip?
Well, look, I think that words matter, and if you looked at my inbox in my office and you saw what my staff was looking at, when you accuse somebody of standing with a swastika, you get an influx of people calling you a Nazi, and that.
For that. In a minute. All right, hair.
Okay, and he is driving that. He's been driving division in this country since the protest started, since before the protest started, for his political gain. And I think his leadership is in trouble, the country's in trouble, and he's lost control of the situation.
Now, I would like to play now what happened when you did demand the apology from Trudeau. Watch.
I think he owes me an apology. I'd like an apology, and I think he owes an apology to all members of this House.
Now, MP Landsman, he actually left after insulting you like that. That was his response. Kind of, run and hide is kind of his trademark at this point. Your reaction?
Yeah, look, he's lost control, and I'll just give your viewers. I can't call that out. There's rules that say that I can't call that out. But he is not, like, he was not there
directed at you?
Look, I think the division in this country is growing, and it's growing because of the Prime Minister's rhetoric on this. We've got an urban-rural divide. We've got an east-west divide, and that's being wedged by the Prime Minister. I'm the party's transport critic, so we've been calling to an end to these mandates, particularly the cross-border trucking mandate. Earlier this year, we're one of the highest. We've got one of the highest vaccination rates, and we also have we are the country with the highest, most draconian restrictions. So if he wants to end this today, he could have done that 19 days ago before putting forward a national emergency that is not justified. He could have gone out and talked to people rather than calling them racist and misogynist, and we could have put an end to this. He can drop the mandates and he can drop the restrictions today, and I think that we will have a much more cohesive country.
MP Landsman, thank you very much for joining us tonight and being a leader in your country at this point.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
Liberal San Francisco Mayor London Breed praising the recall.
We were in the midst of a global.
So before the video starts, I want to give a shout out to the sponsor of today's video, my friends over at Adam and Eve. As you guys know, Adam and Eve is the #1 place to get adult toys. And today we're teaming up to give you guys a special 50% discount on an item of your choice, plus free shipping when you check out with code JAMARI. That's JAMARI, Jamari. It's a very stressful time right now, and I really do believe everyone deserves their 7 minutes in heaven. They have stuff for men, they have stuff for women, and everyone on the spectrum. So go check them out and use my code today. So this morning, someone sent me this video and told me to check it out. I crashed my dad's $3.5 million supercar, Bling Life. So apparently this is going to be some sort of series where I'm guessing people show off their money. And I'm pretty sure I've seen this guy on TikTok before. And I think that his whole shtick is like showing off his parents' wealth, whether that be their supercars, as you can see up here in the front of the frame, or their massive house in the background.
All right, guys, we got. I think this is a Ferrari. I don't know. That might be a California. I don't really know.
And so in my mind, I think he's gonna be just a rich kid douche who likes to show off his parents' stuff. I think that's all this will really be.
What's good, guys? It's your boy Casey. We got some crazy hypercars here. We got a crazy $20 million house behind us in my hometown, Dallas, Texas. So let's go inside and check it out.
Oh wow, a douchebag from Dallas. What a surprise. I swear the uppity people from out there are like a whole nother level of elitist. And I'm never trusting anyone in my life named Gage, or that has a cross faded into the back of their head. You know he paid at least $300 for that whack-ass haircut and beard lineup.
This is one of the main living rooms in our house. We have crazy art in here. We have a $110,000 piano.
Does a piano really classify as art? And why is this specific piano $110,000? It doesn't look any different to me than a Yamaha that you could pick up at the local guitar center. Was this like Ray Charles' last piano or some shit like that?
We have a total of $250,000 champagne from here.
Oh yeah, I bet.
Actually, I don't think anyone plays.
Oh my god. This man really just said they dropped $100,000 on a fucking piano that absolutely no one knows how to play. So I guess that's why he said this is like an art piece, because it never gets used. It just sits there and collects dust, dropping 6 figures just for the fuck of it. I think that's how you know you might have accumulated too much wealth in this life.
So my dad does for a living. He does commercial real estate out in Dallas, Texas. You're gonna have to ask him how much he's worth, because I don't know. Maybe we'll find out today. I'm not sure.
I love how he's just so casual about flexing wealth that's not even his. I mean, I'm sure he's done this for pretty much his entire life. You bring your friends to a $20 million super mansion, and they're gonna start asking about what your parents do, so it's probably really just second nature to a guy like this.
But I am starting to get to that age where I'm like trying to do more stuff with my own.
to work a job like other teenagers who work, like maybe working in Subway or American Eagle or babysitting or cutting the grass. Nah, this guy's like, let me just jump right into YouTube. Let me jump right into TikTok. And my whole content is just going to be showing off my parents' shit.
Did a video, I was trying to take my friend on a ride, and things took turns for the worse.
Oh no.
Going to like little bridge, like 10 foot drop off. I cut to the left, hit a curve, caught a little bit of air and hit a tree. After the crash,
Fuck. What do you mean you caught a little bit of air and hit a tree? You totaled the fuck out of this car, young man. I mean, Jesus Christ, a $3.5 million mistake like this? I don't even think my whole family's lineage is worth $3.5 million. And you spent that in about 10 seconds. I remember when I was 16, I crashed the family Mountaineer that was from 1998. And I was scared shitless to tell my parents about that. And that car was worth about $1,000. This guy's talking about $3.5 million.
I'm very grateful for my life, especially after the Pagani crash. That was a big wake-up call.
What a fucking lesson, right? Yeah, I wasn't grateful before, but after I crashed the $3 million Bugatti, fuck it, I kind of became a little bit grateful. You know, I feel like growing up rich can actually be a double-edged sword, because you probably really never learn the value of hard work. You're spoiled for your entire life. He probably always got everything he wanted. And so now as he grows up and tries to achieve things, they'll probably seem pretty minimal in comparison to his earlier life. So all I'm saying is if you can like sustain that wealth yourself, like after your parents are gone, it's kind of weird because you're probably going to be one of those people who enjoyed like your teenage years much more than your later life. And no matter what you do, you probably feel like you can't fill your father's footsteps.
What's good, YouTube? It's Boy Games. I'm back with another banger.
Cringe. These sunglasses right here might as well be like sending out a bad signal. Like, yes, there is a douchebag around.
My dad's car collection is around $20 million.
Oh my god.
Just all hypercars, Rolls Royce, Lambos. He's gonna be mad.
He's like, I know that I crashed a $3.5 million car, but I have a great idea for my YouTube prank channel, and we're actually gonna be hiding your other $20 million in cars, moving them around and shit. Random people I'm trusting behind these $1 million wheels. What could fucking go wrong, right? Fuck it. Just casually pulling up in the blue Rolls Royce. I'm guessing this man has to be worth at least $100 million.
It's gonna be like a quick little tour of the garage for some viewers that have never seen it. You go first and show everybody. Where's the damn cars?
Oh my god, this man's body is running off straight TRT. 100% on steroids, okay? There's no question about it. And also, what the fuck, dude? Get some looser shorts. Walking around with that fucking moose knuckle out.
How are you doing? I'm playing. Call 911.
Damn, what a funny ass prank, bro. Oh, we got him. It's hilarious. He was gonna call the cops.
I'm actually surprising my mom with a brand new G-Wagon. So let's go to my mom's house.
So this man bought his mom a G-Wagon with his dad's money. And then he's gonna flex it and act like he's the one giving it away to her, like he's the one who bought this. That's pretty much what's about to go down.
He is a wild boy. No fear.
Alright, what do you have fear? He's rich as fuck.
You know how you've been saying you wanted a new car, you don't want you to use your car anymore?
Yeah.
Well, I got you your dream G-Wagon.
You mean daddy got her that dream G-Wagon? She already has a fucking Porsche in the background?
This is amazing. So sweet. Sweet boy.
That's crazy, man. Yeah, I kind of just don't get the point of this whole episode, you know? If they were showing off the dad stuff, why wasn't the dad the one walking them through the house? Just, I don't really understand this level of wealth where you're just blowing all this fucking money. I think a lot of the shit that we see online now with like, oh, I gave this person a car, I bought this person a house. I think a lot of it is fucking cap. But people know that's what like drives the views up, you know, Mr. Beast started that whole fucking trend. So it's gonna keep occurring over and over again, and you're gonna have guys like this just flexing his parents' wealth, you know. I think it is kind of sad. You know, it's kind of sad. I don't know, let me know what you guys think about this down below. $3.5 million supercar wrecked. As always, thanks for watching, guys. Thanks for subscribing. It's been your boy, the Tan Superman, and I'm out. Peace! So this man right here is actually going to be the topic of today's video. His name is Big Nick, and some of you might remember that I talked about him around a year ago when I made my documentary style video about David Douche Nozzle. Back then, Big Nick was basically trying to expose David for being a big bad bully of a boss back when he was involved in his vlog squad in around 2016 to 2018. Some of you are probably looking at the screen right now like, I have no idea who this is. I've never seen this guy in my life, but it's actually because this man has had quite the physical glow up. And I say physical glow up because his mental's all messed up, but we'll get to that in a little bit. Some of you guys might remember him looking a little bit more like this. I'm telling you guys, the glow up is real, okay? This guy went from looking like a 10-year-old computer science prodigy to an extra in Tyga's next music video. And some of you might even remember him looking a little bit more like this. You know, I feel like the blue hair was kind of like his patented thing. Or even for pictures like this, you know, at that time, I guess what David said is what went. So when David wanted him to dye his hair blue, he said, yes, Windmaster. You know, Big Nick was big dick riding back in the day when it comes to David Dobrik. And then he was out here acting like he was the Antichrist because he didn't want him to appear in the vlog anymore. Some of you guys might remember the whole controversy was basically that this guy was only in the vlogs because he is a little person and they could make fun of him for that. And basically, if it's good for the vlog, David's gonna do it. You know, that point has pretty much been made time and time again. So once the guy was like, hey, I don't really want to be made fun of anymore, David basically told him, hey, kick fucking rocks. And the whole reason David was even rocking with this guy in the first place is because he was actually more relevant than him at the time that they first met. They were both trying to blow up on Vine at the time. I believe that's around 2012 to 2015 range. And back then, Big Nick was one of the biggest creators on that platform, making videos like this.
Nobody ever helps me in this house. You want me to help you clean the table up? Go to your room. You don't want me to go to your room.
So yeah, back here he's just like a little ass kid, I'm pretty sure. It says 2013. You know, this was back when even just having something obscure about you, like being a little person, oh, you're gonna be viral as fuck. And I bring him up today because he's been back to wreak havoc on the internet once again. You know, I did mention him basically alluding to the idea that David Dobrik was the Antichrist. And it kind of fits in with his whole theme. You know, he's one of those like born-again Christians who's been saved by the word of the Bible. And I'm not trying to mock anyone who thinks that way, but this guy is kind of just like a fraud Christian to me. Based on a lot of his content he's posting up on Christian TikTok, this man is very judgmental and basically thinks if you follow any other religion besides... Alright, so yesterday the headline came out that really shook the social media world. Basically, a report dropped that Patrick Mahomes had a sit-down with his wife and brother, and it made the decision for them to be banned from all NFL games from here on out. This information, combined with the new video of Patrick looking disgruntled at a Texas Tech basketball game, while sitting right next to his wife Brittany, was enough to send the internet into a frenzy. I mean, you had dudes on TikTok breaking down the whole body language at the basketball game.
So first, they're sitting at the game, right? Starts out, Mahomes takes his arm off the shoulder. Whoa, something's going on. He says something here, right? Saying something third. She says something back. She's obviously shocked right now. And then she's going to turn to her friend here. Wait, this is the best part, ready? She's, oh, you see that? She says, resting bitch face. And then she makes, something's going on there. Patrick hears it. He's going to make a smirk now. He goes, yeah. They're not having a good time.
So everyone was leaping up with joy at the thought of never having to endure another Jackson Mahomes sideline TikTok. But when this story first came out, I was very skeptical right off the bat. For one, Patrick Mahomes is a family man to say the least, and it would be pretty extreme for him to ban his wife and kid from his games. And for two, let's be honest, this woman would never let that happen, and honestly, it would make their family look really bad. Still, many news outlets, especially Barstool, ran crazy with both of these stories. And this social media storm got so big, in fact, that Patrick decided he would clap back to the critics on Twitter, saying, man, people are weird. Love you, babe, while tagging his wife, Brittany, and then later tweeting, y'all just be making stuff up nowadays. Laughing emojis. And this is really the first time we have heard him speak about the whole off-the-field situation with his family, and this all led to many fans within the Chiefs' kingdom ready to defend their king and queen's honor. And honestly, I don't really blame him when it comes to the way some of these people handle these stories. Like, for example, the people calling for his divorce and basically saying that he needs to be on his Uchiha shit is honestly just ridiculous. I know I've joked on here and said that he needs to go the Aaron Rodgers route, but in all seriousness, the message has always been that he needs to sit his family down, especially the brother who has been wilding all year, and at least the wife is always doing dumb shit in support of her husband, whereas the brother is always acting out for attention and being extremely selfish. You know, at the end of the day, no one wants to have beef with their family, but if you give people an inch, they tend to take the whole football field. And if I'm him, I have a few things I really need to nip in the bud, because obviously these two are not innocent. They always want to act very entitled based on the abilities of their husband and brother, and then turn around and play the victim when someone has a problem with their behavior. So yeah, if I'm him, I'm nipping that in the bud, but no, Patrick Mahomes is not banning his brother and wife from attending his football games. I'm sure he's talked to them about their off-the-field antics since the season ended, but honestly, I don't think they'll be going anywhere anytime soon, and I 100% believe they will cause more mischief and make more headlines next year. But for now, we gotta just wait the 7 months until then. This was really just a quick little update. As always, I do want to thank you guys for watching today's video, dropping a like and subscribing. But as you guys know, it's been your boy the Tan Superman, and some of the fake news out here needs to get exposed, so I'm out. Peace!
Oh.
Elden Ring is an action RPG set in a dark fantasy world. Enter the lands between, a place of boundless scale and untold mystery, where your journey to reveal the fabled Elden Ring unfolds. Thou shouldst take the crown. The lands between is ruled by great heroes, those who have inherited the blood of Queen Marika in return. You play as a descendant of the Tarnished, a group of people once banished from the lands. Master Traversal. Summon Torrent, your trusty spectral steed, at any time, anywhere outside of dungeon areas. Torrent offers excellent mobility, making it possible to venture further and higher into the lands between. Throughout your journey, you'll meet with many characters, each with their own motives and goals. Help them pursue these goals, to reveal their backstories and learn of your shared place in this world. Player freedom extends far beyond exploring the lands between. Your character can be fully customized, from appearance to armor and abilities. Become a warrior, specializing in close quarters combat. A caster excels at sorcery or incantations. Or of course, you could attempt to master a little of everything. An extensive lineup of equipment, weapons, magic and skill are waiting to be discovered, allowing you to develop your character in whatever way you wish. A keen adventurer may find item crafting useful, using materials picked up along the way. Many different items can be crafted on the fly, from arrows and firearms to cured meats and other consumables that offer a range of benefits. The player may call upon spirits to fight alongside you. Spirits vary in type and behavior, so summoning them according to the situation is key. In particularly dangerous situations, you may choose not to engage the enemy, using stealth to outflank or escape. You can also join with players from other worlds to journey, explore, and challenge tenacious foes together. The expansive world of the lands between is abound with danger, intrigue, and mythological drama. Each new adventure will reveal its secrets for yourself. Rise, Tarnished. Rise and become the Elden Lord.
I want to emphasize, my opinions probably aren't right, but they're based on my experience, anecdotal experience. And I think that's worth something. I think everyone's anecdotal, I think yours is as well. I think the worst units in this game, hopefully it doesn't happen again, I think restream where I'm dropping because we had a little bit of a brownout situation. Hopefully it doesn't happen again. I think I'm pushing the limits of what man can achieve a little too far. This outfit, this stream quality, this controller, it's too much. It's like, I don't know if we can handle it. It's too much! Shit's too much. But I went through, guys, and I did redoing of my inventory, or redoing of my setup here, and I'm really proud because, as you can see, on our boy Ignatz right here, this is why Ignatz is literally the best unit outside of the Lords.
level 1. So I got a steel bow on him. And trying to get some. I think I got heal. I got a heal spell on. Yep, I got heal on my Cynthia. Thank you for the sub. Rotisserie. Love the name. Love the name. I got heal on my Cynthia. That's a really important thing. I've been told. Gorgeous. I don't think my camera and lighting is doing the luster of those purple stones any justice. Hold up the car keys and she's hitting a really bad fire with me. So I said no and got out there. And this seems like traffic in the country and I still have him all the way to leave.
What rain? This rain?
But most importantly, it expands the options to which units can customize their own inventory. The only way in which you can exchange an item from one unit to another is to have them sell that item in the pawn shop. That item is then available for anyone to buy as long as they can equip it and have enough gold. There are a few ways in which units can amass gold to increase their inventory options. One is by visiting villages before they're destroyed during a chapter. Two is by selling items in your inventory to the pawn shop. In the last video, I went extensively over the thought process of who should initially acquire certain items, since I feel it's a key aspect of the strategy of this game. However, even if you initially acquire an item on a unit that won't really benefit from it, at least they...
Alright, good morning everybody, and welcome back to True Correct. I hope you're doing well. So folks, today we're going to go over the closing argument delivered by Chandler Halderson's defense attorney.
Oh, hi everyone. I hope you're doing well tonight. Don't mind me, everything is perfectly fine here in Canada.
Yes, I doxed the truckers. I did it. It was me. I hacked Give Send Go, baby. And I'd do it again.
Leadership enacting emergency powers, freezing people's bank accounts, and postponing debate in Parliament about it, and also considering we are about to spend the rest of this year getting gaslit by the media about what actually happened with this trucker convoy, I figured it would be a good idea to consolidate some of the greatest hits of lies we have been told about the Canadian truckers, from their desecration of statues to their white privilege and violence. We have got a lot of unpacking to do virus to get inoculated for. So huddle in and let me give you your truth boosties today. But first, a quick word from our sponsor, Noble Gold. So, how's your new year going so far? Good, I hope. But in all reality, the world has been hectic. We're all nervous about our savings, nervous about the amount of money being printed, and even the banks now. Some of us just want to save for the future. Others are getting close to retirement and that much closer to not earning. We've all got some catching up to do. With crypto and the markets risky right now and inflation running over 8%, where are you going to put your money to keep up and beat the inflation? You might want to talk to an expert at Noble Gold and run through the options for keeping your money safe. No pressure, no hassle, and no call centers. This month, Noble Gold is giving away a free solid gold American Eagle coin with any qualifying plan you start. So just speak to someone who actually knows what they're talking about for once. Come through with that gift. 877-646-5347 or visit noblegoldinvestments.com. And that's noblegoldinvestments.com. All right, let's start this out with the desecration of statues. There were claims all over the media and Twitter earlier this month, last month. How long has it been? Shit. There were claims that there were statues being desecrated by truckers in Ottawa. Now, considering statues have been torn down and destroyed by protesters across Canada many times before, when I initially saw this, I didn't think much of it. I was a little shocked that it would be conservatives doing it, but, it wouldn't be the first time it happened. So I was actually a lot more surprised to discover the statues had not been torn down. They hadn't even been spray painted. Instead, the convoy protesters had put a hat on a statue and a flag in its hand. That's right, a hat and a sign on national hero Terry Fox, a statue that has been covered in dozens of different political symbols from Pride to Palestine, with not a peep before this. Yet Terry was trending for wearing a hat. Meanwhile, in my home city of Vancouver, just last week, Indigenous protesters tore down a whole-ass statue, nearly killing a woman in the process. Crickets from the media. Nothing. It all makes sense, all right, people? It all makes sense. Just don't ask questions, okay? Next, let's take a look at those claims of violence against the convoy. We live in an age of video cameras, CCTV, everyone having a literal live streaming device in their damn pocket at all times. When these Ottawa protests initially broke out, there was a claim that truckers had assaulted workers at a soup kitchen and yelled racial slurs at one of their security. Forgive my skepticism, but when there is a massive political motive to smear a group and no evidence has been provided, no video, and no arrests, in the age of just see small yay, it only makes sense to have a bit of skepticism and to only refer to this as an alleged incident, not confirmed. The only confirmed incidents of violence I have seen on video were entirely against convoy members, whether it be from the police or other members of the public who are against them. A protester was run over by a car on video, with an arrest made, and the suspect is allegedly a member of the radical organization Antifa. Another was attacked in the These truckers have been treated differently than BLM and other groups simply because they are white. While the idea that these are all white people only exists in the fan fiction written by the mainstream media, even within that fantasy realm, let's just assume all of the Sikh people, all of the indigenous people protesting just poof, don't exist. They're inconvenient for the narrative. This idea, this notion of being privileged protesters still does not match reality. Take this status, for example. Angela here is obviously insinuating the Ottawa protest dancer has some form of white privilege that is preventing him from being arrested by the police while dancing in front of them, unlike how an ethnic protester would be treated. Of course, this tactic of dancing in front of the police was commonplace at the George Floyd BLM protests in nearly the exact same fashion. The only significant difference between these two groups is that BLM especially in the wake of police officers' chat logs in Canada being leaked, allegedly showing them bragging about the trampling of this woman and celebrating it, with one officer allegedly saying, "Just watch the horse video, that is awesome. We should practice that maneuver," really making it not sound like an oops accident, but something these officers are giddy about doing. Others responded, "Time for the protesters to hear our jackboots on the ground." And if these messages end up being real, which it's looking like they are, it's really appearing like it's not just our politicians, but also our law enforcement that are holding high on the power of this emergency act. To the point where they have forgotten that people don't serve them, they serve the country and have a duty to respect and treat us as human beings. Now lastly, probably one of the biggest lies that has been told throughout this whole convoy debacle is the small fringe minority. How could we not bring this up? An accusation literally made by Prime Minister Justin Trudeau that this is just a couple freaks, a couple weirdos that no one should pay heed to. I think this notion was so easy to spread in the media because people will mistakenly cite the 80-90% vaccination rates in Canada and for truckers as meaning nearly all of these people are pro-mandate. This, however, is a sub-room temperature IQ code. You can be vaccinated. You can love vaccines, have 40 booster imposition of mandates and lockdown, the majority of Canadians are opposed to these things. 54% want these restrictions to end. If you try to look up this data on Google, terrifyingly enough, they will curate your search to show you less relevant data from last year in which there was a slight majority who supported the lockdown measures, meanwhile burying more recent polling which swings the other way, which is unsurprising because people are sick of this, and also unsurprising because there's a whack of vaccinated people that trusted their government when they said, you get vaccinated and this will be over. We shouldn't be shocked that they're asking for it to end now. Justin Trudeau is also facing very worrying numbers when it comes to national support, with the majority of Canadians polling that they don't feel he has handled the protests well. Even when they agree with his invoking of the Emergencies Act, they still generally feel it never should have gotten to that point in the first place. Now, what all of this statements has inevitably led to is an increasing hatred from the media amongst normal Canadians, something that was already brewing beneath the surface, but has been
conversation we're having with ourselves in each moment. And meditation is a way of breaking that spell and actually being vividly aware of the present moment in a way that frees you from this automaticity of just viewing everything through your concepts and your discursiveness.
That's a neurologically justifiable viewpoint too, because it looks like positioning in the world is likely either it's inhibiting that more primal perception, although it's doing it in a very useful manner, generally speaking, because it keeps us oriented enough in the moment so that we focus on the minute details that might be necessary to our survival. But it's conceivable that it's simultaneously blinding us to a broader and deeper reality that in some sense is deeply nourishing in the face of suffering.
Yeah. And what's more, the mechanism that is tiling over reality with concepts in every moment and keeping us thinking and perseverating about our experience rather than recognizing that we're identical to our experience. Let's table this part of the discussion for a second. I mean, this would go under the question of what is the self? What do we mean by self, and what might self-transcendence be? But this whole mechanism is productive of most, if not all, of our psychological suffering, right? Like there's just, all of our anxiety and depression and fear and regret and shame and inability to love even the people we ostensibly love, in our lives. The contraction into self that is so toxic. All of our deferring our happiness to some future time where we've met all of these goals that raise our status in comparison with everyone else we're comparing ourselves to. That whole stratum of being a person is a confection of endlessly thinking about ourselves, about our past and our future and even our present. And it's possible to punch through that, whether it's through, using psychedelics or practicing meditation or just having just a collision with the present moment that's engineered by something. Someone close to you dies, or say, something changes.
Music can do that.
Yeah.
Music can do that, and dance can do that.
Or in certain cases, the awe you describe, looking up at the Milky Way, right? I mean, that can do that for people.
Okay, so let me.
But I just didn't answer your question. This notion that there's this separation between facts and values, right? Doesn't run through when you think of what this primal circumstance is like. Where you have to figure out, when you have to make sense of the world, you have to try to understand what is going on in the world, and you have to, most importantly, you have to figure out what to do next, right?
Yes.
So you can forget about morality, forget about science, forget about anything for the moment, and just recognize that the world is such that we're confronted with an ever-present navigation problem. We have the possibility of navigating both personally and collectively to places in the space of all possible experience that are just manifestly terrible, and the worst place I call the worst possible misery for everyone, right? So it is possible to imagine a universe where every conscious system suffers as much as it possibly can for as long as it can, some version of the perfect hell, right? And then it's possible to recognize that whatever you want to call it, whether you want to use words like good and evil or right and wrong or not, every other place on what I call the moral landscape is better than the worst possible misery for everyone.
Yeah, right? I agree with that completely. That's why I studied atrocity for so long, because I figured if I could find out what the worst thing was, that would be a pointer to the best thing, because if you know the worst thing, then the opposite of that is the best thing, whatever that is. That doesn't mean you have to propositionalize it. It's not even that easy to do.
And there may be many opposites of that. It may not just be one best possible place on the landscape. There could be many peaks and valleys on the moral landscape. And there could be peaks that are not equivalent in anything but the fact that they are equally distant from the worst possible misery for everyone. Right? So there could be So I'm not, this can sound like moral relativism, but it's not. It's an objective picture of morality.
I don't think it does.
But it's just to say that there may be very different ways of living where given the right kind of minds involved, you could be happy in very strange ways and in ways that would be counterintuitive for apes like ourselves. But nonetheless, they could be very far from the worst possible misery for everyone. So in any case, I call this, so whatever you want to call navigating in this space, moving away from just unendurable, pointless misery, right, toward beauty and creativity and joy and love and all of the good stuff we recognize. And again, we haven't seen the horizon of this. We have no idea how beautiful life could be for minds like our own, or minds significantly more sensitive and creative and intelligent than our own. There's no
had a vision of heaven as a place that was perfect, where everyone that was in it was striving to make it better.
Right. Yeah. So there's some. We don't know how good things can get, and we don't know how bad things can get, but we know they can get quite terrible from our current vantage point, and we know they can get quite wonderful from our current vantage point. And this is where the distance between facts and values collapses for me. There are right.
So let me ask you a question.
Let me just land this final sentence.
Yep.
There are right and wrong answers with respect to how to navigate in this space, right? They're right and wrong whether we've discovered them or not, right? We could all be wrong about the thing we should do next so as to be as happy as possible. We could think we're doing something very wise and compassionate and useful, and actually we're slowly poisoning ourselves with some toxin that we haven't identified, right? So there are things. So it is truly possible to not know what you don't know. It's truly possible to not know what you're missing, right? For there to be some happier place on the landscape that you could get to if only you knew to try to get to it. But you're not trying to get to it because you're satisfied, drinking 12 beers a night and cheating on your wife or whatever it is. You can have a whole civilization that is unaware of just...
That's a local peak.
Yeah,
not
exactly.
A great one.
It's a local peak, but yes, not as good as it might be. So there are two ways to see that this, in my view, that this disconnection between facts and values collapses. First, you need to value certain things in order to get any facts in hand in the first place. Any statement about facts relies on having first valued things like evidence and logical coherence, right? If you don't value logic, there's no logical argument you can give someone to say that they should value. If someone doesn't value evidence, there's no evidence you could give them to say that they should value it. So epistemology sort of bites its own tail, or picks itself up from its bootstraps.
Right. No, that actually harkens back to the is-ought problem, right? Because right there you said, and I'm not denying the validity of anything you've said so far, but right there you said that without agreeing on the validity of evidence, let's say, there's no agreement about what is. And there we've got a frame problem there, right? We have that value that you need to even determine what is. Well, The question then is, well, where does that value come from? And you can't say, well, it comes from what is in some easy manner, because you just said unless you have a value of a certain sort, you can't derive what is. And that's partly why this is-ought problem just doesn't seem to go away.
Yeah, but it goes away because it goes away the moment you recognize there is in principle always a mystery at our backs. This is true experientially. I would say this is true experientially with respect to the nature of consciousness, but it's true conceptually with respect to even those fields that pretend to be most directly in contact with the nature of reality. So even physics, when you're talking about the most rudimentary laws of physics, right, there has to be a first brute fact or a brute axiom that you accept that need not prove itself, right? There's no self-justifying epistemology.
Yes, well, yes, I believe that. Well, I think that's why there is an emphasis on faith in some principle, in so many religious traditions, is that there is a starting place there, and you're trying to flesh out where that is, at least to some degree. distinction is even more peculiar when you look deep into the neuroscience of perception. Okay, so one of the most influential books I ever read was An Ecological Approach to Visual Perception. And it's a classic text on perception and a very sophisticated one, and I don't think it has no pretensions to mysticism of any sort. And so that's kind of interesting, given the conclusion. And the conclusion of the author is that what we see aren't facts or objects. We see meanings. So, for example, a 6-month-old who crawls towards a visual cliff, which is a plate of glass stretched over or placed over a falling off place. The 6-month-old will stop. He won't crawl 7 months. I don't remember the exact date. He won't crawl across that piece of glass.
Right.
He doesn't see cliff and infer falling off place. He sees falling off place. And there's a condition called neglect, which is characteristic of certain people who have prefrontal lobe damage. It's not neglect. It's called utilization behavior.
Yeah.
And these people lose the ability not to act in the presence of a meaningful object. So if they walk down the hall and the door is open, they will go through the door. If you put a cup in front of them, they cannot stop but pick it up because they don't see cup and infer drinking. They see drinking object directly. And so even that odd distinction is deceptive in a very fundamental sense because it's predicated on the idea that what we see are meaningless objects and that we lay an overlay of meaning on top of that. And it's not by no means obvious at all that that's how we see.
Yeah.
And that's part of the reason why it's been so difficult to make machines that can see and act in the real world. Because the object world is not simple. And that value structure that you're describing, that value structure, right? That is embedded in all of our perceptions in ways that we are only beginning to understand scientifically.
Yeah, there's so many ways in which our what's called folk psychological sense of what our minds do is just completely broken. Right? And we have a sense of the tools we're using to do anything. The beliefs, desires, perceptions, expectations, the movement of attention, right? And our sense of what all of this is from the first-person side has definitely broken apart in many respects as we've studied these things neuroscientifically and psychologically from the third-person side. And understanding ourselves, understanding the world and our place within it and what's possible is inevitably a marriage of those two sides. I mean, you can't fully banish first-person experience because most of what we know about ourselves has a cash value in terms of the experiential side. I mean, there's to take the greatest case, there's simply no evidence of consciousness anywhere in the universe but for the fact that we know it to exist in ourselves from the first-person side. I mean, you can't look at a brain, even a living one, and form any intuition that it's a locus of consciousness. It's only by correlating changes in the experience of living people with tools of neuroimaging in this case, or things like EEG, where we say, okay, well, when the brain's doing that, there's something that it's like to experience those changes, right? And we pretend rather often to take the third-person science side off the gold standard of first-person experience and say, okay, well, it's really the mind may be an illusion, maybe even consciousness is an illusion. What we know is happening is that our brains that are processing their information, and we've got things like synapses and neuromodulators and neurotransmitters, and that's the real stuff, right? That's the reality. This mind part is some kind of
right, that's a definition. It's not an observation.
It's just a tissue of confusion.
By reality.
Right.
And that's a big problem.
Yeah, you can't banish the supplemental side, which is in fact cashing out so many of your claims about the nature of, in this case, the brain. But that's not to say that we can't be deeply mistaken from the first-person side about what our minds are doing. I mean, mean, so I'm as we've indicated here already, I'm an enormous fan of meditation. I think it's indispensable for understanding certain things about the nature of the mind. But you can't even tell that you have a brain by meditating, right? Much less what it's doing. So it's like there's things that there's some major blind spots in first-person experience, no matter how you train experience. But you can notice, for instance, that the sense of self, the sense that you're a subject interior to your experience, that you're a kind of a locus of consciousness that is appropriating experience, that is an illusion, or at best a convention, right? A kind of construction that you can cease to construct. And so much of
And so why do you believe that that's so useful? Right, there's something core here.
Yeah, no, it's a great question.
I want to make one observation before we go back to
Sure.
that. So, well, one of the things I learned when I was studying ancient Egyptian mythology was that the Egyptians worshipped Horus. That's the eye.
Yeah.
And we may have talked about this before, but they weren't worshiping rationality. They weren't worshiping that monkey mind. They were worshiping attention itself.
Mm-hmm.
And they regarded attention as the process that revitalized dead totalitarianism, because they had a god for that. That was Osiris. And so there's something, and when the Egyptians were contemplating what constituted proper political sovereignty, they regarded the union of Osiris and Horus as the emblem of proper sovereignty. And it was the Osiris that was rescued from his totalitarian state by his union with Horus. So it's like the conceptual world, which tends to ossify, like Egypt in the Exodus book, and the attention process, which focuses perhaps on what's outside of totalitarian certainty, and therefore continues to update it. And that's not rationality. And I think it's pointing to something that's similar to what you're fascinated by with your concentration on it. I think it's on attention per se. It's not rationality. It's certainly not. It's not the contents of thought. It's something more like direct apprehension. And in clinical practice, Carl Rogers particularly, taking a bit of a leaf from Freud, but he said that if you attend to your clients, which meant listen to them, but it meant attend, didn't mean engage them in rational dialogue. It meant more like listen. They will transform psychologically as a matter of course.
Right. Yes, I use attention in a slightly different way, or a more specific way, and differentiated from something like consciousness or awareness itself. So, and this is, I think this is, I mean, I'm sure there are different ways of using it, but one tends to meet this definition now in cognitive science and neuroscience, where it's a narrowing of the field of awareness, but there's still a field, or it's like a spotlight within a larger field. So, for instance, I'm looking at you on Zoom now, and I can look at one of your eyes, right? I can specifically look at that eye, and I can focus on that. But there are many other things that within my visual field that I'm not focusing on, but which are nevertheless there. And one of them could suddenly capture my, quote, attention, right? So I'm looking at your eye, I'm doing my best to look at your eye to the exclusion of everything else. But if a mouse ran across my desk, all of a sudden, that would have 100% of my attention. And so it's that shift, the shift of the spotlight, that's the attentional mechanism that is happening within this larger context of what I would call consciousness or awareness. Because
You're using attention as a spotlight, like the phobia.
Right, exactly. So it's like a cognitive phobia, where
that's where consciousness is most intense, right? Because those neurons each neuron in the phobia is connected to 10,000 neurons in the primary visual cortex. So it's tremendously dense cortically, and then so you could think of, maybe we could distinguish these two concepts this way. So in the center of your vision at the fovea, it's extraordinarily high resolution consciousness, which we call attention. And then as you move out from the fovea to the periphery, your consciousness becomes lower and lower resolution until out here, if you're speaking visually, you can't even really count the number of fingers that you see. You can see the hands only if they move. And out here it's black and white. And out here it's gone.
Yeah.
High resolution, foveal focus, and you can move your eyes to put that high resolution, high neurological vision to work.
Yeah, I would use the terminology a little differently here, though, because I wouldn't say that consciousness is diminishing at the edges. I would say that the visual perception is. So consciousness is just the fact that anything is being known, right? So you can be conscious, for instance, of very blurry vision, right? Or you can be conscious that you're blind, that you can't see anything, right? But like if you just close your eyes now, even your visual consciousness is just as present. It's just you're just aware of the darkness behind your eyelids, right? And it's not even all that dark. It's scintillating with various colors, and right. So
so we could say that you've got that high resolution attention in the middle, then it gets lower resolution out to here where you can't see, and then that's all contained within a broader attentional field.
Right. Yes, I would call that for the broadest possible field, just consciousness.
Or
awareness.
Fine. So so now we know exactly what we mean by our terms.
And so what I would say to your question, which I think is a very important question, what's the point of examining the self, much less transcending it? There's several points. I mean, the main one is that it is the string upon which all of our suffering is strung. I mean, it is when you feel as miserable as you can feel, that sense of being at the center of this torment, and like, what direction will you find relief? Right? I mean, this is you've got the cacophony of unpleasant experience, and then you've got this place in the middle of it, or a close place in the middle of it, from which you're trying to resist this experience, right? Or trying to figure out how to change it, right? So let's say you have a terrible pain, somewhere in your body.
I made it pretty. I made it pretty far for my age, but I'm still young in my prime, and there's a lot more to accomplish. I still have goals, and I'm trying to reach them. And it's so hot, and I like you. Thanks so much. If you like me, just say you love me, baby girl. That's all you gotta say. You know how that goes. I don't really understand what your question is. Why life is so original? I don't know. It feels good. When you gotta risk a lot, you gotta sacrifice a lot, you gotta work your ass off, and then you get to enjoy your life. Cool. Man, you answer the question yourself. They broke and they mad and they jealous.
behind the wheel, right?
Yeah, and?
We're going for a drive.
Uh-huh. And where?
I can tell you're a city girl. You want to know everything. Now, yesterday. A little patience, V.
asking Wayne for his thoughts on the upcoming episode. Surprisingly, Wayne wrote back. In his response, Wayne detailed his deep admiration for Dennis. He followed up with an in-depth analysis of the character. Wayne picked at all the Wayne despite a nagging ego, and Wayne was the only villain he found.
I'm a witcher.
Before leaving you reeling in the bathhouse, Leto said he's going to go find Triss and force her to teleport them both away from Flotsam. So you have to urgently get back to town to find her, and depending on the same choice with Yorvith and his sword, a very...
This video is brought to you by Raycon. Hey everyone, I'm here to talk about... Wait, did that say Raycon? I thought we were done. The cosmic rift closed. All the alternate Arlos went back to their own universes. Right? Whatever. It's been nearly 2 years, and my Raycon Everyday Earbuds are still a regular part of my everyday life. They're often with me all day as I work or hang out with friends or go for walks. Doesn't matter how much I shake and wiggle. They never fall out. I've tried multiple kinds of earbuds, and these are still the sleekest and most comfortable, if you ask me. Especially thanks to the gel tips they come with, which ensure that your fit is absolutely perfect. The sound quality is great, and they last so long that I barely ever have to worry about charging them. Up to 8 hours on a charge, and up to 32 hours when you use the charging case. If all that doesn't convince you, everyday earbuds are half the price. To buyraycon.com/Arlo to get 15%. Something to... No cap. So I'm working on the Pokemon review, and it's a pretty big project, and I keep thinking, man, this is gonna take a while. I really wish I had something to put out in the meantime, just like some like fun, topical, just like easier, fun kind of discussion video to kind of put out while people are waiting for the bigger scripted content. And I'm literally thinking that, and then I click over to Twitter, and 6 minutes previous, literally 6 minutes previous to me thinking that, Nintendo gave us the news. Nintendo is shutting down the Wii U and 3DS eShops next year. A little over a year, March 2023. Shutting them down. Kaput. Poof. Just gone. We all knew that this was an inevitability. And in fact, there have been a couple little things here and there making us think that the end might be coming, potentially. But I don't think anyone could actually be prepared. I don't think there was any way for us to ever feel just like rightly prepared for this to happen. I mean, like even if the eShops went on for a lot longer, for a good number of additional years, I think it would never be easy to accept. It was never not going to feel too soon. Yeah, maybe if it was 20 years from now or something, I'd feel differently. But it really doesn't feel like any amount of time was gonna feel right. And let the record state that I do believe this is too soon. It's just like, I don't know, the Switch, it's almost 5 years old, half a decade or something, but it's really not that long. And like, playing 3DS games, having new 3DS games come out, that's a recent memory. I mean, I know I'm getting old, and everything kind of feels like recent memory, even when it's lessons. But like, WarioWare Gold came out like 3.5 years ago. That's really not that long ago. But like, that game that they put out 3.5 years ago, it will soon no longer be purchasable digitally. The 3DS, like up until decently recently, that rhymes, that's fun. Until pretty recently, Nintendo was like, this is our thing. This is our product. Buy a 3DS, buy these games. It's all just going away. It's all just going away. And you don't need me to tell you that there is a tremendous amount of utility on these systems. The Wii U is the only place to play a whole bunch of classic games. There's a virtual console on there. Game Boy Advance games, a bunch of Wii games, like tons and tons of stuff. And then the 3DS, I mean, like, the digital marketplace there was great. So many awesome digital games. Lots of great retail ones, too. Lots that did get physical releases. But, like, so many great ones that are just, I mean, third party and first party. Look at something like Harmonite. Harmonite, going away, gone. How is that not on phones yet? Is that on phones yet? Whatever, you get what I'm saying. So, Undead Bowling, who cares? There's so many, what is like over 1,000 games or something, like on the 3DS and the Wii U. They're just going away. Dylan's Rolling Western? Yeah, not a thing anymore. It's just gone, who cares? And we're lucky that this didn't happen earlier, because when Metroid Dread was revealed, copies of Samus Returns got super duper expensive because suddenly they were in high demand, and it's lucky that lots of people were able to be like, okay, well, I don't care about physical, so I'll just, spend the bucks to get it digitally. And that is great. That's a really awesome option for people who don't want to pay a bunch of money for physical games. I mean, come on, it's always kind of been an issue getting digital games. You know, the rare ones have always been really expensive, but even just in the last few years, this bubble has inflated like crazy. The used games market has just, oh, it's gone nuts. It's terrible. It's harder than ever to get your hands on some of these old games, and it's not really showing any signs of stopping. It kind of just this way for a while now, but this situation makes me feel more sure than ever. This is a subject I really want to do like a whole entire video on, especially because just throwing the opinion out there. Well, the weird stuff that they do, motion control, I like it. It's cool. I like what it opens up, but it really, really hurts the longevity of these games. It is so much harder to pass them on to future generations. It's so much harder to just have a good way to play them. You get something like Super Mario Galaxy, the 3D All-Stars collection. You have to make some sacrifices to the controls just to bring them to us. And we loved the Galaxy games not because of any of that stuff. None of it. The pointer controls and the shaking, absolutely none of it. We loved it. We loved them because of the games. The games themselves, the gimmicks are just things that get in the way now. We love Nintendo's like big, crazy, evergreen masterpiece games, not because of the gimmicks, but despite them. And Nintendo needs to work to create an ecosystem where their games can be passed on to new hardware and preserved. And of course, they might not want that again because they have a weird thing with games. They don't know about that. But at least I'm trying to look at this practically, reasonably. It makes sense to want to keep selling games to people. And you know what? I will completely admit right now, all Nintendo discussions, pretty much all of them are about like Nintendo as a company and about the Switch as a piece of hardware. It's all being colored right now by the fact that I bought an Xbox Series X and now I'm like completely spoiled on that. Like it's 10 years later and I plug in this new Xbox and I sign into my old Xbox account and my old games are still there. My saves are still there. But like, obviously, you couldn't do such a thing with the Switch. Like, if I wanted to play an old 3DS game, even if it was on my account, it's not as simple as just booting it up on my Switch. There's all these issues that you have to resolve. How do you properly emulate two screens and a touch screen and anything else, the game, a camera or whatever, without extra hardware, without a lot of extra work? Again, though, I'll talk about that whole thing later. But like, yeah, basically, like Wii U and 3DS, like it's showing that like it's not easy to preserve these games and pass them forward. Okay, before we wrap this up, this is funny. I'm not still at 100% sure this is like. I have no real reason to believe it's not true, but like it's one of those things, things get shared around. I'm always wary. But like, allegedly, so Nintendo has this Q&A on the page of why this is happening and all that stuff. It seems that there was originally an additional question that was removed. And if this is all real, I have no doubt that a disgruntled Nintendo employee who is as bitter about this decision as probably most of us are, they put a question on there that's just like, don't you feel that you have like an obligation to let people play these games in the future? It's really, but they removed it though, because that was like really snarky, and the answer was like, we don't have any plans to give you any other games. Shut up. Exactly that. But like, basically, they removed that real quick. Very, very, very funny. If that's true. I wonder if somebody Nintendo got in trouble for that. I also think it's funny. It's not funny. It's not actually funny, but it's kind of funny how Sony announces that they're shutting down the PS3 and Vita stores, and there's a great big backlash, and Sony goes back on it because that's ridiculous, especially in the case of the Vita. Just like the 3DS, don't shut that down. Plenty of people still playing it. That's ridiculous. Don't do it. But when it comes to Nintendo making the exact same announcement, there's no backlash. Yeah, people are annoyed, but like, it's like we know Nintendo doesn't care what we think. Over the last couple of years, especially, we have seen that it does not matter how big the backlash is. It does not matter how huge it is. Nintendo will not budge, so no one is even trying. It is grimly humorous in its own way. Well, everyone, now's your chance to go out and buy these systems and their games, even though they were probably already pretty expensive, and now they're going to be more expensive. So that's cool. Yippee! Yippee-ki-yay! That's rad! My sell non-new 3DS is getting very long in the tooth, and I really wanted to buy a newer 3DS, and I didn't. And I thought because they're always in the store, but then they got discontinued, and I did not jump on buying one, and now they're super duper expensive. So that is another thing that is cool and rad and sweet. Cowabunga! So let me know what you think about all this down in the comments. And I gotta get on eBay. I'll see you later. So it has come to this. It is finally time to review another Paper Mario game. I reviewed Color Splash when it came out, and that was pretty early in my channel's life. Covering the game was what really launched my career. So it's kind of surreal to be here again. Enough time has passed, and Nintendo has made another Mario game, and here I am reviewing it as well. Things have come full circle, and I can't help but reflect on it. So much has changed. I've changed. I started putting sweet peppers on my pizza. Makes all the difference in the world. Before we get started, a couple things. First, whether or not this is a spoilery review kind of depends on who you are. We'll be showing footage from a good number of major areas in the game. It's more than I would personally want to see before playing a game, though almost every single interesting visual element was shown in the trailers. So if you studied those closely enough, I'm sure you'll here. If you're more on the sensitive side, I won't be going into a lot of story specifics, so if you listen without watching, you should be fine as well. I will, however, be lightly touching on a concept that was only shown in little snippets in the trailers because it's a pretty common mechanic, so it's part of the discussion. And that might be a little too much for some viewers. Basically, they tried to strike a middle ground with what's told and what's shown, and ultimately it's up to you to decide if you want to watch, listen, or neither. The second thing to mention is I'm going hard. This is one of those reviews. That's not to say it's a purely terrible game. In fact, in ways, it's phenomenal. You want to know what Arlo thinks, if it's worth buying or whatever? I say, yeah, probably. It's got me stuff to offer, even the most hardcore Paper Mario fans. If that's all you wanted to hear, then shut this up and go hang out. At the very least, you'll love the world and the story and the characters, and hey, maybe you'll even end up liking the rest as well. New people have. Thing is, I have some major problems with how this game is designed. And even further, I feel like it represents some very serious problems at Nintendo. Seeing what is, in my opinion, an opportunity to create another Nintendo legacy gem thrown away for no good reason has really got my critical juices pumping. If you have a tendency to call out reviewers for being too negative or nitpicky or whatever, then you're not gonna like this review. I won't blame you for leaving now. It's just not a review for you. Believe me, I'm going to give this game the credit I feel it deserves. But if you are asking for a review of Paper Mario, The Origami King, you're going to get a review of Paper Mario, The Origami King. With all that said, I guess there's nothing to it but to get started. Whoosh. Let's get the most obvious thing out of the way first. Paper Mario, The Origami King is a stunningly beautiful game. And considering the direction the series has been taking, this does not come as a surprise. The first three games weren't so much about paper as they were about characters that happened to be black. Then Sticker Star began leaning hard into the idea of paper world. Color Splash perfected the idea, and now Origami King expands upon it by giving us bigger and more unique areas. Once again, everything is made of paper. With Color Splash, I heard it argued many times that the paper world was distracting because it was just so much paper. And the paper thing isn't why we fell in love with the series, etc. While I will admit that that's true to an extent, and it can get a little tiring thanks to the greater focus on paper throughout the rest of the game, which we'll talk about later, then I take it as it is, it's hard for me to find fault in it. The execution is just so wonderful. Because it's not just about being papery, it's about art design, and that's one area the game soars. The realistic textures, the little details that make it look like actual paper, that's not the only reason the game looks great. It's how these areas are constructed. It's the visually rich scenery, it's the vibrant colors, it's how a This is the most visually grand and spectacular Paper Mario by a country mile, and these wide open areas and scenic vistas are always a treat. In fact, there are even some visual elements that are lifted up by the paper aesthetic. It's clear that a tremendous amount of care went into how clouds and water look, and the result is as beautiful as I could ever hope for. I feel like any other kind of style wouldn't have had the same effect. I mean, you're playing a game about little paper people, yet you can still get this very grandiose vibe from it because of these little details. The overall feel of the game is lifted up tremendously by the interconnected world. I actually hate that I'm praising this element, seeing as it was the series standard set all the way back on the N64, and if it had taken them 3 games to ditch the new world map, I wouldn't even bother mentioning the fact that the world is connected. But it is indeed my job to compare this game to its predecessors to some degree to help inform the purchasing decisions of series fans, so mention it I shall. It feels genuinely good to have a real world again. To feel like you're exploring one big place instead of a series of dozens of smaller places with severe limitations on what you might find and collect within them. I will say that it does feel a little linear at times. A good chunk of the game's major areas are kind of strung together in a line. But even in this case, it still manages to make a really big difference narratively. Also making a big difference is the inclusion of wide open areas, which is, I feel, the one single genuinely good idea here that actually... This video was sponsored by Raycon. What was that? Spirit of Raycon. Yo! Man, that eternal realm you sent me to wasn't as eternal as everyone one and make it look like as good as possible. The set pieces are great, and just like the lighting and the reflections and the texture work, it's all, I don't know, it makes the entire experience really consistently awesome. Just to take in, really elevates the whole package. And of course, it's fun seeing old mini games remade into look completely modern. And again, I've played a ton of the old ones, so I'm not super duper I'm not sitting there being like, oh, it's that one and that one. Oh, these are all my favorites. They're a handful. There's some books where that was a big favorite when I played. What was it? 4 or 5? I don't remember. So there are a few in there that I remember. It's fun to see. I can imagine someone who's been playing all these games over. It's awesome just to see them all just so modernized and so great now. And it is obvious, even to someone like me who hasn't played a lot of the other games, they've really pulled some of the best mini games that are played. These are all bangers. They're super good. It's a really good collection of mini games, and each one is just so fun and implemented in such a good way. Some are quick and simple. Some are just like way more in depth. I mean, some of these you can sit there and play for an hour, like just all by themselves, especially those sports ones like hockey. Mini games are even sorted into like different categories, so it's easy to find them and you can favorite them and all that stuff. Like, I don't know, just in terms of mini games, like, it's awesome. I don't have much to compare it to, but it's terrific. So then back to the boards. I think because I'm not such a big Mario Party person, and I don't tend to get these and just play them just the whole time and get my friends together a whole bunch. You know, like, I play casually sometimes and it's fun, but I'm not super bummed by how many boards there are. I know most people are. I mean, again, it could just be because I know, if I was going to spend 100 hours on this game, maybe I'd be bummed, but I think it's a fun selection of boards. They're each really fun. I love their visual themes. I love what they went with here. I love the space one. I love, Harvest, the spooky land. I love forest. I don't know. I really like all the themes that they went with here. And the gameplay itself on the boards, it's nothing surprising. It's Mario Party, but it's a ton of fun. There's always some fun things going on the board. Each one's got its own themes and everything. One disappointment for me here is that there doesn't seem to be a co-op mode. I really enjoyed that about Super Mario Party, where every board had a co-op variant, which would let people do like 2-on-2, and you can add all of their turns together, and the board itself was different. I don't believe that's in the game. I think it's just simply basic board. So it's a little bit disappointing. I don't know how much people care about that, though. I liked it, but whatever. And speaking of that, a couple other things in the game that I liked about Super Mario Party that are not here. There's no like hub. I really liked how like the menu area was just kind of like a hub that you went around. Just because, it's me. I like the feel. I like the kind of the realism. I like, feeling like I'm in an actual place. And there are characters there, and they change up. I don't know. I just like hub worlds. It's just me. It's pretty silly. This one, it does have just like a regular menu. So whatever. There's also no challenge mode. I really, because I don't get with a bunch of friends and play Mario Party a whole bunch. For me, super a big thing was single player content. Like, how much can I do by myself? And I really like the challenge mode for that. This does not have that, and that is disappointing. There's not a ton for a single solitary player to do. However, that is significantly less disappointing because of the online element. Offline, sure, there's not a lot for me to do, but online with other people, there's a tremendous amount of stuff to do. So, like, even if you can't get your friends together, you can still play an absolute ton of this game. You can play this game forever without getting any friends over. You can play with them online, obviously, and you can play with random people online. You can do full parties doing this, but think about me. It's hard for me to become engaged in a full game and dedicate, a couple hours to it. But this game has mountain mini games, and there's just so much stuff to do here. And this is it's a really great way to get a smaller version of the Mario Party experience without having to dedicate yourself to a big game. Super Mario Party had like kind of thing where you could play these, it was like a mini party competition with other people online. But the problem with that was that the pool of mini games that it drew from was really, really small, and it was really disappointing. And this, however, there's a ton of stuff to do. You've got all these different modes, 1-on-3s and 2-on-2s. You got coin battle, where you just play 5 mini games. Whoever gets the most coins wins. You've got survival, who can win the most mini games. These are really cool ones. You've got sports and puzzles, which just kind of sorts out all the sports and puzzly mini games, which I suppose are kind of like, I don't know, the more substantial mini games of the mix. Very, very Nintendo obviously they messed up with the online a whole lot, but in this case, like this whole like single player, or at least single player not with friends experience, it all hinged on the online working well. And from what I've seen, it does, and I'm surprised. I heard that the Super Mario Party update, the online works pretty well. I didn't get a chance to play that, but I'm doing this and it works. I played a few games with friends and there were no problems at all. I played with people online, this found mitigate stuff, and there's like one or two times where there was some weird hitches, but they just kind of worked out. Like for the most part, it works, and I'm amazed and very, very pleased because it means that there's a lot of stuff to do here, a lot of mini games to work through, and just fun to be had. And then on top of it all, we got the collectibles and stuff. The more you play through the game, the more stuff that you do. You just unlock stuff to buy in the store, which is great. You earn coins to buy stuff in the store. I love it. I plan to do some stuff as well. Just like character pages from the encyclopedia and stickers. The stickers are fun. You can use these stickers like when you're going against friends, and you can it's like it's like any game. The little what do you call it? When you say stuff. You don't have the actual chat, but you can like say stuff like in this cartoon with the booyah. You know what I'm talking about. There's all sorts of funny stickers. A lot of these are just a little picture of the Mario character. It's like, but why? I mean, it's funny. And then you can level up. Oh, I love it. Why would a Mario Party game have experience and level ups? I don't know. Just for me, probably. The more you play, you increase your level, and this level and everything is on your little player card, and you can customize your player card. Or the higher you level, the more stuff is available to unlock in the store. So it's just stuff to do. And all this stuff together makes for a heck of a package. I'm impressed. It's a lot of old stuff, remade, repackaged, put together. It's the kind of thing that could have easily felt very cheap. It could have felt very cash grabby, just recycling old content, right? But it doesn't feel that way to me. This is a really good, really fleshed out package. The online is good. There's a lot for anybody to do in any situation, whether it's with friends or with people online. The mini games are so good, and there are so many of them that it's a tremendous amount of content. Like this is one of those rare games where you look at that $60 price tag, that's totally like especially if you're in, because like I'm not even into Mario Party, like I don't even plan on playing a small hole. Probably just like the friends around. But like if I was into Mario Party, I was one of those people, like I'd be over the moon right now because there's just so much to do here, so much to dig into, so much to play, so much fun to be had with friends, so many mini games to try and perfect, and all that stuff. It looks good, the play's good, online's good, graphics are good, everything is good. There you go. That was my review impressions of Mario. Every single time I was in a neighborhood, I had to stop. Okay, Super Mario Party. The other one, Mario Party Superstars, is this one. Very confusing. Very confusing. Like how many parents are like, what do you mean you want this? You had this one already. No, I don't have it. I don't have it. Sure you do. Mario Party Super. It's all in there. You have this one already. Not getting you this for Christmas. No. Anyway, let me know down in the comments if you have fun this game. You having fun. I love you. See you later. Goodbye. Warning. This fit. To purchase World War Z and learn more about the game and all that good stuff, link in the description. And they're super chill about it. I'm mostly like a single player guy, and you're gonna want me to like do all the multiplayer stuff. And they're like, no, don't worry about it. Just like do whatever like your experience with the game. That's totally cool and it's great. I like a chill sponsor. That's what I like. So yeah, World War Z Aftermath is on Twitch right now, and it was developed by Saber Interactive. They are famed ports specialists. You might know them for the Witcher 3 ports on Switch, so you know this game is in good hands. It's funny, I was actually really happy to hear from them about this game, just because, like, this game, like, the base game came out a few years ago, and I heard good things about it then. I think I watched, like, a Impressions video or something. Looks good, and then, like, I've only heard good things just coming from it. They've been updating it, making it better and better and better, and just recently on Parlorcast, I think it was Derek from Skeleton He was talking about having fun with it, and it's been coming up a lot, so I was actually really happy to for them to contact me to get a chance to play it for myself, because I've that, and you definitely are going to see it here in the footage that you see. I'm terrible at shooters, and it's hard for me to want to play a shooter. It's got to tick certain boxes, and I'm here today to tell you this game right here ticks basically every single one of those boxes, and I'm really, really enjoying it. Like, look at the footage, look how cool the game is, but don't look at me. I'm not good at aiming at the shooters, okay? I'm sorry. So, co-op campaign, I played through a number of missions, and it's pretty fun. Let's try kind of thing. It's all over the world. We got like New York, Japan, Moscow, and Jerusalem. And there's not a whole lot of missions. That's one, slight criticism I have about the game. It's not like a ton of missions, but it's a decently good amount. And there's also more DLC missions coming at a later date. The thing about the missions, though, is that they are pretty much endlessly replayable. Like, each one is pretty darn meaty and, just pretty long, takes a good time to get through. And also just so incredibly replayable. And that's because they have these randomized elements. Each mission is going to be the same basic thing. You got to go over here, you got to do this, you got to go collect this, and, your basic stuff. But then a lot of elements are randomized. Specific placements of gear and equipment and weapons and stuff. I feel like even the enemies are kind of randomized. And there are, like, different obstacles to overcome and just, like, different ways that you can interact. And those just change up enough each time. But, like, there are some of these levels I've played several times. But, like, every single time I jump in, it feels fresh. It is a legitimate thrill to jump in there. And if anything, like, I don't know, it requires you to improvise. And, there's equipment and stuff all over the place. This is not like a survival horror, I'm low on bullets kind of thing. Like, there's a lot of equipment all over the place, but you do have to know how to run around and get it, and where to find it, and how to use it. And it's really, the action constantly moves, and you constantly just keep moving. You're hunting for resources, but it's all really quick. You can get into kind of a flow, you run over here, and you're like, oh, hey, look, there's a turret. You run over here, and you drop down the turret, and you start like managing your teammates' health, grabbing health packs, fill them up, and just learning how best to use your resources. And there's guns all over the place, so you're like constantly switching guns and just kind of changing up your strategy. You're finding charges that can help you blow up certain walls so you can get stuff behind them. And like I said, turrets and lots of different traps that you can lay down. So there's always something to be doing. And I've not yet had the pleasure of playing with people like live, like talking yet. I will talk about that a little bit later. But I'm really excited by the idea of it because it's a very, very, team-based sort of thing. You all got to help each other. There's always something to be doing. It's this really awesome energy. Like I said, every single time I go into a level, it's a new thing. It's a new start, And the thing about these levels is, like, there's no checkpoints. If you lose at any point, you lose. You got to start all over again. And I would normally not like that sort of thing, but the specific way it's implemented here and just everything else about the experience, I love it. It makes the stakes so high, and it's so fun to jump back into the level that, like, you don't even mind if you lose. And you also get, like, XP and stuff even when you lose. It's not just a complete failure. You still get stuff, which, again, we'll talk more about later, stuff that you get. So it's a thrill to jump in each time. One of my favorite things about these missions is the way that they move, just like you're moving through, and sometimes you're moving from point A to point B, and you're just trying to get through all the zombies and just kind of get where you're going. And then sometimes you'll reach a place, and it's like, oh, hey, there's a big horde coming your way. You gotta hunker down, and that's when you get a little bit of time to set up your defenses and look around for traps and set them all, refill all your ammo and everything. And it feels really, really good. And here's like one of the big selling points for this game here is the horde. They claim that this is the biggest zombie game on the Switch, and I have to agree with them. You get swarms and swarms of just like hundreds of zombies on screen at once, and this is thanks to the swarm engine relay. And they pile on top of each other in the most ridiculous ways to try to get at you from way down low. It's just like in the movie, and I love this because I don't know, something about the image of seeing them all piled up. My mind makes me think of the limitations of video games. When I see that, I think this is a set piece, and if I don't hurry, then they'll break down the wall, and then I'll lose, or something like that. I don't see it as an actual, real, tangible thing. And that's what's great about this game is it actually is. When they're crawling up the walls, set off the charges to close them all up at once. It's like, no, this is just you and your team versus them. However you got to do it, you got to do it. If you got to mow them down one by one, or you got to throw grenades at them or whatever, like you have to deal with every single one. And I love it because when you take out a giant horde of zombies and they're finally all gone, that's the last thing. It's awesome. It feels so cool. You literally just took down hundreds and hundreds of incredibly satisfying. And one of the reasons the game feels so satisfying is because these zombies are taken down like normal people would, one or two shots most of the time. And it's really, really satisfying because like I hate bullet sponges in games, and they annoy me to no end. This feels awesome. You're just popping off, and especially me because like I'm terrible at aiming, like I said. So like I can't go for headshots. I can't do that kind of thing. But here it doesn't matter so much. You're just taking down as many as you can, just firing off shots. So the gameplay is super frenetic, super just like fast paced. You're constantly going. There are so many, and yet you're still taking care of them. And like other stuff too, like the gunplay just feels good. The combat is good. One of my favorite things, easy melee. Just like the right bumper is just a melee button, and you have like a certain amount you can do before you get tired, and you recharge really fast. So you don't always have to waste your bullets if you don't have to. If you don't want to, you can use that melee like all you want, and it's awesome. So anyway, back to the stuff that you unlock. That's such a big box for me to tick. A shooter. I like shooters fine, but like I also like I need more to it than cold zone experience, and usually that means some sort of like upgrade system, stuff to work to. And I was so happy to see this game has that. It absolutely does. You complete missions to earn in-game currency, and this currency can be used to buy extra perks on different weapons and on different character classes. And that's another thing. There are a bunch of different character classes that you can choose from. You got the gun person and the explosives person and the melee. There's a whole bunch. The more you use the class, you get an XP, level it up, and open up more perks in your skill tree. And then the same with weapons. You use the weapons more and you level up and open up new things. And then you use your currency to purchase the upgrades. And there's just a lot of need to it, which is another reason you're going to want to run through these levels just again and again because it's just fun to get stronger and stronger. You got different difficulty settings on all of them, so there's such an immense amount of replayability. And okay, and I gotta bring it up. You might have heard me. You probably heard me. I brought it up a whole lot of times. Resident Evil Rainbow. I loved it. Fun third-person zombie shooting action, but then with just like a bunch of levels and you just like beat bad guys and level up and get your guns stronger, and it's the same thing. It's super replayable, and I want more of that. I want more of that all the time. I'm waiting for the next Rainbow, but like that's the great thing. I basically just found it. It's ecstatic. This is what I've been looking for a long time. Another just cool thing. You kill zombies. It's third person. Gameplay is really fun. Lots of stuff to unlock. Just something to just play with your friends for hours and hours and hours. Brian, I know you're listening to this, Brian. He's my Resident Evil Revelations 2 Rainbow buddy. Brian, we got it. We got another one, man. We got another one. We're going to play this. It's cool. It's very cool. And I do have some slight criticisms. Obviously, it's on Switch. It's a port. And so they've had to make some graphical sacrifices. And, you see these mostly in, like, cutscenes and, like, big. When the zombie horde gets really, really big, like, okay, yeah, they've had to downscale it a fair amount. But it still runs really, really well. Like, super well. Like, apart from those graphical issues, and then even, like, sometimes a couple glitches here and there, but, like, nothing that gets in the way of the gameplay. The gameplay is still super smooth. It works really, really well, which is obviously great. Very, very important for a game like this. Another issue, I haven't tried a whole bunch of times. I've mostly played, myself so far. The couple times I've tried to play with randos online, it's been, like, a little bit hard to find other players. I could usually have to just try to reserve spots. And that's the sort of thing that as the player base increases will be, less of a problem, I'm sure. But there you go. This is a really, really fun game, and I am really, legitimately excited to play more of it. I'm definitely going to be playing. I'm going to try to get my friends in on it just because it's that thing. It's the thing I love. It's the third-person zombie shooter with all the stuff to unlock. You can play a million times, and that's what I want. It's what I've been looking for, and I found it here. And, it just expansion will be coming at a later date. And I'm amped on this game like right now. It's like I just want to get my friends together and play it. They all got jobs. They all got kids. It's dead. And it's like Friday. It's Friday. School's done. Let's just like play video games for 2 days straight. Sleep over at your house. Realistically, I'll plan this for Brian like 3 weeks from now for 1 hour. But it'll be a great hour, and we'll have lots of single hours after. Anyway, so that's it. If you've been playing World War Z Aftermath on Nintendo Switch, let me know down in the comments if you've been having fun with it. Have a good day. Another thank you to Saber Interactive for sponsoring this video. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you for being so just chill about the whole process. I love it. I love you. Everybody have a good day. Bye. Content warning. This video game features graphic and violent images and blood and stuff like that. And in the subtitles, you might even see some swears, or cusses, or potty words. So keep that in mind. Thank you. TV screen. Hello, my polo and slacks loving friends. Arlo here, and today we're reviewing Super Rush. Tell me if you've heard this one. I have never played a game in this series, and as such, have no idea how the past games were. I'm as casual a player as casual can be. Yes, it's basically the same setup as my Mario Bros. Aces review. I had only ever played the first game on Virtual Boy, so I was essentially coming at the series with a fresh perspective. In that game's case, I felt the gameplay was terrific, but the story mode was sorely lacking, and there was very little to do beyond just playing multiplayer matches. Going into Mario Golf Super Rush, naturally I was hoping for a more fleshed out experience, and I'll be comparing the two games here and there during this review. So it is now time to answer the question, does this game come in under par, or did it leave me teed up? Let's find out. Before we cover anything else, let's get right to the real meat of the game. The golf. If I had never laid eyes on a Mario Golf game before, just based on the name, I would assume that the series offered a massively simplified version of the real game that was less about skill and more about unlocking wacky power-ups and such. More along the lines of something like Mario Party. But I'm pretty impressed with how authentic the gameplay feels. I don't know a whole lot about real golf myself, but it's clear that a huge amount of the nuance involved is represented here. Picking the right club for each shot, hitting the ball with the right amount of power, giving the ball spin, adjusting for wind direction and speed, dealing with elevation changes and hazards. There's a lot to manage, and it's actually pretty overwhelming at first. It's frustrating to consistently mess up your shots and not really understand which element you're not figuring out. But it's also pretty darn satisfying when you get it right. Getting all your ducks in a row and pulling off an excellent shot can make you feel like a total pro. I'm also surprised and impressed by how faithful all the terminology is. They could have easily streamlined everything and come up with simple layman terms that even kids could understand immediately. But no, this really is golf. It's not a hit, it's a stroke. It's not a sand pit, it's a bunker. The ball doesn't fly then roll, it carries and runs. It's not the grass and the long grass, it's the green and the fairway, the rough and the short rough, etc. I mean, the game's got a huge glossary of terms that you spin that seems very suited for multiplayer, especially thanks to its shorter matches. Similarly, now we've also got Battle Golf. Here, players compete to be the first to sink 3 holes, and they can use bombs and banana peels and such to mess each other up. It's incredibly hectic and super frustrating, and as such, it doesn't really represent what I like about golf at all. And yet, I can very much appreciate it. Its hectic, frustrating nature really just makes it better for parties, doesn't it? You'll surely be shouting at each other and smashing controllers in pretty much every match. One thing I really appreciate is how they made speed golf and battle golf separate. I could easily see them combining the ideas into one single new mode, but instead, the super hectic stuff really does stay in the stadium, whereas speed golf isn't so hectic that it stops being like golf. It's mainly just golf, but faster and scored a little differently. The end result is 2 very different and uniquely enjoyable experiences, and I think the game is a lot better for it. I haven't had a chance to play a ton of multiplayer, but at least from my perspective, it feels like there's a good amount here for a group of friends to do. Between the 3 main modes, you've got a decent amount of variety, ranging from chill to crazy based on everyone's mood. There are also a decent number of options to customize your game, which is always kind of make or break as far as I'm concerned. Lack of options seriously hurt Mario Tennis Aces in my eyes, and didn't do Mario Kart 8 Deluxe any favors. I'm very pleased to see that a multiplayer game in standard golf is uptime, which is a specific detail I find very important. It's great that 4 people can play standard by taking turns with one controller, and one very fun addition is the option to let all players take their turns at once, even when not playing speed golf. Though it is disappointing that when players are moving simultaneously, you can only have 2 players per switch. 4-player speed or battle golf on one TV would be really perfect for parties. But as it is, you've got to have a second switch and TV while that is up. And here's another thing. So you can play against CPUs, which is obviously great. You want to fill out a game or just play on your own against some computer people, there you go. But for some non-mentally baffling reason, you can't change their difficulty. You just can't. In battle golf, you can give them better clubs, which presumably makes them harder, but you can't do that in standard golf. And you know the game itself has different levels for CPUs. They ramp up in difficulty throughout the story mode, and you can even watch them if they line up a shot, then purposefully turn and miss to make the game easier on you, which we'll talk about later. It's possible there's some unspoken rubber banding kind of adaptive difficulty, but in my experience thus far, once you're good enough to beat the CPUs, the challenge is just gone. Yeah, there it is. That's what I was waiting for. The little thing that seriously hurts the game for no reason. What is it with these Nintendo games that do this? I don't know if past Mario Golf games have had it, but it's a very simple option that's available in basically every other game on the planet. Honestly, I'm sick of this kind of thing. Fortunately, if you don't have any friends around, you can play online, and this is one of those rare instances where I'm pleasantly surprised by the online performance of a Switch game. I haven't played a ton, but all my matches have been fine. The tiniest bit of judder here and there, and a little harder than I'd like to find a room and successfully get into a match. But the gameplay has worked. No constant judder, no slow motion, no crazy input lag, not even in battle golf. It works. So that's nice. Alright, here's the part of the game I've been most interested in from the start, and also where most Mario Tennis Aces comparisons will happen, because that game was a huge disappointment for me. The trailer hyped up a big story mode with crazy cool cutscenes and stuff, and the game just didn't deliver on that promise. The trailer cutscene was one of the only ones. The story didn't play out in any interesting way. Most of the levels were just the same handful of activities over and over again, and it was so short. By the time it really got I had to sum up all my feelings in one single word, it would be enjoyable. The world is fun to traverse, the NPCs are fun to talk to, there's a decent skill upgrade system, there's a lot of fun to be had. But unfortunately, I'm a game reviewer. I can't just look at what I have, but also what I could have had. And this story mode's biggest problems are how uneven it is, and where it fails to live up to what I feel are reasonable expectations. The first few areas are a little more substantial. Multiple days pass, and every time you achieve something in the story, all the NPCs have something new to say. But the further you progress in the game, the faster the experience flies by. The second to last area is super small, without a lot to explore. And the final one is great, but it just shoots you straight into the final sequence without so much as a glance back. The mode does indeed have a story, but nothing interesting starts happening until near the end, when it all hits you at once. The whole rest of the game doesn't have any boss battles, but then suddenly you've got to do multiple all close together. There are some opportunities to let the player earn new abilities in order to progress, but the game just strings you along from goal to goal without any room to deviate or figure anything out on your own. It's presented in a very rote way, like the story is just a job to get through. Then before you know it, the story is over. And as far as I can tell, there's no post-game. The ending sequence is pretty cool, but once you beat it, you're just kinda done. The beginning of the story just sets up such a great adventure, but it never lives up to the greatness it hints at. One of my biggest disappointments was learning that once you move past an area, there's no real reason to return to it later unless there's some quick little story thing you have to get done. Apart from a handful of optional training challenges, once you do the training course, then the full event, it's time to move on. It just feels like so much could have been done in each area. There were so many other cool challenges they could have cooked up, so many other ways to play the concepts they created. I mean, gosh, the opening area is so fleshed out that I assumed it could act as my home base. You've literally got a room you can sleep in. But no, you never need to come back after a certain point, and in fact, after a while, the game just does away with the concept of needing a place to sleep. Honestly, it doesn't just feel like a game that's lacking. It feels like a game that was supposed to be a bigger game, but they ran out of time. Like they reached a certain point where they just had to stop and polish up what they had. Obviously, I could be wrong, but it's what it feels like sometimes. If I have any actual evidence to support this idea in two rivals, you face off against them a couple times. But after a certain point, they're just gone. They just stop being in the story. They're not even there at the end. It's like a whole element of the story that starts out feeling like a core part of the experience, but eventually fizzles to nothing. I don't get it. When I compare this story mode to the one in Mario Tennis Aces, I want to say that I did have more fun with this one. It's got a good number of elements that left me feeling like I had a better time. But I do have to admit that a lot of that stuff was kind of filler, and the weird racing did throw things off. The Aces story was way too short and just recycled the same tasks over and over again, but those tasks were decently fun, and the boss battles were way better and way more consistent in pacing throughout. So you could say it was at least a more consistent and condensed experience. In the end, I'll still say that I had more fun with Super Rush. And yeah, I'll admit, maybe it was because of the silly filler stuff with the matches. But hey, I am what I am. I like more story. I like an adventure I can't just burn through in one afternoon. It's just such a bummer that this story mode wasn't given a little more time in the oven. It was on the cusp of being something really great. Before I wrap up the story talk, though, I do have one more specific complaint. Most of the areas expose you to concepts you can experience outside of the story mode. The courses, the different conditions and hazards, speed golf, that kind of stuff. But the second area has you playing cross-country golf, where the terrain is super rough and you've got to plot your own course to land a bunch of different holes, all with no stroke limit. This can be really hard, even borderline unfair. But for some reason, it's easily my favorite part of the game. And it's the one concept that's not available outside of the story mode. You just can't play it anywhere else. Other modes remove what I like about golf, but this mode, apart from the annoying time limit for each stroke, actually enhances what I love. It's that ponderous, puzzly thing, only with even more emphasis on planning and strategy. But once you play it the once, that's it. shots, then purposefully mess them up. It seems like a little detail, but combined with the jankiness, it does work to bring down the quality of the visual experience. It's just kind of awkward, and you have to spend so much of your time watching it. Then the music is fine. Mario music is usually so good, and that goes for older sports games as well. But something about the modern sports games just isn't good. I don't like the sports channel kind of music. It's very generic. Mario music can be so much better than that. The story mode was a chance to try to break away from that, but the music there is also just kind of fine. Aces was the same way with me. I'm not sure what's up. Maybe these soundtracks just don't fit my personal taste. Mario Golf Super Rush, my very first Mario Golf game, isn't quite what I expected. I didn't expect the actual golf to feel so authentic. And honestly, I expected more Mario zaniness. I thought each character would have more unique special moves to pit against each other. I thought there would be more weird rules to follow and impossible hazards to work around. I mean, the special shots are all just slight variations on the same basic idea, and there are only a handful that the characters all share. The zaniness levels here are actually quite low, but at the same time, maybe too much of that stuff would imbalance the game and turn it into something that's barely golfing. As it is, it's mostly golf, and I think I can appreciate that. There's some crazy stuff to work around, but at the end of the day, nothing is more important than your skill as a golfer. And as a complete package, I'm certainly happier with Super Rush than I was with Aces. The story mode is meatier, and it feels like there's a wider variety of modes to enjoy with your friends online. I do wish there was a little more for a single player to do. Mainly, the game could really use a series of challenge levels. Try to land all these lob shots, try to get a hole in one, try to land these 10 holes in 5 minutes, that sort of stuff. As I said, it's got so many cool mechanics that you barely get to play with in the story, and that you're not really going to experience when playing multiplayer. Outside of the story, the best you've got is trying to see how good a score you can get on each course and just comparing with your friends. It's possible that more single-player stuff will come with updates, but Super Rush isn't a bad little package, though. I tend to forget about these kinds of games pretty much immediately after I'm done with reviews, but I'm hoping to get some friends together to play this at least a handful of times. I certainly love the idea of playing with friends, and I do enjoy the gameplay a good deal. Do I enjoy it enough to say that I'm a Mario Golf fan now, and I'll definitely be buying the next one? We'll have to wait and see. Let me chew on this one while I'm on. My friends, that is it for my thoughts on Mario Super Mario. But before we go, let's try something different. Kane is editing this video, and he's got some thoughts on it as well. So I think it's time for a second opinion.
Hey everyone, I'm Kane, the editor, and this is Second Opinion. That's the name we're going with. I'm in the process of moving out, that's why there are boxes around me, and there is a massive heat wave, and we don't have AC in the UK, so that's why there is massive sweat on me. Let's talk about the game. I really like this game. I understand that it's very light on content, and I'm sure it won't take too much longer for the novelty of the game to wear off on me. Oh, there's nothing like I've done everything that you can do 12 times over now. I hope some people think something will resolve that. They might not. Probably just add keeper on it, something realistically, and that'll be it. But just the fundamentals of the game, the way the game feels, as Alu said earlier in this video, it does feel really satisfying when you feel like you get everything worked out and it all clicks in your mind, and you just know what you're doing. It's a good game to just kind of, I don't know, turn off to and just shoot some holes. That's the goal. Shooting holes. I've played the game for about 20 hours now because I've been playing it almost every day with friends and story mode and all that stuff. And I'm still not very good at it. I'm not good at it at all. The tutorials in the game seem like they're trying to convince me that there is some kind of method to it, some kind of strategy. I can be honest, it's just a lot of guesswork. It's just trial and